Yo, 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 what's up, world? If you're watching this in the future, I will not be going over thoughts on every single pick today. I will be updating I'll be giving a grade to all the picks. I'll be updating the top 10 available on the screen. You'll be seeing the picks go over on the screen, which would help you to scroll around to figure out, when the next pick is, to at least see the grade of it. But yeah, it's hard to keep up with everything today. Picks come in packs; they go by fast as the draft goes along. So I'll be doing my best to keep up with everything, and just relaxing, watching, hanging out, giving out grades. I did have a couple of upgraded grades that I did overnight. Josiah Trotter being one of them. Updated that from a B to a B plus. Just a fundamental misunderstanding of how Tampa Bay uses their linebackers. Josiah Trotter should be a good scheme fit. That was my concern, was scheme fit. But somewhere along the line this offseason, I totally flubbed on how I was thinking they deploy their linebackers there in Tampa Bay. So I do like that pick. And then I had been debating about giving this a D minus or a D. I ended up deciding to go with the D minus just because there were like at least two names of the same type of running back that I would have taken, if not three, that I would have taken ahead of Kalen Bullock here, if that's what you were looking for. So, yeah, I mean, that makes it a D minus then. I do have some drafts from days 1 and 2 that I loved, that I liked, that I disliked or hated. I'm not sure which one. There's only one in that category, really. And then a bunch of boom bust types of drafts, which I think makes sense for this year's draft. So let's go over that with these few minutes. In terms of drafts that I've loved so far, and just to be very transparent, I do think the number of draft picks is also very valuable. So even if you have 2 draft picks that I loved over the first 3 rounds, there is going to be a bit of something that I don't like about the fact that you only got 2 picks. And if you got 4, 5, 6 picks over the first 2 days, I'm going to like that to some extent, just that you got more shots at it. Because at the end of the day, there is a certain lottery-esque aspect to this. Nobody is a perfect evaluator. There are so many things that can happen to careers, including just injuries. You can draft a great player and injuries can derail the career. So, getting bodies in is an important thing, and that's what the Rams had done a few years ago in a draft that I loved of theirs, where they just totally were in like a quick reset mode, and they just went and grabbed a whole bunch of bodies to help fill out that team, and it helped to revive that team quickly. So, drafts that I loved. So I'm looking for where the team portion is on this draft tracker. Teams, there we go. I think the Cleveland Browns is probably my favorite of the draft class so far. They go Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston. That is something that very similar to what I've done with them with one of my final mock drafts. Then they go and they get EMW, where I do think that he is a fine value. And then Austin Barber, maybe a little bit of a reach, but when we looked at it yesterday, like, he was kind of the next man up amongst the offensive linemen, if that's what you were looking for. So I thought they've handled the draft very well. They got 5 players. I like that. And for the most part, players that I like at positions that I think they have needs at. I just think they've done a nice job with the draft. Houston Texans were the second up on this list, and they have gotten Keelan Rutledge, Caden McDonald, and Marlon Klein. Now, Klein, Rutledge, this is close to a boom or bust type of draft too for them, but all 3 are just players that I really, really liked quite a bit. So, you draft 3 players that I kind of loved, and we're happy, even if maybe thought some of them might have been slight reaches. So a little bit lower on the love scale here, but they got up there. And then the New Orleans Saints, surprisingly to me, I hadn't really realized how much I liked their draft so far, but Jordan Tyson with their first pick, followed by Kristen Miller and Oscar Delp. Another case of just players that I really think are good players at positions where I thought they should address. So I really like their draft. I think it's been incredibly solid to a point of loving it. Then in the light category, we've got the Baltimore Ravens draft. Vega Ioane, Zion Young, Jacoby Lane. Players that I liked to differing extents quite a bit. I thought at roughly appropriate values for all of them. I think it's a good draft. A little bit of boomer bustness going on there with Jacoby Lane, but then like you got Vega Ioane, who's ultra safe. Detroit Lions, once again, liked their draft. What do we got? Just Blake Miller, Derek Moore, but two guys who I really, really liked at probably the two biggest positions of need for them, for me. So just barely making it up there into the light category. Only two players, though, so couldn't love it. Same with the Indianapolis Colts draft. Like that so far. C.J. Allen, A.J. Halsey, two of their biggest areas of need. You can see, just good picks, good solid picks, guys that are going to come in and raise the floor for them in areas where they need that. So I like that. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers were another one that I liked their draft. Now theirs is a little bit inconsistent, but what I really like about it is I can see the vision. Maxie Honiger, Jeremy Bernard, Drew Aller, which we needed a quarterback, so fine. Dalen Everett, a little bit of a reach for me. Don't love him, but there is some solidness to him. And then Jennings Dunker, who I liked and thought that was a good value at that point, so that can kind of offset the lack of value I felt for Dalen Everett. But all of these guys are bringing, some variation of anger, toughness, mean streaks, size, very Pittsburgh Steelers-esque types of guys who are going to be able to hold up in the cold weather and just bring it to their opponents. So I really like the vision, and for the most part, I really like the players quite a bit. So I thought they've done a nice job with this draft. I put it in a dislike, but I think it's a hate. The Arizona Cardinals. Now, the reason I only had a dislike on it is, do you think that they needed a quarterback? So, I'm fine with that for Carson Beck, whatever. But honestly, I'm not a big fan of Chase Bisontis, so I was kind of giving credit for it because a lot of people do like him a lot, and maybe I'm wrong on him, but I don't really like him a whole lot. And then Jeremiah Love, I do love him, but I don't know what we're doing here. I don't think this was the right way to go. I think they should have traded out of that number 3 spot. So I do not like how they've handled the draft. In terms of boomer bust drafts, quite a few of them. Carolina, Cincinnati, Dallas, Green Bay, Kansas City, Las Vegas, Miami, New York Giants, New York Jets. And there were quite a few that got close to getting likes and stuff like that. So honestly, not necessarily disliking a whole lot. There were definitely some draft picks that I thought could have been different and everything, but all in all, I think every team's had, some things to like about their draft. Most teams. Arizona, though, really don't like what they've done with this draft. So, looks like draft day is starting here. Let's see how well this can be heard.
Before we get started, I wanted to welcome just a few special guests besides the Pittsburgh Marching Band. Joining on stage are more than 100 high school students from across Western Pennsylvania, representing schools that have either had a player drafted in the league or a player inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I just want to check my voice. Okay.
Iconic football players in the area's high schools that produced them. The Steelers have commissioned custom footballs and helmets for each school. Also with us on stage are local Pittsburgh business owners who have helped bring this event to life and make this draft happen. Thank you all for being with us here today. Again, if you're home, come on down. All right, Pittsburgh, you ready to do this?
Yes.
You guys ready?
Are the Bills ready?
Round 4 of the 2026 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Las Vegas Raiders.
As I say, I had the wrong team up there. Are the Raiders ready?
Just as we were coming on the air,
They have traded.
flipped a 7th round pick in next year's draft to the Bills to just trade up one spot.
Oh, I did have it right. They just flipped.
Officially begun, and a trade. And
Who did Vegas want to come up for?
board, if you will. And so next year,
Like a Keontae Scott?
the team will be on the clock for the seventh round. Remember this moment. Put a pin
And Elijah Surratt?
in what's going on over there.
Interesting. Somebody they definitely wanted. We're going to keep an eye on Jermon McCoy
I
throughout
was
the
going to say
day.
Jamal McCoy.
Him as the best available player. Healthy, he's long off the board, but you also see some other defensive backs. I think could see coming off the board here pretty soon. Kilgore's a real intriguing player out of South Carolina. Got a bunch of other corners in Keontae Scott, Abney from Arizona State. So if you're looking to get better in the secondary, there's some good guys out there.
And they're looking to get better overall. When will we see Kyle Lewis out of Pitt come off the board? Because he's just a terrific all-around player, whether you're playing him in the secondary or a linebacker or both.
We welcome Ian Rappaport into our broadcast.
All right,
here
let's
on
see.
Day 3. Happy day 3. Ian?
Let's talk about Jermon McCoy.
The pick is in.
A topic of discussion around the league early this morning, trying to figure out where he is going to go, how early. Here is his issue.
I would imagine maybe Elijah Surratt there, who I have tied with them.
He has a degenerate
I'm thinking that's got to be Elijah Surratt.
Not the ACL that he had repaired. It seems
And
like
that
the
will be a
ACL
great fit.
Obviously, did not play last year. Did practice, but did not play. It's actually a cartilage and meniscus issue in his knee, and this is something I reported with colleague Tom Pelissero over the last several days. A bone plug in his knee may be failing. He may need a second surgery, and there are concerns if he plays, if he is able to play long enough to get a second contract. But still, you would think, given the first-round talent, this could be the round for Jermon McCoy.
Thanks very much. I've never heard of a bone club before. I'm not a doctor. I don't play one on TV, but we hope to hear his name soon enough. And the pick is in for the Raiders. Just to give some perspective of what we've already seen and how evaluators.
To be fair, I had never heard of a bone plug before either.
In the first round, 19 offensive players went. That's tied for the second.
And I've had
most in the common
a bunch of surgeries on one of my legs.
Last night, the second round had 22 defensive players. That's tied for the most in that round. And then the third round hit, 23 offensive players went. That's the most ever.
By the way, we've got a kitty cat on the lap today.
Offensive players were at the top. Then defensive players were right there after it. And then now we're on and cracking depending on what.
Which never helps with staying cool. All these lights on around me. It gets warm up here.
Tackles viewed kind of in their own category, and if you wanted one, you better take one. And they all went off the board in the first round, plus 2 interior offensive linemen. Then we talked about, okay, well now that's pushed all these defensive players down. That's the value there in the second round. And the other thing we discussed yesterday, CD, was the fact that this is a team that's become obsessed with 13 personnel, playing with 3 tight ends. So the second, third round, towards the bottom 2 into the early third round and throughout, these hand in the ground tight ends.
Well, we can announce the pick already, can't we? Things are going to get log jammed backwards as time goes on. Let's just get this in quick. Let's try to stay ahead of schedule.
That 11 personnel, extra receivers on field. Now you're going with the tight ends. So we still have a plethora of receivers still available to come off the board.
Right, and the Rams took another tight end last night. They just love putting tight ends.
Somebody in the stands keeping track.
Them out there, right?
Oh, that's lovely.
Getting 16 personnel. The Rams at some point.
Don't forget,
Got his own handwritten.
to Atlanta is a huge proponent of the 3 tight ends.
We're seeing that a lot.
Everybody, this is a big trend, and what's happened is, I'll sum it up here, but when the Chiefs had that explosive offense, everybody then said, we're going to play shell coverage, we're going to play 2 high safeties, we're going to eliminate the ball flying over our head.
Right.
So teams have been trying to figure out how do we get these explosive plays, but we got to get them out of that look. How do we get them out of that look? Well, if we put 3 tight ends, now we have just 1 safety in the middle of the field, we can kind of manipulate it and try and hunt our explosive plays that way, and all the smart coordinators have done that. And now you're seeing the rest of the league jumping on board.
Yeah, when you throw a short underneath to a tight end, now you got to tackle those bigger people as well.
What do you think of the Raiders draft so far as we're waiting to hear?
It was Jermon McCoy. Okay, there we go. As soon as day 3 ended, he was worth it. All right, Jermon McCoy going off the board. That will be a B+. I think there's a chance that you get a real good player out of that, obviously. Ultra sticky, athletic, just a really good player. But injury concerns do hurt that. So if you aren't aware, my grading scale is pretty set in terms of what the A, B, C, D, F will be.
With the 101st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Jermon McCoy, defensive
And the pluses and the minuses mean a lot in terms of, do I like the fit, do I like the player, etc.
In the end zone again, another example of that baseball background we talked about with him and Hood. Both those Tennessee corners have that baseball in their background, and you can see it. And then to me, he was more than willing. He's a physical tackler, and here he is growing up with a quarterback.
Showed a picture of him with Patty Mahomes. All right, so the Bills pick was in. They could be a wide receiver team.
The Raiders moved up, and Buffalo allowed them to move up. Does that tell you that Buffalo didn't have Jermon McCoy right there where they possibly could take him? Because to me, it's
Could they be a running back team?
Tells me is I'm guessing the Bills could have called the Raiders and said, I got a lot of people who want this pick. We'd like to just move back.
Oh, Kyle Lewis could be interesting there.
he's not a priority for them. Not for Buffalo. Buffalo is not a priority, and that's a position of need.
Yes, they moved up to go get him. And one thing, I guess, now that McCoy's a Raider with these potential knee issues, one thing is for sure, he'll never be traded to the Ravens.
Skylar Bell feels very
Even attempt that.
coated. All right, offensive line. Jude Baldry, there we go, baby.
Go along, they just drafted Crawford, then you get Max Crosby back. You still got
He is my 99th ranked prospect, offensive tackle out of Boston College. Let's go find him. 19th overall offensive lineman, going to Buffalo. It's a B.
We're going to
Ooh.
the NFL does some international picks on day 3.
Might be a B plus, maybe not.
With the 102nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Jude Bowery, tackle, Boston College.
That's an accent there, or tone of voice. Jude carries his weight well. He needs to be more consistent and work on his footwork as well as his ability to handle power. Some fundamental work is needed, but Jude shows plenty to like and has a plus overall physical and athletic profile. Yeah, let's give that a B plus. I like Jude. And you know, he's the next tackle, true tackle on the board here, so I mean, it definitely makes sense on my board and my rankings and everything there. Good pick. Good pick.
Other things have to play through a lot all the time. He's a tough guy. They're looking for depth on this, and maybe he'll be one of those swing guys who can go either way. But I thought he was fairly inconsistent at the Senior Bowl. I thought that's a tough week for him.
So the Bills
He did receive an end of practice rep at the Senior Bowl,
next up are the Jets.
but yeah, he was a little inconsistent there.
Let's talk about the Jets a little bit here, man, because they've got 3 first-round choices, which means if they use every single choice in the first round of next year's draft, they'll be the first team to ever have 3 first-round picks used in consecutive years. They took D'Angelo Bonds, who you had a fun time with. The Jets.
The second round.
Commentary about they basically drafted their head coach in a 50th overall picked kid from Indiana. What do you think of the first 3 that they used and then the one that they used last night?
Well, to me, I think speed was a focus. They got a lot faster when you look at the guys that they brought.
Daryl Jackson Jr., that makes some sense. Big dude.
How he rushes off the edge, that's a big-time fastball. Pons,
Doesn't have much movement ability, but anything within his range, long arms and everything, he can really work well on.
3 fourth-round picks.
I want to say previous, he looks like an edge rusher.
And there's 2 in the 7th round, and then we'll see you next year.
So,
So that's the way the Jets are.
yeah, I mean, you can never go wrong working in the trenches there. I didn't love him, but fine pick there. Definitely kind of next up for that category if you don't like Dante Corleone, who's got a lot of injury stuff.
my amazing reps and attention, Jason, for giving us this opportunity. All the international fans in the air, you guys are amazing.
Man, the accent's different in the Bronx these days.
103 pick in the NFL draft, the New York Jets select Daryl Jackson Jr., defensive tackle, Florida State.
Massive presence, very stiff, Not good movement skills. I don't see a ceiling for him in 2025, but he did provide significant pass rush in 2024. He had 30 pressures there. I see a good floor for him, which could become a really high floor if he hones his game. He's going to need work on his quickness and his technique. Too often he allows blockers to engage first, get their hands into his chest, and control the rep. Late day 2, early day 3 pick, though.
You'll see him swim move, guys. I thought he played with effort. I just thought he was raw. I think you got to be patient with him. It's going to require a little time. But man, him and Sweat inside, you can see what they're going for here. They're trying to get guys who are real stout along the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, no question about it. And here's
Yeah.
the next question for you. As you watched him in that rawness, did you not think
You can stuff the run first. It's always good.
was a good one for him? Because we often talk about that. For some guys, it's vital to have that kind of run up.
Good morning, Brian. How are you doing?
East West game, next time we saw him was at the
It is, yeah, afternoon for me as well, so.
And the one thing for him, and they've got a really good staff there, just connecting his feet and his hands together.
We just chilling today.
If they can get that,
Not so high paced.
a lot of the
Just giving out the grades. Giving out the top 10 available. I think you asked yesterday what my favorite and least favorite drafts were. I went over that a little bit ago, but I went through it this morning. Cleveland, Houston, and New Orleans ended up being my 3 loves, and I think Cleveland's kind of like by far just been the best draft. I do like Baltimore, Detroit, Indianapolis, Pittsburgh a little bit more than a lot of drafts.
potentially their quarterback of the future. So much
And Arizona's is like the only one that I really, really disliked. But Carolina, Cincinnati, Dallas, Green Bay, KC, Las Vegas, Miami, Giants, and Jets all hit like this boom bust category for me. Oh, there's everybody. What's up, Jason? How you doing? On the Pats picks, let me pull those up.
running back and loaded, you can use in a variety of ways. So they were purposeful. They went out and got an offensive head coach, CD, and they want to make this
Lomu, Yakis, Raritan. Yeah, this was one of those ones that's like borderline.
seasons. They were on the verge of making the playoffs. They were
It just kind of fell into a middle territory. I think there's a definite chance you got 3 good players there. I like those are 3 areas where I've drafted for them: offensive line, edge, and tight end. So I like the positions that they got. I don't necessarily love the players, but I like, my evaluation's just a little bit wrong. There you go. So it wasn't a like for me, but it's not a dislike. I like what they've done, generally speaking, with their draft. AFC North, yeah, in general had Cleveland, Pittsburgh, got in my love, like Baltimore, got in my boom, or where did Baltimore landed in my like? Sorry, Cleveland, yeah, I mean all of them, and then Cincinnati is in my boom bust territory. So they all got some sort of mention for the AFC North. Seahawks. So just a little bit.
And with the 104th pick in the 2026
A lot of people like Caleb Proctor.
Cardinals select Caleb Proctor, defensive tackle.
Very interesting prospect. Older level of competition, not so great for Proctor, but very exciting player to watch. So for Lomu, as a pass protector, I think there's a solid floor, but I do wonder about the run game. I do wonder about, I want to say like the strength for him holding up. So I have some concerns about the ultimate all-around floor for Lomu, but very, very athletic, high potential guy. Gabe Akis, definitely going to be able to get to the quarterback type of guy, but I just didn't love the tape, and big time negative in the run game. But he does have the size to definitely improve in that aspect of his game. Why wasn't he already good at it, So maybe he'll never be good at it, but the potential's there. And then Eli Raritan's a very interesting prospect, and honestly, probably would have been higher on my board if it wasn't for his previous 2 ACL injuries. So I like Eli Raritan. That was a little bit high for me, but I like him. For the Seattle Seahawks, they're one that I was very close to putting as my second dislike. So they're one of my least favorite drafts so far, except they got 2 players that I do really like in Bud Clark and Julian Neal. So I like those guys. Bud Clark, it was a little bit high for me, but I see the vision. I like it, and I trust their evaluations for the most part in Seattle. So like, and especially with how they operate for safeties and everything. So I would say that that's a really good landing spot for Bud Clark there in Seattle. So like they'll probably get the most out of him and get the best version of him, which was probably worth the 64th pick right around there. For Jadarian Price, I just don't like that pick. Definitely would have wanted to trade back from it. Obviously, they couldn't. I mean, they wanted to too. That was high for me. I know they have some need at running back, so I get it. There's also a massive drop-off from him. For a lot of people, it was massive. For me, it wasn't as massive because I just didn't like him as much as some people. So, scheme fit, fine for Jadarian Price. They did get the second best running back in the class. I think they overpaid for him. And Julian Neal I like quite a bit too. And once again, I mean, a unique player, so like a good landing spot to get the most out of him. So, to a certain point, I trust Seattle. Really would have liked to move back somewhere here and get picks, but you just can't always force that, so you work with what you got. And not my favorite draft in the world. Like I said, I didn't end up disliking it because they did get two guys that I really like after, I think, overpaying for Price by a bit. Jason wanted the Pats to get O-line and edge in this draft. Yeah, and I thought tight end was another area that wasn't like a clear-cut, obvious need, but I thought it was a good area for them to add to there for now and into the future. I don't think other teams wanted to help him. Well, what really happened, it's not helping. I mean, you trade up because you want to get a guy that you want. You trade back because you're comfortable that the guy that you want is going to be there and you're going to get additional picks or you're going to improve a future pick. The NFL less and less is doing 2-for-1, 3-for-2 trades. It's like 2-for-2 or 3-for-3. So you're improving some other picks into an area of the draft where you think you're now going to be able to get a better player than you would have elsewhere too. So I get the sentiment, and I know you're just kind of having fun with it and joking, but people do say that a lot. Like, oh, these two teams in the same division, they're not gonna trade back with them. They don't want to help them. Nobody's picking up the phone and saying, oh yeah, how can I help you? Yeah, you want this pick? Sure, have it. I don't care. If you want it, I mean, yeah, let me help you out there, buddy. That's not how it works. You trade back because you think it works out for you as well, for whatever reason. So, not always the biggest fan of that. Chargers go Brennan Thompson. I'm going to catch up on these for a quick second, and then I'll get back to there. Jason outside. Nice to see some interaction in chat. Nice to see people here. I love it. So hopefully you enjoy the show and stop around whenever throughout the day. I'll be here all day. So, Caleb Proctor, once again, a lot of people liked him. Brennan Thompson, very exciting prospect. Wasn't exactly the highest on him. So let's go to Proctor there first. Had a mid-day 3 kind of grade on him. The early day 3, 4th to 5th round. Which results in, who is that? Arizona getting Caleb Proctor. Well, that's exciting for them. They kind of at least get a guy with some high upside, but that's still a boomer bust in my book there. C plus. I will give it the plus here because there is some ceiling potential if he ends up working out. Chargers, yeah, not surprised they go wide receiver. I personally don't like. I like the wide receivers they grabbed last year and everything, but they still feel like they've needed to add into that room. That was pretty clear. So you can see I got Brennan Thompson right down there. First of my early day 3 guys. So he made the top of that list, just barely missing into that next tier. But let's see. Very small, major physical concerns for him, but a plus athlete for sure. Very plus athlete. So the Chargers, and if you want feedback on any specific player, more so, you want me to go into my strengths, weaknesses, my little write-up on them, just ask, and I can get to that like when it's your teams. Otherwise, I'll just go generic off my top of my head to keep up here for the most part today. But Brennan Thompson, I'm going to check out my write-up on him. It's been so long since I've watched him. 5'9", 164 to give you an idea of those size concerns. He's an explosive little man. Think Cavante Turpin. So Cavante Turpin kind of guy here. Fourth, if it works out, he's worth it. We're definitely within the range I thought he should go. 4.26 speed, by the way. Let's give him a... It's a C, but it'll be a plus. My grading scale, by the way, if you guys aren't aware yet, is very, very specific. It's a grade based on the grade where I thought they should go in the draft and where they are going in the draft. So right now, through pick 120, if I had a late day 2 to early day 3, that's a B. I also moved from, now a B is the baseline. It used to be a C once we got to day 3, was the baseline. But I just keep it at B. All right. Jason don't really like Henry. Wanted us to get Pitts or Njoku. Surprise, Njoku still didn't sign nowhere. Sometimes players just are... we wait and see what we can get in the draft before we go ahead and sign those players. There's still... teams are not finished even after the draft, building their rosters. And there will be some trades and stuff going on. Outside, upside, agreed in general. Think the Hawks made useful picks at needed positions with good culture scheme fit. Yeah. Solid B. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. And, I'm low on Jadarin Price is part of the issue there. Oh, Fibechi Nwayu. I like him. Brian, the way the Bengals talked about Takario Davis, I expect Hill or Turner to be gone after this season, like you're suspecting yesterday, or they're just covering in case one of them doesn't like their extension offer this year. Yeah, I'm sure they would like to sign them both, but you're probably right in general that they just won't be able to. So, by the way, Caleb Proctor was my 142nd overall ranked prospect, so about a round too high for me on him. And Brennan Thompson. Brennan with an E. 104th overall ranked prospect. So we were right on schedule there for that pick. So glad I gave that a C+. It's just that there's other guys right now available that I would like more. And then Fibechi, I like him. Definitely lower on the board here, 239th overall prospect out of Oklahoma, guard prospect. Well, we go. Let's get a refresher on what I liked about him. Elite in pass coverage, long arms. Not the best burst profile, bad in the run game. But, the run game you can get coached up in. The pass game, if you don't have that coming into the NFL, that concerns me because that's easier to coach. So I prefer, if we're going to take a prospect, I prefer it in that direction. And I think I really liked, as I recall, the on-field drills I thought were quite good for him. So there you go, kind of middle, lower of that list. In this range for him. We'll give it a plus there. F plus on Fibechi. Little reach, but that happens at offensive line. Also, I have what? 1, 2... Ultimately, I really only have 3 tiers of guard, or maybe 2 tiers of guard ahead. Not even. That's really just 1 tier away behind Billy Schrauth for where we get Fibechi. So, in that sense, maybe not so much of a reach in a way.
Great special teams player, and they had a good week at the Senior Bowl. So they're festive. We don't have the kids today, though. The kids, no day 3. I don't know. It's Saturday. They
San Francisco for the 49ers pick is in. Broncos are on the clock. Broncos have several picks today, both of them coming up. Buffalo's got a bunch of picks today. And Cowboys got a couple there. Do the Steelers? No. I shouldn't say today. I mean this round. Because then Cleveland's got like 4 at the top of the 5th in a row almost.
That's right. 49ers and the Broncos and the Chiefs have all picked. The Bengals are now on the clock as we're moving
Okay, apparently
to the 4th round, so we're going to get 3 picks.
Broncos pick is in, Chiefs pick is in apparently.
Happy about it.
So we're riding from behind right now.
Happy about just being healthy. More than anything else,
Those teams picked quickly. So 49ers, what are we looking at?
other options here. Whether
Have they gotten an edge rusher yet?
their offensive line, maybe a tackle at some point in time. So do they look along that offensive line? I mean, I think line
Tackle, Billy Shroud. Would he be a fit? Or no, not tackle. Brian Parker could be interesting for them.
That's apparently 4 fourth-round picks. 4. And this is where some hay has been made by John.
Neil Wagner, maybe?
The players that they've chosen most
I think Drew Shelton's wide zone kind of guy, if I recall off the top of my head.
for a year guy, no longer irrelevant, if you will, at all. There's 4 fourth-round picks for the Niners, and then the 5th
All right, Grayson Halton, nice pick. Good job. They got one. You're early. You're around early. What's up, brother? How you doing today?
First of all, Männer, I love you. I'm David.
Mr. Michael.
Benson, the Niner Empire Germany, the Niner Empire organization, and the faithful from all around the world. And I have a special message to all the other 31 franchises here in front of me. See you on the road, in your stadiums, at our 49ers invasions. Let's go! With the 107th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Grayson Halton, defensive tackle, Oklahoma. Welcome to the Bay, buddy.
For Keontae Scott, he's quite old. I want to say maybe late breakout. And big time injury history. Major injury concerns. So that's what's going on there. I do not believe there are character concerns on him that I'm aware of. For Grayson Halton, San Francisco just got themselves a really good penetrating defensive tackle.
explosive hands. He wants to penetrate, and that's a defense. That's a defensive line by Chris Kasurik. It is attack, attack, attack. Reed is a
Yeah, it's a good fit.
defense. Get up the field and go. That's what he does.
Wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of girth there as well along that defensive line, but Grayson Halton was, obviously next man up on my board. So I like that pick. 72nd on my big board there, off of there. Then Jonah Coleman going there. I like that for Denver. This was one area where I wanted them to go. Jonah Coleman, my 84th overall ranked prospect there at 108 to Denver. He is a ping pong ball of sorts.
Onyedin, pardon me, the defensive tackle. There you go. Latest pick.
2026 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select Jonah Coleman, running back.
5'8", 220 pounds, just ultra compact. He does not necessarily use that like you would expect him to, but I also thought that it shows some good patience, hitting the hole, team captain kind of guy, and I think that he has some a little bit of slipperiness, but he tries to bounce the ball out a little bit too much. Like, just go up the middle, go up the gut, my brother.
Pounder. He's going to be someone who's going to hit a lot of doubles. I don't think you're going to see a ton of explosives with him, CD, but when you need 2-3 yards, he's going to fight and get you 3, 4, 5. He does it consistently. You see that 220-pound frame very low to the ground. Think about it, when Frank Gore was more dynamic, obviously more explosive, but that's the body type that he has.
Absolutely, and I was thinking,
Yeah.
remember they took Audric Estime a few years ago. That didn't quite work out. Coleman more like
So I really like that when you add that into their backfield, though, in Denver. That's a great guy next to R.J. Harvey. If Sarafo's 146 or later, one of the 4 Browns picks, I think you need to take him. I mean, I'm never opposed to adding good wide receivers, that's for sure. I just don't think Cleveland's going to be doing too much more wide receiver stuff right now. But they got a lot of picks, so, you know.
Thank you so much, everybody.
You could.
For the international fans of the year, because this city has
It
given
certainly wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Thank you. I want to give a quick shout out to Arrowheads Abroad. My bro, Tom Child.
Ooh, nice.
Thank you so much for
This is a guy I like.
and just literally the whole international.
This group of cornerbacks. I like this group in general here.
So let's get on with it.
My 180th overall prospect.
2026 NFL Draft. Kansas City Chiefs select Jaden Kennedy, defensive back, Oregon. Go Chiefs!
Well, we hinted at it when we talked the other night that this was a team that addressed the DB position in 2022 with 5. They took Delane in the first round. Here they're coming back in the 4th round.
Why can't I find him?
Defensive back from Kennedy.
What am I doing wrong? Alright, so let's go over to cornerbacks.
He's a nickel. To me, he's a day one nickel. Plug him in there. He's an excellent blitzer.
I'm wondering if I have him in my safeties or something.
Just how feisty he was in the battle against Omar Cooper Jr.
Yeah, I've got him as a slot guy as well.
Fumble against Mendoza in that as well. So not the biggest guy in the world at 181 pounds, CD, but man, it's a feisty, competitive kid who's going to plug in the slot.
It'd be interesting to see what they do with him and Hicks, because he's that
5'10.5", 178, great to elite in coverage, great ball skills, moves well, very aggressive when he's in the slot, which is what I liked about him there and thought that was the best fit. Has some free safety versatility. Underweight, short, slender, short arms, average against the run. Stood out at the East-West Shrine Bowl, which is where he would have caught my eye the most. So yeah, I like Kennedy. Little early, but hey. Is that Jenny's Dunker on stage? Couldn't have been. Saw a redhead and I just assumed Jenny's Dunker.
Oh, it's not for me. It's for the bride. She said, "Can I get the?"
Yeah, I think cornerback would be a way to go there. Kyle Lewis to Cleveland. Who's your defensive coordinator now? Mike Ruttenberg. I don't know if... I'm not too sure if he'd be a fit or not. He's definitely a guy who just needs to be the right fit for Kyle Lewis. Theoretically, though, you know, wouldn't mind it at that point of the draft. Definitely think Connor Luke, a center in there. Never get too much offense there. They're figuring that whatever their starting five's going to be out, so couldn't hurt at that point. They'll probably be gone by then, I assume. Open the monster. Yeah, Caden Curry, I think, could be a guy. Like, if you like him, you believe in him. Would be a nice rotational piece and bring, some potential value as a future guy. That could make sense. Bengals trade back. Was that from Is that one of Denver's? One of the no, that would have been Denver. Which pick did they have? That's quite the trade back, huh? It was the Jets pick here? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, because they would have been up here. Yep. Yep.
Selections to move up. Amanda Meyer wanted to know if the graphics people could spin up the Hall of Famers who have come from the 4th round in the history of the NFL draft, and we'll be in the threes. Here we go. 6 of them.
You think Mike Washington will still be available then?
TD, Shannon Sharp, Kevin Green, Steve Largent, and Joe Klecko. And there's some others as well.
I think there might be one more coming.
Well, I mean, the Jets just
Like Justin Jolly, if you wanted a tight end.
much like whoever it is.
I'd like that.
The 128th overall pick, 140th overall pick later on in this
I think interior defensive lineman, like a Rayshon, well, actually like a Tim Keenan, would be a solid pick to add in there.
They're going to move up, and interestingly enough, in return,
Dante Corleone, if he were still
the
available.
199th overall pick. So the irony that the Jets now hold the famous Tom Brady draft pick, which the Patriots used to torment everybody.
Jack
on the
Endries,
screen. Here we go.
he's okay. I don't like him a whole lot, but he'd be fine at that point.
2026 NFL Draft. The New York Jets select
Cade Klubnik.
quarterback, Clemson.
How about this one, CD?
But we all thought that the Jets were
Where are those?
we didn't know if they were in the quarterback market at
Ooh.
16 in the first
I
round.
have him in this next tier. There we go. 137th overall prospect on my big board, Cade Klubnik. Let's see what his strengths and weaknesses are as a quarterback.
And he's had some flashes where people were talking about him being part of this big-time quarterback bonanza in 2026.
Not the best size, 6'2", 207 pounds though. Good accuracy, above average turnover worthy play rate, above average pressure to sack conversion rate, nice touch on his passes, solid athlete, poor big time throw rate, poor average time to throw, 2.71. Yeah. Struggles to work out a structure, not great passing on the run, struggles after the first read. They should have a good offensive line in New York, so that helps. Small hands. High floor. Did not stand out at the East-West Shrine Bowl. So, yeah, just getting a guy who could give you a floor as a little bit of a bridge, potentially, type of guy, in case he surprises. I'm fine with that. I'll never argue against a quarterback. It's going to be a C for me. Well, you know what? I mean, they have a need at quarterback. Let's take a shot. C+. Why not take a shot? Then Denver took Cage Casey. There's a name. I like him. Wanted to like him more. I know some people love him. Got him in that same group as Parker Brailsford, Pat Coogan. Those are guys I really like. Demetrius Crownover, a guy who I don't necessarily like, but has a lot of upside. I didn't catch that last word. Durable, strong, drive blocker, good anchor. Initial sidestep is mechanical, opens him up to early losses. Solid prospect, ceiling's limited, solid floor. Some physical and athletic limitations could keep him off the field as a starter, but he has a lot going for him. He has a couple of technical hitches that if he fixes would go a long way to make him a reliable option to get on the field. We'll give it a C+ too.
Tall guy there. I like him better, exactly what you talked about. being more of a swing tackle.
So the Dallas
Which
Cowboys latest pick.
Denver needed that actually too. That was somewhere I wanted them to address. So I like that.
After this, and the Colts.
Trey Moore's an exciting prospect. Interesting one. Now they have 128 and 140. They gave up 6 to move back and pick up another 4th. Well, yeah, that ain't shabby, huh? It was a bit of a... They did move back quite a ways, so that makes sense. But yeah, it's exciting. This is a good area of the draft to get in. Once you get towards that 6th round, man, it's kind of... Hey, there goes Drew Shelton. I was just talking about him. I know I have him down here, but another name. Not too surprised to see him go over some of these other names. And their tackles. You can see the tackles are going because look how few I've got above here. It's just there aren't many of these guys that are worth taking in this class. So it makes sense that they're going. 6'5", 313, fluid mover. Like, so I would have preferred him over Fabechi. No. Never mind. Where'd he go there? Dallas. Nice pickup there. They could use that. 4-year player, 2-year starter at Penn State for him. Just lacks some strength and some anchor. That's kind of his weakness in the game. Gets a little overly aggressive sometimes, gives up the inside. That's kind of common. Oh gosh, get that music out of there. So that will be, unfortunately, an F, but I like Drew Shelton. F+, I get the strategy here because, I mean, just look how few tackles there are. It's a crap ton of centers, a few guards, and a few tackles. So that's why we've been seeing him go high. Cage Casey was my 141st overall ranked prospect. We got Cade out of there. And then Drew Shelton was my 204th overall ranked prospect. But I get what's happening with the tackles. I get it. You got to follow what happens in the draft. They didn't have a 5th. And now they've got a 4th instead of a 6th. This is the area of the draft I think that you want to be in. Up until around... where's that big drop off for me? Probably a... Yeah, right. Around this area, I mean, there's some names that I like. Then that brought us down. Once we get into... Once we get here, 221, really think there's a drop off there, but that really kind of could come sooner than that even, depending on what you think of guys. So we've been seeing this group get eaten up a little bit, and that's right before those running backs. That was like my last hurrah probably of truly draftable guys was right around there. And then it starts to become a big question mark. But there's also a drop-off. Yeah, right around, what is that? 130s, 150 area. Jalen Farmer, a lot of people like him. Excuse me.
Take the Tennessee defensive back.
I
Still some very talented
think Indy needed some depth along their offensive line, so that would make sense. There he is.
draft to go.
What are we at? Pick 113. He is,
Hallo von der Christian Morgenstern Schule in Berlin. I'm Bjorn Warner and I'm standing in front of the playground that the Indianapolis Colts and the NFL donated before last year's Berlin game. With the 113th pick in the 2026 NFL draft, the Indianapolis Colts select
Jalen Farmer.
God Kentucky.
so I had Jalen Farmer just basically as a traits-based developmental prospect.
People in the run game, think about Quentin Nelson. This
Got
is a road grader.
good size, fine athlete,
Farmer. I thought there was a lot of upside with this player. But this
upside.
You're looking for guys who have some traits, and he does. He's got a ton of torque and power with his hands. To me, it's just about keeping those feet up and keep those feet.
My 132nd overall ranked prospect there.
I think that was his jam, CD.
Solid pick.
That's where he's comfortable. That's where his home is. And to me, it's about that torque and
We'll give that upside a plus.
get that
What is that, a C plus?
connected there, and you might really have something here.
Yeah, C plus.
The description, one of the things I kept thinking when I was watching him is how many times did it look awkward for him, where it looked like he was losing.
Just handing out those pluses this year.
And he would get himself back right and win the fight. There's some Christian Haynes coming out of Utah.
Oh, Perkins Jr. is an interesting prospect. Started the draft with no first or fifth, with 2 6th and 7ths. Not a great list of picks. but I mean, you got Dexter Lawrence for that first. You weren't going to get Dexter Lawrence in the first round, so you know it's a trade-off. All right, Dallas Devin Moore, solid.
Don't forget, como 30 no se olvida. Hello people, how are you doing? I am Marco Aguilar from Mexico City. It's a very special moment for me and to have the honor of mentioning our next Hall of Fame player that will join this season with the 114th pick in the 2026.
Definitely an area of need.
The Dallas Cowboys select Devin Moore, DB, Florida. Thank you.
So, a little raw, not very physical, but he just kind of plays ball. Like, he's just out there doing his thing. So I like that about him. Leaves a lot of room for buffer room. Sometimes he just covers grass. Not really purposeful where he's going. He relies on his athletics and his length a little too much. But they did get him involved a lot in plays, is what I wrote as well. So, like, it worked. I think there's a heck of a lot of potential for him, but the fact that he sat with the Gators only to become a starter in his final year is a concern. Wouldn't argue with him going late day 2, but I think he's early day 3. So, I mean, yeah, this just makes sense there.
The new defensive coordinator had an influence here.
And that was an area of need. So, I will give that a C plus as well because they needed to add to that room. And they get a fine player there. I would like to see Keontae Scott. They didn't need him. Nice job, Baltimore. My 27th overall ranked player, Elijah Surratt, is a guy who I think could become a big slot guy, but he's a really good blocker, does all the small things well. I really like how he plays ball. I think he's just going to be a player that's going to be in the league for a long time and be a really solid, like, Juwan Jennings kind of esque player.
Defense have a type when they go to wide receiver. I mean, other than Zay Flowers, you have those bigger body guys that are going to use their body and use their physicality.
So,
Great extra plays. Rashad
let's go get you a grade there. Elijah Surratt to Baltimore. I mean, he's my guy, so it's a B plus because I'm just going to assume that I was just too high on him in terms of my evaluation.
Derrick Henry back there, and now you get Jacoby
But,
Brissett, who can high point it
love
down the
it.
red zone, and now Surratt. They've got some weapons down there to go along with this guy.
That can take the run game off of Lamar Jackson, too.
Yeah, especially at nose tackle. Exactly. That wasn't there on the board.
They're joining him in the wide receiver room, Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt. The only defender they've chosen is Zion Young out of Missouri.
I love your dream scenarios, like 10 guys, which is fine. I mean, there's no clear cut. Got to be this guy at this point in the draft.
For Derrick Henry behind the Buccaneers are now up.
I think my dream scenario, if I would be Dante Corleone, to be perfectly honest. Fabris Cleveland. You guys got nobody down there for the future, and you really only have 2 right now. You need like 4 defensive linemen for a rotation.
Well, I'm looking at what they've accomplished so far. Ruben Baines fell on their lap in the first
Yeah, Brian, me too. He's just got some real big injury concerns.
You remember they lost Mike Evans?
A few yellow flags on his tape, but I love him.
I think the draft kind of opens up to you, and you can just feel out who's the best available player.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Very quickly, going back to Indiana, let's not oversell the fact that they did it without talent. They did it with a lot of talent when they went 16-0.
Major echo on this guy.
Especially from Europe. So big shout out to Germany, Spain, France, England, Wales, and all the other parts of the world.
Oops. Ooh. Tampa, interesting pick. They're really focusing on getting this stuff in the run. You can bring some heat for them.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will select, unfortunately not me, but the awesome Keontae Scott, defensive guard,
Now,
Miami.
I do feel like they've already got a few of these guys on their roster, but at this point of the draft, if you like them, you might as well take them. And best player on my board, so I get it. Definitely not an immediate need for them at nickel. They've got like 2 guys that could do that already. But maybe he'll be an improvement.
He reads it. He does not hesitate. Pick 6 against the Buckeyes, setting the tone in that game. And here he is against Indiana off the edge. I talked about we saw it big time in the A&M playoff game as well. They would set their defense where
I'm just gonna give it an A because they do already kind of have that in house.
because either one of them were going to make the play. And now they got both of them together with the Tampa Bay Bucs.
All right, so the top 10's now shaping out. We got a few new names in there. Connor Lew, Sam Hecht, Emmett Johnson making it into the bottom of my top 10 now. Surprises that they're still around, I think for a lot of people would be Keith Abney, denied Dennis Sutton, probably Connor Lew. I think would be the biggest surprises if you were to poll people.
Football Sunday. We need a new fridge.
Not too shocked these 2 aren't gone yet.
What kinds of ice, actually?
Gonna need a bigger bucket. Like this one?
Do you always have two?
Trey Moore could fall.
There's going out to
Oops. Get him some big lead medical and he'll be fine. Hopefully. Yeah, so that's the thing on Keontae Scott as well. Unfortunately, it's just kind of a contact sport. And injuries will happen. And that's the thing, too, is, you know, you can have 2 big injuries 2 years in a row and then never get injured again. But you hope that those doctors give you a good idea of the long-term impacts of previous injuries and anything that's going on that might make it more likely for future injury for certain players. Dream pick for the Browns at 146. Yeah, I mean, I think I've said it. Dante Corleone would probably be the guy I think would be a really nice fit for them in an area that they still do have some need and give them something different in that front 7. Travis Burke. I know I've heard the name before for the Chargers offensive line. Can't go wrong with that. Where do I have him, though? I know some people like him. Did I pass him up, or do I have him way down there? Yeah. No, that's Travis Brock. Where the heck is he? He is way down there. He was lower than Brock. So I've heard the name. He has good physical traits. Not a good athlete. (6'9", 325). To the Chargers. I mean, it's an F- for me. I don't even, you know. It's not like I did the most homework on Travis Burke, but I'll trust my board. So, it's a reach for me. Yeah, I know Corleone didn't have a lot of tackles. I don't really care. Alright, so Lions pick is in, Jaguars, Packers up, and then we're on a new grading scale. So the Packers just making it into the end of the current grading scale. Let's see what they got to say about Burke.
How about Joe Alt is 6'8" and 5'8", and now
Yeah.
no longer the tallest offensive lineman on his team. Burke at 6'8" and 3/4, just a giant human being there. And you'll get to who he was coached by, CD. When you watch him, he's just enormous. He plays a good effort restraint. Got played a little bit too high, which is understandable. Got to work on that, but he flashes the ability to really latch on.
There isn't a single 6'7" or taller offensive lineman that doesn't play too high. Jimmy Rolder's a name. Cool for him.
So the latest Lions pick is about to come in, and then the Jaguars hopped on the clock. They moved up 5 spots with Carolina.
So Jimmy Rolder was an 195th overall prospect. He's been getting some love during the process. I think this fits an area of need.
Jimmy Rolder, linebacker, Michigan. Is that not a Lions selection? Look at the comparison. And by the way,
Elite tackler, good agility, bad pass rusher, poor in coverage. Could use some power in his game. Projects as a project with some athletic upside and good size. Very inconsistent production, grading on a game in and game out basis.
watch what he does when he takes off pullers, man. That's the thing that jumped out to me. There's people who catch and receive pullers, and then there's those who, and then there's Jimmy Rolder, and then there's Jimmy Rolder. At some point in time, it's a
Yeah, he's a fun tape guy. The highlights are great.
just going to torpedo.
The lowlights exist, though.
You can see here why the Detroit Lions fell in love with him.
There's a lot of Lions.
He's an exciting prospect. We'll give that a D+.
The Michigan State game in East Lansing wearing Michigan State gear because I believe it started against the school. I mean, those bedfellows go out the window.
He's a guy I didn't have the most information on. Wesley Williams.
Talking about recapturing their edge. These types of
I know he's in the undrafted free agent. Yeah. I don't have much on Wesley. Poor athlete, poor size. I don't have enough information to make that a minus on him.
Who would go off the board first? I thought it would be Wesley Williams. You see the production there on the screen, and I love the fact that he has blocked multiple kicks. That shows you a little
Great run defender.
competitiveness and what he can do for you when he's not just on the field on defense.
12.9% win rate. That's poor.
This guy is a real nifty up and under.
Duke Kidden sounds like one.
You watch the All-Star game, the East-West Shrine game. He has a sack and a safety in that one. Thought there's a little juice to him, a little explosiveness to him. Got to be a little more disciplined, keep him contained on the edge. But I like the way how hard he plays, and that again shows up on special teams as well.
Yeah, his running
Yeah.
game that you referenced, Vinny Anthony. We're going to see him come.
All right, my Green Bay Packers are on the clock. I really want Kyle Lewis. Understandable. You judge a nose on how they affect the line and free up their teammates. Yeah, Brian, that's very true. He did not have a lot of production. I mean, that's also true. But I agree. He's just, yeah, he's not the guy who gets all the production himself, but he helps everybody around him to be able to produce.
Move it down and get a fifth and flip a sixth, and that choice to the Jaguars. That's the draft compensation for that
Thinking center.
transaction right there.
I mean, as they keep falling, you know, it's going to make sense. But you have what? Don't you have like 4 picks there between 146 and like 152?
Into this position at 122 overall. We'll get you the details on what
I'll be a little surprised if those two make it there.
third pick of the draft so far.
I want to say the Bills might go center.
Last year, but excited to see this young group.
The Bears got theirs.
Cisse, the corner from South Carolina, ultra explosive. McClellan, defensive tackle from Missouri. I thought they got good value with him in the third round. And looking to see what they do here as they continue to fill out this roster.
Dolphins, maybe.
So the pick is in. So I mentioned
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Popped up on the clock right now, 122nd overall. We're waiting on pick 120.
My Green Bay
Steelers
Packers.
selection. I assume that won't be coming from
I knew. Yeah. I should have tried to guesstimate this one. They love their athletes.
showing up on an inclement day.
See that young man right there? Met him the other day.
Oh yeah, is that right?
So that was actually on. Yeah, that was.
I'm not the biggest fan of Denied Dennis Sutton. There are Denied Dennis Sutton believers out there. But I like enough about him. Upside, kind of swing. Did well at Senior Bowl practices. 15.4% win rate. That's a little above average. Put some weight on this kid, and he certainly profiles as a guy who could become a solid, if not plus, edge 2. So obviously at this point in the draft, if you can get that, that'd be great. He's kind of average, but in the best way possible. He does a lot well, but not to an elite level. The most alluring thing about his draft profile is the potential upside given his athletic testing. Can he develop more burst to win quickly more often? At the end of the day, I feel pretty confident in him as a third-round guy, someone who can come in and provide some rotational depth with developmental upside.
I don't know. I like it.
I think we called it. I think Matthew
Well, all right.
knows it now. You remember last year?
So, my 71st overall ranked prospect going here. I mean, I think the value's just fine there.
All I know is that's the best international pick so far. I'm pretty sure they put that.
Uh,
I think they played that in my
I give it a B+, because if that was made...
Sutton, a power rusher from
That was made a pick later, that would have been an A.
where you see him a real kind of
And, I mean, he was my 70-something ranked prospect there. So, we'll take it at that point in the draft. Once again, not a guy that I love, but if he can unlock those athletics, he could develop into something good. We've got a bunch of those guys on our roster. Could develop.
to the draft as well. You know, it's funny with nobody's
But we're also in the 4th round, so what are you going to do?
they expected. Penn State didn't have the year they expected. When we see some of these kids who persevere and put themselves in this position to be drafted, they didn't go down with the ship as the team didn't have the season that they wanted. They kept elevating their own.
Caden Wetjen, special teams,
When the Packers come back,
punt,
fifth round, 100
kick returner,
overall, we get
small wide receiver, shifty guy, reliable. Might be in that Turpin kind of mold in a way. I don't know if he has as much juice as Kevontae Turpin, but that kind of guy.
You will scout it from now on.
fantastic.
With the 121st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh
Yeah, I didn't have Caden up here.
Caden Weejan, wide receiver, out.
Did I say Wetjen? I know it's not Wetjen if I said that. He said it correctly.
strong argument. This is the best kick returner in the draft. This is what
Where did I have Caden?
receiver. This is going to be their punt returner and kick returner. Had 3 punt return touchdowns, the 1 kickoff return touchdown. On offense, it's going to be a little bit more jet sweeps. Just let him get the ball in his hands and go. But this is very much a selection for special teams there, CD.
Selection for special teams, and when Mike McCarthy goes to his board, right, his play call sheet, the gadget section, as you mentioned, that's what Caden Weejan was doing.
All right, so going to Pittsburgh.
He was the guy that has essentially succeeded.
It's just an F for me. I have no problem. Yeah, he's a special teams kind of dude. So that's what you're drafting him for. That's what you're gonna get. I give it an F plus. Muhammad or Abney or Lou or Hacked or Kyle Lewis or Perkins. My anxiety is high. Yeah, still got a long wait. Still got a long wait. But once you go, you're going because you got a bunch of picks there. It does sound like wet gen. It certainly sounds like some sort of kitchen gadget. So the Raiders just moved up here to pick with somebody. Sounds like they're going to commercial. Yeah. They're going to out us with the Green Bay Packers thing. Go, Pack, go. Interesting draft for my Packers so far. Definitely, I think, all players who were expected to go higher than where they went. Well, that's not fully true. But all players that some people out there loved. Alright, so we leave off with the Raiders, Texans coming up. Bears, Bills, Niners, Bengals. My top 10 now has a couple of running backs down there. See if the Texans might want a running back. Bears might want to add a running back in there. Mike Washington could make sense. Emmett Johnson could. They could both make sense there. Bills? I think they like their running back depth. 49ers, could they go for another running back? I mean, why not? Bengals could. Panthers, I think, could, for sure. Dolphins could, just because I don't know if they'll like the guys that they have. They all could. Saints, I think we're going to start to see, well, just a couple linebackers probably go here at the end of the fourth. Tight end or O-line. Yeah. Tackle's going to be pretty gobbled up. J.C. Davis, Bo Stevens. J.C. Davis? Well, I think they both... Bo Stevens for sure could make sense for Cincinnati. Zone guy. And then tight end, we talked about that yesterday. Trig could be interesting for tight end for them. Get him a true threat as a receiver. But you kind of already have that, so maybe you'd rather the... Justin Jolie, Jack Andrews. Man, the wide tight ends kind of got eaten up in this draft. Joe Royer, I want to say, is like a true Y. People like him. So, what did the Raiders do earlier in this round? It was Jermon McCoy. I wonder... You gotta think we're gonna go for a wide receiver at some point here. Bryce Lance could be interesting for them. I could see that. Also, interior defensive line. Did they end up getting that yesterday? I don't remember anymore. Yeah, I think a tackle they definitely could use. Or future center right guard. Even a sooner than future, almost. But you're not going to find that anymore. Well, center, you could upgrade. But aren't they paying their center a shoot ton? Mike Washington added in that backfield. Okay. 85th overall ranked prospect. Lots of speed for Mike Washington. Should be a nice compliment to Genty. It's a flat A there. I like him enough. Yeah. Cool with that pick. Now, when he sees green grass is when he really goes. So with that offensive line, it may not work so well. But if they get that offensive line going, that'll be a nice combo. Wade Woodaz. There's a name I wanted to like him so much more than I did. I don't remember where I ended up with him. Yeah, okay. Still in the draftable territory. Let's look at him. Love the name. Love the name. Above average in coverage, above average tackler via the PFF grading, bad pass rusher, below average to poor against the run. Has large hands, very long arms, very nice closing speed for him. Wade has solid size and solid athletics. He didn't do a whole lot with it. Not that he was bad by any means. He was a good player for Clemson. Late day 3 to undrafted free agent feels like a jag. Yeah, so I wanted to like him more. But, you know what? Somebody thinks that they can fix him in Houston, and I would not bet against that. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna give it a D+ because I trust the scouting there for linebackers, and it's a good fit. They needed to bring in something else there, and he is like the high upside where if it works out, he could actually earn some time sooner than later, because they're kind of missing that like big time impact there at the linebacker position. Wade Badass. Alright. Chicago went with Malik Muhammad. I'm not a big Malik Muhammad fan, so I'm fine with this for Chicago. There are quite a few people who are, though. Okay, I thought there was something there for center. I couldn't remember, because I know I had looked at it in mock drafts for them before. I couldn't remember exactly how I felt about it. But yeah, that's right. Karras is older, and then the Reisner 1 year. So, because I'm kind of out on a limb here, Muhammad strikes me as an overall pretty average player with nice size who can stand to put on a little bit of weight. He has some major flaws in coverage, and although he's more than willing in the run, he's not a game changer in that aspect. He does show some natural athleticism and works nicely in short areas of the field, but he seems to lack top-end speed and acceleration. So when he gets tricked, he's not able to recover. He definitely has potential to be a contributing member on an NFL roster. I like him early on day 3. Here we are early in day 3, so I think it's a fine area. I wasn't a huge fan of him. You know, I would have gone with the Keith Abney over that. I don't know if that's like maybe that's not a system fit there, though. Kilgore. I mean, it makes enough sense, but I'm going to stick with the minus. Alright, I'll see you in a little bit, Michael. Thanks for hanging on and checking in. Hey, Dante Corleone, now in my top 10. I knew Skylar Bell was Buffalo coded. Skylar Bell is UConn, my 61st ranked prospect overall. I like him quite a bit, but he's, yeah, incredibly productive. Slot receiver, gonna just be a guy who kind of gets open, gets catches, and he's good, just like a good player. So, and he very much fits Buffalo's offense. So that's an A+ for Buffalo here. Great pick. That worked out for them nicely, waiting at wide receiver. I think it's going to work out for several teams waiting at wide receiver, especially with some of the teams that reached for some yesterday. Did Buffalo trade up to this?
So Skylar Bell joins the wide receiver room that the Bills immediately
Center?
the first second they could by
I wonder if Buffalo's going center here. Get ahead of 49ers for offensive line. Could make some sense. I don't know if they traded for one of these or not.
nicely done.
Does Will Ferrell make that pick?
That's the second reference to that skit in the last 5 minutes around here.
I just need to give a shout out to my brother Jason. He may not be here today, but he's here with me in spirit. Just like everyone across the world and in my home country, Canada.
I was going to say, he doesn't sound very foreign in this. Oh, Caleb B. Lerms. Or,
The international
not a fan.
is proof why football is not just America's game.
My 194th ranked prospect linebacker out of TCU. Some people loved him. I didn't quite see it with him. Obviously, you know, down on my board.
Now, Bills fans, ask yourself this. Where else would you rather be than right here, right now?
He has sideline to sideline coverage abilities. Good power in his lower body. Good tackler. Good run defender. Has some stiffness to him though, so like his change of direction isn't good once he declares to one area of the field. He kind of can't recover. Just wasn't a guy who I loved on tape. And like at Senior Bowl and stuff like that, he just never stood out to me in the process as being a guy who warranted too much of my attention, I suppose, who I really stood out amongst his peers.
Use his hands to get off blocks. He can cover tight ends. That's one of his skills he possesses. There's just times where I thought he was a little bit, he misfit some runs and got out of position. So that's going to
See, once he's out of position, he can't get back in.
tester. This guy really can run and not have to. He remember late in the season, Terrell Bernard was trying to play through injuries. Matt Milano's been up there, in years now, even though he's a productive player. So they're looking to make sure they fortify that position because Bernard being hurt really hurt them down the stretch.
The San Francisco 49ers pick is in. They are next, and then Cincinnati's on the clock. We're almost caught up.
Sounds like we're going to commercial, but maybe not. Yeah, because we can't catch up. Why would we want to be caught up? How terrible would that be? Spider Girl, Pittsburgh's Steel City Spider Girl. Trying to think of a creative name for Steel Spider. Steel Spider? Ooh. Young Green Bay Packers fan with the championship Packers belt. Don't think they've been alive for one though. I'm gonna guess that kid was under 13, 14. Alright, so we got the 49ers, Bengals, Panthers, Dolphins all coming up. And Kyle Lewis has entered into the top 10. Josh Joseph's not gone yet at this point. I am a little surprised by that. I wonder, I'm thinking there's some off-field stuff or injury stuff on him. Keith Abney, I would expect to be going at any moment by now. Yeah, I mean, quarterback Gus Garrett Nussmeier, that's fine that I'm wrong on him. Centers, Connor Lew, Sam Hecht, I think a lot of people expected them to be going by now. I'm not too surprised. I did not like them, as I thought they were more flawed than some of the other center prospects that did go. So, not too shocked by that, but center was always going to be an interesting, because there's so many of them in this class, and there is also a decent need around the league for some centers too. So that was always going to be an interesting position in this draft on how that went. And I don't know how much center need there is here for the rest of this round either. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. So, could see them continue to fall a little bit. That's possible. And then, guys, just missing my top 10 right now is Akeem Wheatley. I'm a fan of him. I like him. Not everybody was. Dallin Bentley, I'm a fan of him. I'm high on him. Same with Eric McAllister. Michael Trigg, off-field concern stuff could cause him to go anywhere in the draft. Brian Parker, you know, he's just another guy, just in a field of flooded interior offense, well, centers specifically, out there. Be interested to see if my guys, Cole Wisniewski and Michael Taff, end up going anytime soon. I'm a big fan of them. I think the Bengals, your Bengals are on the clock, by the way. So we were thinking offensive line, tight end. I think you probably shoot at tight end over offensive line right now. If you like Josh Josephs, you know, you might be able to get a value on that. They got one safety. They got one cornerback. Like Jalen Kilgore would be interesting there. They wanted to get a guy that could also do kind of slot stuff. Carver Willis goes. Yeah, I feel like that's a fit. I know I'm not too high on him, but he was a name I was very familiar with and was curious about throughout the process. I believe I didn't love his combine work, but he did stand out at the Senior Bowl, so it was kind of a mixed offseason for me for him. Elite in the run game, poor in the pass game, so I like to see that flip the other way, even though it's easier to coach up the pass game. That also works in reverse for me. Like, if you haven't been coached up as a pass protector yet, even though it's easy to teach, I question if you'll ever get there in that department, whereas run protection is harder to coach. So I'm fine with a guy who's maybe never received that good coaching. Poor athlete for Carver Willis, so I don't know about the fit there in San Francisco. Short arms. Yeah, I think that's going to be a D- for me. It is a tackle. I want to say Emil Wagner. Is he an athlete? Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it wasn't like Emil Wagner there. I thought that would have been a fit for San Fran. J.C. Davis, I don't think is so mobile. Yeah, he's got kind of sloppy footwork kind of guy. I don't think you want him going wide. So I would have thought Emil Wagner would have been the guy there for San Fran. Center. Called it. Called it. My 81st ranked prospect.
Hello from London, Ontario. My name is Mike Stenning, and I'm here at Joe Cool's with the 128th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals select Connor Lew, center, Auburn.
It's going to be an A+. There is a future need there at center. I think there is a potential upgrade there. Let me check my needs board on that one.
It is what it is. This young man, I just wish they would announce it here, because then we could have said they're not booing, they're looing. Connor Lew, good for him. This is someone who's 7 games in and then tore his ACL there in October. So going to work his way back into health. If he has a full healthy process, he's not there at this point in time. He's very smart. He's very tough. He's got a nice.
Yeah, over Ted Karras. I thought there was a potential for upgrade there.
Also able to get on guys and move
So,
run game. So to me, great to see a young man who's persevered through this injury get back healthy and get a chance to get back on the grass.
yeah, the injury stuff is part of why he's down here and available. Very strong. Had 31 bench reps. 6'3.5", 310 pounds. Was a team captain. Has raw strength. Sustains his blocks really well. He's a good athlete. He anchors well. He's got good IQ. His pre-snap diagnosis is fantastic. So he is a guy, once he's ready to go, I could see him being your starting center by the end of this season. Below average, in terms of the grading, below average with the run game as well as the pass game. He can struggle versus quickness. His footwork is a little bit heavy. Not really a people mover, just has more sit-back raw strength there. So those are some concerns there. Recovering from a October of 2025 ACL injury. 3-year center at Auburn. Still quite young, even with limited amount of steps. He displays some of the best pre-snap diagnosis in this class. He can hold the point, but he struggles to truly own the line. Late day 2 to early day 3 grade on him, in part because of the injury. I think that's a good pick there for Cincy. Obviously, A+.
Such a blast. You guys are the best.
Tight end linebacker.
Big shout out.
I'm leaning tight end too.
Second,
He's just not going to...
international fan.
Not that you can't take a linebacker, obviously, if he's up there on your board, but you're not going to improve that room at this point.
She can't be here tonight, but she's here with me in my heart. All right, let's get to it. I trust in Dan. So, with the 129th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers, Division champions, select Will Lee, the third.
I'm not a big fan of Will Lee. He never really impressed me on the field. I didn't think he did very well at the combine in the on-field drills. 3-year starter, 2 years at Texas A&M after transferring from K-State. Good burst, tall, long arms. Disappointing speed and acceleration. I don't necessarily agree. Slender. Was poor in coverage, bad against the run. Just not a big... you're just kind of betting on the traits, I think, with Will Lee, and I don't love him. 156th overall ranked prospect for Will Lee. Now, I do like Carolina going cornerback. So I'm not going to give it a minus because I thought that they needed to add to that room. So, you know. It'll be a D, it'll be a C grade there. Flat C grade for Will Lee. That makes sense to me. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said, I mean, it's absolutely fine. But I do think you can get, currently, I think, on the current board, we'll see what it is their next pick. Tight end would be the route I would go over linebacker, probably. Now, like, Bryce Botcher would be a fun ad in there. There's a couple of linebacker names. I think there's more tight end names, but there are some linebacker names that would be fun ads. Yeah, so there goes Trey Moore. A lot of people like him. I was a little less impressed with him. I have him listed as a linebacker. Hybrid guy, high motor, gets involved in the play one way or another. Good acceleration, good decent size, just didn't like do very well on the field. But he's my 225th ranked prospect overall.
2026 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Chargers select Genesis Smith, defensive back, Arizona.
They selected him in more of the Deuteronomy section of the draft. But I love Genesis Smith and what he can do as that center fielder. He's got the range.
So that is a D. I'll just give it a flat D there for Trey Moore. It's really one of those things where Trey Moore, if he had been taken where I have him on my board, I would have liked it more. I was just always lower on him than consensus. Genesis Smith going an interesting guy.
You saw times with Arizona with their design where he was almost like the second linebacker in the middle, where he would roam behind the linebacking spot and he would roam out.
Very much a over-the-top center fielder type. Does not do anything against the run for Genesis Smith. But if you're looking for the center fielder, he's your guy. Really good like work ethic and all that, from what I understand on him. A B. Tempted to give that a B plus because like I like him around here. You're looking for the center fielding type. Might be the next man up. So it's a good pick. Let's see my write-up on him, since people will have interest on this pick. My cat's taking up my arm. All right. Yeah, high character, team captain, well-spoken, quick speaker, quick thinker, talks a lot about watching tape, preparation, seems very self-confident. I see a safety who's very willing to get near the ball and help on plays, but isn't necessarily a playmaker. He shows plus athletics and enough awareness to be in the NFL, a nice center fielder type to have in the rotation on heavy defensive back sets, and brings some versatility in terms of his willingness and experience to play along the line of scrimmage as a depth piece. Should also bring value as a gunner on special teams. Doesn't stand out as a starter at the next level, but there is potential to develop his coverage skills, which in the right system could thrust him into starter territory. I felt his footwork was clumsy at the combine. So it just never quite impressed me throughout the process enough, but I do think that there is potential for him to be a good player in the NFL and potentially develop into a starter full-time. Eric All is still... I remember Eric All. Still questionable, though they seem happy with him returning this season. Yeah, it's the timeline. He should be able to maybe come back finally. Oh, man. What an unfortunate career he's had. Let's see, did I get rid of Genesis Smith? Now, he was my 113th overall ranked prospect, getting him here at 131. You know, solid. I think I got rid of Trey Moore, yeah. And then Jeremiah Wright's going to be down here in this group of guys who I do like. I do like these. These were like the last group where I'm like, for sure draft worthy. So 205th overall ranked prospect there for New Orleans. Never hurts to add into the trenches. Don't think they have much depth there. Who am I looking for? Jeremiah Wright. There we go. Look at this group going. That is a D. Let's see. Let's see what I got. Trying to remember. I think I liked him at the Combine on his on-field drills. He did stand out at the Senior Bowl as well. 2-year starter at Auburn. Improved year over year. I always like to see that. Heavy, powerful, mauler type of guy. So, yeah, I mean, that fits there in New Orleans to some extent. Bad pass protection. Don't love that. Hand placement, not great. Scheme specific, gap scheme guy. I don't know if they're going to be going for more gap scheme there. I don't know about the fit necessarily. Foot quickness is poor. They just added ETN. Etchen. Yeah, I'll just stick with the D on that one. Some things I like about him. Don't know about the fit. Don't love guys that are coming in as bad pass protectors, but you can fix it up. Obviously, you get yourself a guy.
But the ratings are on the clock, and so we'll hear some boos shortly. Lots of trades in this fourth round. Lots of activity going down today.
This is an area of the draft to trade around.
It's getting ready to fall off for some of these teams. They play.
There we go. There's another tight end. All right, Hibner. I don't think I have a draft-worthy grade on him.
Then the
Maybe.
Falcons are up. Colts, Saints again. Cowboys, Dolphins, Niners. Then the Bengals finish up.
Okay, I do. He's in this big group of guys who I don't have strong opinions on for tight ends, but did expect that they are draft-worthy.
I'll keep this short, like your postseason.
Awesome. Awesome.
With the 133rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Matthew Hibner, tight end, SMU.
All right, a little bit of smoke with that draft.
That was great. If you didn't hear her, she said she's going to keep this short, just like their postseason. Referring to Pittsburgh, of course. 6'4", 245 pounds, above average hands. Good athlete, very good long speed. So a deep threat makes sense in this room to replace what's his face? Extremely strong, 28 bench reps, good explosion profile. Was not utilized very heavily. Small hands. Average contested catch rate. That's a fine ad. Nothing wrong with that. Other guys I would have gone for, but if you're looking for that profile,
This is where I point out they've now taken
I mean,
down Elijah and Matthew.
I would have liked Daquan Wright.
Ravens.
There you go. Well done.
Michael Trigg, I'm fine passing up on. So we're close. We're close there.
The harp set the tone. I think once we got to the harp, we knew we were headed for the sweat.
I mean, the Packers have got to go back to that spot.
There's only one thing that would be better for me, Rich.
That's what.
If we brought in
Did not, or I don't know, did I already erase him? Otherwise, I did not have him in my top 250.
Reference, sir.
By the way, played basketball. Stetson did Ted Cassidy.
So Cincinnati coming up with a pick here at the end of this round.
Of great value on that.
Kyle Lewis, I'm just like, what is going on here? I think he's just a heck of a player that you can plug in and help your defense total. And I think there's great momentum for him. So there's a question mark for me about what is going on and why he's still out there.
The Falcons are mad.
Kyle Lewis is a very specific player. There's only so many teams that are going to want him. I don't know why we're this shocked about Kyle Lewis fall.
DJ,
That's just, this is his guy. Yeah, he's
You know,
really pumped.
I got talked into Kyle Lewis, but I originally had him as like a 4th, 5th round grade, and then I ended up moving him up.
I don't know if that's what Matthew's thought,
I fell for all the hype.
but he's pumped.
But he's very, very specific. I think I still have that in my write-up, some of that.
you know, he's like, that's too cushy. I'm going back to work.
All right, so this is the third.
Awesome pick, Atlanta. Kendall Daniels, I'm a fan. He made it into this group of guys who I'm just like a fan of, that I had to get in before that that group of offensive linemen, that next group of offensive linemen that I liked. So I'm a fan of Kendall Daniels. I thought he looked good this offseason. Linebacker out of Oklahoma. Is this Brazil? Oh, Spain.
The Atlanta Falcons select Kendall Daniels, linebacker, Oklahoma.
Okay, Kendall
So I like Kendall. Do I have him? I don't have him as a safety, do I?
Kendall Daniels is a linebacker safety hybrid. Use him in a lot of different
Might.
Number 2 over that slot receiver. He had a hit in the Michigan game, man. That makes you sit up in your chair.
Might have him as a safety.
Smacks people. 5.5 sacks in 2024. Now this is the guy who, again, there's that hit. That was what I was just referencing. I mean, he was flying around in that ball game. Charles, I'm going to say this a lot for these guys in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. Get on the
Yeah, there we go.
teams, carve out a role for your team when you get in situations.
Atlanta.
That's what he's going to do.
Yeah, the way people are mixing and matching and playing to the strengths of different guys, and you plug them out there on the field, and they get that little sprinkling, that taste, more experience over time, you can work them into a more of a featured role.
I have a long write-up on him. It's usually a good sign. Kendall Daniels works extremely well around the line of scrimmage and can really pack some pop in short area tackles. He's a safety linebacker prospect in my opinion. I love the way he finds the ball, both through stacking and shedding or just working through the traffic. He finds a way to the ball. After a slow start in 2025, he really came on strong against some of the best competition that college football had to offer. I think he is a high upside player with some limitations to his play. If put in the right spot to succeed, however, I could see him being an impact player in the NFL. Think of the Kansas City Chiefs as a good fit for a guy like him if they don't bring back Leo Chenal. So that's kind of the role you're thinking of. I'd be happy to take a chance on him as early as the 5th round, assuming I have a specific plan role in place. Here we are towards the end of the 4th round. Love to see it. Another guy I love going right behind that. There we go. Now we're getting some of the guys that I like here. To Atlanta, I don't know about the scheme fit exactly off the top of my head, but I like him a lot. So we will give that a C+. What are we at? Pick 136? Yeah. All right, and right behind that, Indianapolis taking another linebacker. Good pick. They need more than one linebacker. They're taking a guy that I really like here in Bryce Botcher. That's going to be a B+ grade on that one. We got to write up on Bryce. I got no doubt about that. He's stood out all off season. Showing up at the Senior Bowl. 3-year player at Oregon, breakout season in 2024, and then he received a larger workload in 2025 and didn't quite have the same kind of similar kind of like production and grading with that larger workload. 24-year-old, so a little bit on the older side. Botcher is an undersized middle fielder type of linebacker prospect who excels in coverage and does a nice job to finish plays. So this will be a really nice fit alongside C.J. Allen. Oh, I like that linebacker room. He could have played baseball, but he loves football, and it shows. You often see him taking command of the defense and barking out orders to his teammates. He has a good athletic profile, and he plays hard. So they got two guys who are going to be able to control that. If those two grow up together, oh man, this duo could turn into something in the future. He can come in and help on special teams early in his career, and I think there's a certain level of confidence in his development as an eventual starter in the right system or as an important part of a rotation as a sub-package guy. From everything I've heard, he's the kind of guy that you want on your roster and in your locker room. For that reason, I think he's a relatively high-end day 3 prospect. And here we go, relatively high on day 3. I love that pick. Good job, Indianapolis. My views on their draft just shot up. I can't remember. Did I already like it a lot? So Bryce Botcher, out of my 122nd ranked player there. Very happy to see him go. Nice and high up in the draft overall. 4th round on his name. Can't go wrong. Big fan. All right, Saints pick is in. Cowboys are up. Saints, what do you need? Do they need a cornerback still? This could be a nice... I think they want a perimeter cornerback. More so than maybe they view Keith Abney. Chandler Rivers? I don't think so. Man, do you go into my group of cornerbacks that are down here? Get yourself an Ephesians Prysock, maybe? A Colin Wright? I don't know if anybody likes him as much as I do. Bengals coming up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks. Only one tight end gone between their last pick and this one. Oops. Got ads rolling in the background there. Saints. Well, I wonder, Emmett Johnson? I don't know how much they're going to be going for running back. That could make some sense. A wide receiver? What did they do earlier? I don't even remember their draft anymore. Try and predict the pick here if I get the time. Oh yeah, Jordan Tyson, Kristen Miller, Oscar Daup, Jeremiah Wright. Yeah, I mean cornerback, but I just don't know. They might feel like they can get whoever they like in the 5th round with one of those selections. You got a pick coming up at 150, so not too far away from that. They might feel comfortable waiting on that. Do they need some potential future safety? Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom so hard after this. 4th round finishes up. All right, they're looking pretty happy with their pick. Linebacker? They could use linebacker for the future. They did go Bryce Lance. Yeah, wide receiver. I like that. There we go, baby. And that's the kind of wide receiver I wanted to see him get. Him, Jordan Tyson, Chris Olave. Oh, that's nice. All right, Bryce Lance, my 66 overall ranked player. Christian Watson extra light kind of version. Christian Watson 1.0, and if Christian Watson was like 3.0, is I would have said Christian Watson like 2.5, but given where he's drafted, we'll put him at or Christian Watson's 2.5 times the man of Bryce Lance. Not the man of Bryce Lance. That's rude to Bryce Lance, but a little older prospect, still not as developed as Christian Watson was coming out, but provides some similar deep threatness as Christian Watson. Looks very similar in some ways to him, but does not offer as much in the short and intermediate range and like on end arounds and such as Christian Watson does or did. But very exciting player with nice potential, field stretcher, pretty solid at contested catches even. Just a couple of question marks on the profile for him, but I was clearly a big fan of him. So, and I love that fit. I love that fit in that wide receiver room.
That he kind of got lost in the shuffle in terms of us just going crazy about it. You mentioned he ran 4.34. He vertical 40 inches. He broke jumps on lefty feet. This guy's a freaky athlete.
Yeah.
That we're getting in the 5th round.
So he was the first one to hug his brother Trey when he got a call from the 49ers 5 years ago, making the 3rd overall pick. There he was. Now he's
Yeah, that's an A+ for me for New Orleans. I like their draft more and more every pick. For the most part, Jeremiah Wright was a little bit of a down spot, but
26th draft.
They really focused on that offense in this draft. Not only Jordan Tyson, we've seen Jeremiah Wright, the guard the other day.
they're giving their quarterback some weapons. I like it.
Trying to load up when you get your young quarterback that you really like in Tyler Shuffler, give him some pieces.
And there's a pass catcher not on there if he's back off the roster, and that's Alvin Kamara, the running back who does such a great job out of the backfield.
There's been a run on Bryson.
Are they going to commercial? I gotta go to the bathroom. Do it all tight end. Well, I think it's going to be the top 2 tight ends that I Bentley and Justin Jolie. Jack Andrews is definitely a potential do-it-aller that they might like. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Joe Royer could fit the bill. Move, cat. All right. So yeah, Justin Joly maybe a little less do it all, but has the potential to be. I think Dallin displays some really good positional IQ, and although he doesn't look much like an athlete at times, his movement skills are fairly impressive. You see much smaller players struggling to chase him down from behind. I think he's a really reliable target. He can play as a traditional tight end at the next level despite being on the shorter side. He still needs to develop his blocking ability, but the effort and tools are there to do well as a blocker. Yeah, so Bentley and Joly would have, some development to go in terms of some of their wide tight end stuff, a little bit more receiving based. Jack Endries is probably your kind of like average to above average at everything kind of guy, and Joe Royer's right in there as a traditional wide tight end. Josh Cuevas can give you a little bit of a lot. Not the best run blocker, though. Some limitations overall to his upside, but solid enough. That's a good question. How about them Cowboys? What is their plan? Are they playing for a Super Bowl? Are they playing for the future? They don't know. It's different every other day. LT Overton? Alright, they're really working on that front seven. I like it. That's not too much of a surprise that they are. He's my 98th overall ranked prospect. How will they announce him? Yeah, they're getting a lot of guys who have some versatility along that front seven. Good run stuffer, not a great edge rusher. I like what they're doing. I'm going to give the pick an A+ because when you combine that with what else they've done in this draft, I really think they're building an interesting defensive front seven.
Making decisions, let him go to other places. Each place he produces, I think Overton's better when he's working more inside inside than he is on the edge.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Seems to be overshown on the offense, and their head coach, Brian Schottenheimer, is slated to join us later on in our coverage of Day 3 of the NFL Draft.
To Miami. Okay.
Miami Dolphins.
All right. Kyle Lewis going pick 88 here to the Miami Dolphins.
Many of our fourth-round picks have emanated from our neighbors to the south.
This makes sense. They're going to use him as their nickel, probably.
Hi, I'm Armando, International Fan of the Year 2023 for the Miami Dolphins. I'm Dolphins Nation Mexico Country President. I'm here with members of the Dolphins.
I think that's a really good fit.
Across the Estadio Banorte, where the NFL will be hosting an international game later this season. With the 138th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kyle Lewis, linebacker, Pittsburgh.
Kyle Lewis.
I've been advocating for him for a long time. I've been really got eyes on him in Mobile in the Senior Bowl and seeing tape on him, of course. But just his ability to be everywhere. Are you thinking linebacker? Look at him get downhill. An explosive in the run game and a tackle made there. Even though size says safety.
Doesn't finish the tackle, and a tackle made there.
Get to the right place, eyes back to the quarterback, locate the football, take it away. You want to run someone upfield and think, hey, I got a linebacker. That's Sam Roush, the tight end from Stanford. Going early.
Not exactly a speedster.
And then, of course, when it's time to run someone down, the quarterback's like, well, they're supposed to help out a little
Yeah,
bit better than
that would be a nice fit in there. They like their kind of nickel guys. He's going to work well in Miami.
nature of what he's doing. You can do multiple things with him. There's Joe Barry in the background there, the linebackers coach. To be having the heck of a fight with the secondary coach about what we're going to do with that young
San Francisco gets Ephesians Prysock, sizable cornerback. Some people loved him. Wasn't as impressed with him. Didn't think he had great movement skills. But they need to add to that cornerback room, so I like that for them. Let's give it a C.
Making history for the 49ers, Andrés Guardado and Alfredo Gutierrez. And with the 139th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select
Ephesians Prysock, defensive back, Washington.
Let's go Niners.
This one. It's unbelievable. We're on quite the Bible run here in this round. Ephesians Prysock.
That's true.
Corners from Washington now, both go off the board. Both of them pushing 6'4", just enormous
Yeah.
corners with size
Big.
and length. Dario Davis went a little bit earlier. He plays outside. He's a willing tackler. Not a ton of ball production, but the size, speed is there in 4.45. So some more development to take place. That's why his teammate went ahead of him, CD. But when you have this type of size and a guy who's willing and tough, as you see right here, man, that's something to work with.
Not great in coverage.
defensive coordinator there. He will definitely find
And I think he's got some real limitations to his movement skills.
the 49ers continue to add players to this
But,
roster. And NFC,
like they said, I mean, big guy.
I know Seattle's the defending
Fine with that.
league, guys. Trying to defend something is very difficult. It is up
My 178th overall ranked prospect. A little lower, a little high for me here, but I get it. Not too surprised that he goes higher than I had him either. Cincinnati Bengals with the final pick of the 4th round are on the clock. The pick is in, and they to wide receiver, Colby Young.
no question. I would be sitting next to a man of the cloth.
I don't think I have him very high. Yeah, I don't have much on Colby Young. Was he, yeah, Georgia, that's what I thought. So I might,
I also want to give a shout out to my Bengals fans back home and all around the world. This one's for you. With the 140th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Colby Young, wide receiver, Georgia.
wasn't incredibly impressed with him, and there's not a whole lot of tape on him because he's only played in 23 games over the past 2 seasons combined. Very bad acceleration. He is 6'5", 4.5, 6'5", almost 217 pounds. Big dude. Too tall, too heavy for me as a wide receiver. Did not have good hands. In terms of his efficiency, though, when he was on the field, average. So, you know, he was utilized part of that offense to an extent there. So, it's a projection. Definitely, I don't think they're expecting him to come in day one and have any kind of impact, but maybe a potential future in case you lose T. Higgins or something kind of thing. They took Colby Young. I have an undrafted grade on him. So it's an F for me. Hasn't played a whole lot. Not the best athlete. Really big. Yeah. Not my favorite pick there for Cincy. And the Texans now up on the clock, or picks in.
Muchas gracias, hermanos. Gracias por este recibimiento en esta hermosa ciudad. A toda su gente. I'm sorry.
He's nervous. Future Gesicki replacement? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably how he would operate. Big slot. My 112th overall ranked prospect. I was not the highest on him, but I think he's a solid pick here in the draft, for sure. Great tackler. Played in the slot a lot for USC, leaving some questions about his ultimate versatility as a single high safety. Works best in the intermediate range down to the line of scrimmage. Covers a decent amount of ground, though, so I wouldn't write his ability to play single high off. USC may have just misused him, to some extent at least. All-around solid day 2 safety in my book. His game IQ, along with plus profile overall, there physically, athletically, suggests that he could become a viable starter at the next level who will always be in position to make a play. So, a smart player fits Houston. I like that for them. It's a good pick.
So Pittsburgh, with the 142nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft,
Fernando Mecca.
Fernando Carmona,
Yeah, definitely a guy who stood out at times in the process for me, on-field workouts and such. Listed as a guard at the combine. Got drafted as a guard. Played tackle. 6'4.5", 317 pounds. Above average against the run. Below average pass. So, you know, fine grading there. Good agility. Small hands, short arms. So that's why he's going to be in as a guard. Bad acceleration, minus burst profile. It's a fine prospect. Nothing wrong with this pick. Tennessee needs that. I like that. So we'll give this a D+. I like that they're addressing their offensive line there. There are, man, you know, Billy Schrauth, DJ Campbell I would have liked more, but we're right in that range. So, D+, I guess we're right on the borderline. There might have been a name or two I would have taken higher, but nothing too crazy there. we're back. Got to charge the phone. I'll check back in a bit later. All right, see you in a little bit. Thanks for hanging out, man. Good luck, everyone, on your team's picks. You ready for the Browns barrage? I am ready. Oh, yeah, it's started. It's started. 4 picks in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks. 4 of 7 picks in a row. Cardinals are on the clock. Yeah, you know what? I'll just stick with the D+. Let's just be positive here. All right, so Fernando Carmona, definitely a name heard people mention too out there. And once again, did stand out to me a little bit throughout the process. So, solid pick. Don't spoil the Cleveland pick or you will be yelled at. You will get in trouble. We haven't had too much trouble with that. So Fernando Carmona, by the way, was my 238th ranked prospect overall. Did I get rid of Kamari? Yes. My top 10 board now looks like Joshua Josephs, Keith Abney, Garrett Nussmeier, Sam Hecht, Emmett Johnson, Dante Corleone, Zakee Wheatley, Dallin Bentley, Eric McAllister. These two could be here for a while too. We'll see how this board, how long it takes for these guys to go. I would assume Sam Hecht could go at any time. Same with those top 2 guys. Probably same with Garrett Nussmeier. Same with Johnson and Zakee Wheatley at this point. I don't know much about that defensive system. I want to say not really. Well, if this is still true of their system, that they like to take away the easy throws, the slants, and the hitches, yes. Like tight, sticky covers. That's what I was thinking. Press man. Yeah, I don't think he would be. They went to commercial. That's what's taking so long.
SaintJude.org/RunRichRun to donate whatever you can. We're going to talk about it a lot later on. The feature is amazing.
The only thing about Keith Abney at this point is, yeah, I don't know what's holding him back at this point. But as long as you're fine with whatever that is, like, he's kind of just a good value. So as long as you think you can find a role for him, like maybe you would just want him to be a slot guy who you're going to put on short zones to take away those easy passes and not really ask him to do much like man press stuff. If you think you could do that with him, it could make sense. Yeah, the thing is, Keith Abney's not necessarily thought of as a slot. Like, he's not very physical. I don't know how well he'll help against the run, is the issue about putting him in the slot. So it depends what you want from that spot. Most teams want a guy who can help against the run and be physical there.
We obviously know about Simpson going in the first round and Fernando, but Beck and Howard are the two I think have a chance to go in and compete. From this point forward, I think you're just trying to get somebody young and talented on your roster and get them in your program.
Let's bring in
Reggie Virgil. All right.
with you in a while, Ian. You have the floor here.
My 216th ranked wide receiver prospect out of Texas Tech. I'm not the biggest Reggie Virgil fan. He had a decent process this offseason.
Was dealing with oblique pain and abdominal discomfort. Really, since early on in training camp, affected his performance, significantly affected the way he threw. Then they learned it.
Okay, so it sounds like we're expecting Garrett Nussmeier to go soon.
Something that really had caused the weakness and discomfort. Surgery surgery is possible. Really be just a couple weeks just to repair the stitches and get him all fixed up, just to get him back throwing like normal. But at the combine, a much better throwing performance. Still, I would say a little odd that he has not been selected yet, especially because most.
All right, so his agent had him do a little TV spot. Reggie Virgil, 6'2.5", 188 pounds. Reggie doesn't jump off the pages in any one area, but he's certainly a guy who could develop into a wide receiver 4 in the league. He's proven his ability to play with the big boys, first with his jump from Miami to Ohio to Texas Tech at the Senior Bowl and at the Senior Bowl. A ceiling of Jacoby Myers-like career feels appropriate for Reggie, assuming his athletic testing comes in okay, which it didn't really come in too well. I feel comfortable taking a shot at him in the 6th round. A little high for me on Reggie Virgil, but a fine wide receiver 4 kind of prospect. A little disappointing in the athletic department. Good footwork, though. Looks like they're going to another commercial. You're going to have to wait. All right. Virgil, going to be a D. Let's leave it as a D there. Well, thinking, yeah, Sam Hecht might make sense. Before the commit, I don't know if one of these top 3 picks maybe for Heck. There's some tight ends too available right now. Oops, I put that on the wrong guy. Reggie Virgil. D. There we go. Yeah, my pick right now would be Dante Corleone. Although with the Commanders behind me, I wouldn't take him here. Oops. The pick is in. Sam Hecht went a little bit before you there, Carolina. And then Nick Barnett. All right, so Carolina gets center, Sam Hecht. That's a solid pick. I do believe there is a need there in Carolina for potential future at center there, so that makes some sense. That's going to be an A for me for Sam Hecht. I did have some concerns about him, but I like it there. It's a good pick there. And the Chargers went with Nick Barrett. Yeah, he's a guy I do like. Let's see if we can't pull that up quickly. So, Chargers go Nick Barrett. That's going to be a B, possibly a B plus on that one. Let's see the write-up on Nick Barrett. Defensive line. 6'3", 312 pounds, great versus the run, good acceleration, girthy guy, very good production, had 34 tackles, just 9 pressures, bad pass rusher, bad to very bad agility for his size, but good acceleration. 5-year player at South Carolina, 1-year starter, consistent performance regardless of level of competition. Nick is a rocked up 312, and he fights hard. His natural power is always on display, though he doesn't push the pocket. Instead, he's a stalwart along the line of scrimmage, which I think the Chargers could use that. He does a nice job of locating the rusher when he's coming in his direction, and he disengages well to make the play. However, he doesn't make many plays outside of his own gap, and he did struggle to wrap up and finish the play this season. If you need a guy who can eat up blockers and stuff the run on the inside, this is your man. He does a really nice job at that. That will allow those around him to do their jobs to the best for themselves. Every team needs a guy like him on their roster. For that reason, I have a high mid-day 3 grade on him. Yeah, we'll give that a B plus there. Nice pick for the Chargers. I like Nick Barrett. And the Browns are coming in. Could they just go with Joshua Josephs? I know we've had a linebacker, I think, could be at play here. I like Jack Kelly quite a bit. Harold Perkins is certainly a very interesting prospect. And they do go center with Parker Brailsford. I like him. I do think he's a little lower on my list, though. Was higher at one point. But he's a name. There we go. For Cleveland, fits a bit of a need there, right? Parker? I'll let you know about Parker. Parker Brailsford, 6'2", 239 pounds, 3-year starter at center, coming out kind of young here. Spent 1 year with Washington and then spent the past 2 seasons at Alabama. He's got very good acceleration, very good speed. I think this is a fit for what they're doing there along that offensive line. He has a plus burst profile. He's tough, and he's got great movement skills, as you would expect with those athletics. Did grade out poor against the run, bad actually. Doesn't have the best agility. He can be moved by bigger bodies. Very scheme-specific zone, wide zone guy, which seems to be exactly what they're doing there. Struggles to protect both A-gaps. Parker is an undersized, athletic, scheme-specific prospect who gives his all on every play. May not be able to hold up at the next level would be the concern. He's worth taking a shot on mid-day 3 for a team that runs a lot of zone, preferably wide zone. He'll either become a starter or be out of the league within 3 years. So they liked him, and I can't argue with it, if you liked him. He was my 97th. No, that's Brian Parker. It's like, wait. He was my 150th ranked prospect going here at 146. So, right in the range of where I had him on my big board there. I think he's somebody you can get excited about. Once again, there's a little bit of a boom bust for me. If he just doesn't build up that strength, but get him in the weight room this entire off season and probably throughout the year, might be able to work out. Might be a guy you can put on your practice squad and just get that strength up, and then come in next year and be ready to go. I think there's quite a bit of like about him, and he's a scheme fit there. So that will be a C+ for me. I like the fit. There was a need at center, according to you. Watch, it's a trade back. Well, they did trade back here. Yeah, they figured there's a couple too many picks here. I wonder if they got, the Seahawks traded up, too. Interesting. Seahawks, Keith Abney, I would suspect. Or Joshua Josephs, maybe even. That would be my suspicion there. So, I like Parker Brailsford, man. I don't be too underwhelmed there. I think that's a good pick.
A lot of nerves, a lot of conversation of how we find a way to get this guy on the football team. We think he's an elite, dynamic player. Rich, we've been really looking for...
Commanders are on the clock. Then Seahawks, then the Browns again, then the Raiders, then the Browns again. Nope, then Dolphins, then Browns.
Our ability to move up and get him, I thought, was quite honestly very surgical.
Coach, you went and got a pass rusher with your next pick in Malachi Lawrence, and I think it's cheating.
He's good, man. It's a 3-year starter, coming out young. Just a little undersized, but he's still young too, so he could be really good. He's playing at Alabama, he's got some good coaching. Yeah, I just told you that a little bit ago. That makes sense. I mean, they had a lot of picks here. Oh, there goes Josh Josephs. Attaboy. I love it. I love it. That's a good pick. My 50-something overall ranked player there. That's going to be a B+ for me. Would be an A+ if it had happened a little while ago. But eventually I got to assume that there's something else going on. If a prospect that I have ranked really high falls so far.
Going to be uncoiled by
So
Christian
it'd be a B plus instead of an A plus there, but very good pick for Washington.
We made so many moves, guys, throughout free agency to the draft.
Seahawks didn't take too long to make that pick, of course, after they traded. I was wondering if they got a future pick for that, because as Seattle, they didn't want to give up more capital this year. That's a good trade. They got 3 picks right here. Next year's draft's probably going to be stronger. In this area of the draft, you know, maybe not, but we got 2 more picks in this area anyways. So I assume this is going to be Keith Abney to the Seahawks. Maybe not. Did they already address cornerback? We'll see.
You don't have a pick till the 7th round. It's because you flip your 5th to San Francisco for linebacker D. Winters. Do you feel that the moves that you've made in free agency, as well as so far in this draft, have addressed your needs on defense?
Without a doubt. You know, Rich, I feel great looking at what we've done. You know, with the Jones and Nova play, we're never done. We're always looking for other opportunities. Without a doubt. We've secured.
Just to recap a little bit on the Joshua Josephs pick for Washington, just a very, very solid player who I think has upside as will be, in my estimation, a good second edge rusher in the league. Has the size to be a little bit better in holding up against the run than he was in college. And was able in college to win. Had a very, very good pass rush win rate. But also not ultra explosive.
Obviously, the excitement right now is about the draft picks. Obviously, Ed Winters in on the trade, but George Pickens, going back, the guy that you brought in last year and had such an exceptional year for you out on the perimeter. Reports that he's going to sign his franchise tag. How does that work for you guys moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you guys know how much we love George. We gave him a 3rd-round pick last year. What he did on the field was incredible. As handle of him and CD, the relationship there is awesome. And again, we look forward to George being a huge part of what we're doing this season and hopefully beyond.
Well, not to tell you how to do your job, but let me ask you this, Coach. When the Cowboys are facing the Giants, do you plan to take a moment leading up to the week and remind Caleb Downs the draft order and how
They sure are making you wait for your Cleveland Browns.
The team that could have had him before you did not take him?
Did the Browns just trade this pick too?
Draft information?
Well, let's be honest. I would say this: it's the Giants. It's also the Commanders. Because we have Sling Styles going to Washington.
I believe so.
Arvell Reed's going to the Giants. Caleb actually mentioned that yesterday on the visit. He's like, I'm making mental notes, so we're looking forward to those matches.
Bo Stevens to Seattle. Oh, great fit. Great system fit there. Nice pick for Seattle.
We're drafting in the top 10 as well, but that did not happen.
Coming out of Iowa, so you know, a lot of wide zone on his record. There we go. 4th mid-day 3 pick in my book. At this point, that'll get you an A. No, that'll get you a B. It's a need. That's a B plus, baby. Really good pick from Seattle there on Bo Stevens. Stevens is specifically a zone scheme fit. He's limited both physically and athletically, both of which could become bigger issues for him at the next level. He's a bit of a gamble, but displays a lot to like. Could become a starter eventually, but he'll probably be a really solid backup. 5th round is probably where he goes, but if you are looking for a guy who provides immediate depth, the 4th round could make sense because of his high floor as a prospect, which I think is exactly how that worked out for Bo Stevens there. Early 5th to a team who needed a high floor prospect there on the inside. This is an interesting name here, Justin Jefferson. I'm not a big fan myself, but there are big fans of Justin Jefferson out there. And he's got some tools. Linebacker. He's got some history. 6 foot, 223 pounds. Above average in coverage. I felt his awareness and feels for space was lacking, however. Above average tackler. Above average hand size. Good to great power. Good athletics. Speed numbers at the combine were slightly disappointing for him. Was expected to do better in the athletic testing, but his on the field, it looks good. Weaknesses, bad pass rusher, bad versus the run. He didn't hold up well with his lean frame. Lacks some sand in his pants. Below average girth. 3 years at Alabama, 2 years with snaps. He did not show improvement from 2024 to 2025. He did eat against their worst opponents, which I don't always like, but he also had some better graded games versus some good competition, so that kind of offsets that concern. Jefferson gets the most credit for his coverage abilities, but I don't think he has great awareness or feel while sitting in zone. He has a plus athletic profile to work with, and he was at a great program in Alabama. So there are some reasons to sell yourself on this guy. He needs more development. He hasn't shown quote-unquote it yet. You like what he has shown, but there needs to be more. I had a late day 3-2 undrafted free agency grade on him. So it's early for me. There's some upside to Justin Jefferson for sure, though. So I'll give it a D+ there. That's also in an area where I wanted Cleveland to address. So, like you said, I'll take it. I can agree with that. Commercial tricked me. All right, right behind that was Dalton Johnson, safety. So I don't mind the positional pick there for Vegas. Think they could use some help in that room. I don't think. There we are. Okay. I don't remember much on him. Good long speed, 5'11", 192 pounds. Short, very light, short arms, just undersized overall. His acceleration was not good, but his speed was. He must have stood out to me at the on-field drills at the combine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it here. But has some physical and athletic concerns for Dalton Johnson. It's going to be a D. Just give it a flat D. I just don't really remember him too much. All right, so Vegas getting Dalton Johnson, safety, followed by another safety. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to give it a T- because there are other safeties that I would have gone with. But Zakee Wheatley going to... I like this pick. Let me make sure I don't have Dalton Johnson in here. I didn't think so. All right, Zakee Wheatley, my 90th overall ranked prospect, going here at pick 151. 2, Carolina. Thought they could use some safety help. I really like this pick. This is great for them. It's an A+ for me. I'm a big fan of Zakee Wheatley. Think this is good value on him. Looks like he was at the combine. No. 170 and 182 for that trade back. There goes Justin Joly. I'm a big fan of him. To Denver. Oh, that's a good pick. That's a good pick for Denver. That's an immediate high grade. It's going to be a B+ there for Denver, hitting up an area of need. A player that I like quite a bit. Where are you, Justin? Can't be too far down. There we go. My 115th overall ranked prospect, Justin Joly.
I know Joe Shane is trying his best to make sure he puts his stamp on this draft too, to keep his job going. But I'm gonna stay right there in New York.
6'3.5", 246 pounds, great hands, above average contested catch rate. He's physical at the point of catch. He has very large hands. Versatile alignment plus catch radius. Does a nice job of sitting down against zone, finding the soft spots, which is something that I love. Plus red zone threat. Short arms, lacks the smoothness transitioning from the catch to the run after the catch, often seen stumbling in those situations, which I don't love. Lacks power after the catch and as a blocker. Lacks explosion in his routes and after the catch. 4-year player, spent 2 years at UConn, then 2 years at NC State, 3 years of starting experience. Inconsistent game-by-game basis, still young, 21 years old. Average production. Had a really nice sideline catch at the Senior Bowl practices that stood out. Jolie projects as a solid receiving tight end prospect. He does some nice things that could help him to become a volume target in an offense. Reliable hands, sits down really nicely against zone, does a nice job of getting contested catches, and he's a plus catch radius. However, he's not an explosive athlete or a natural one, once the ball's in his hands at least. He lacks true power, which shows up when catching and in his blocking. His versatility is a plus, and he shows some potential to threaten all areas of the field. Nice day 3 tight end. Young prospect, helps his grading for me. So, I like that pick a lot. I was a big fan of him. Jaeger Burton to the Green Bay Packers makes some sense. All right. I'm fine with that. Knew they'd be going offensive line here. 206th overall ranked prospect. Some people liked him more than I did. Definitely a guy, like if there weren't so many centers in this class, you know, it might have ended up a little bit higher. There he is. D, probably a plus here. Let's see what my write-up was on Jaeger, though. 6'4", 312 pounds, elite speed, above average in pass protection to good even. Versatility with plenty of guard experience, so that fits Green Bay Packers there. And what we need. Durability, lateral movement, good. Anchor's a plus. Not the greatest burst profile. He leans a little too much. Struggles to keep defenders off of his chest. Ducks into contact. 5-year player. Spent 4 years as a starter at Kentucky. Has shown steady improvement. Took a big leap from 2024 to 2025, so you like that. Average and run grading. I think that's a good pick. I'll give it a D+. Here's Fernando Mendoza speaking. Hey, what's up, man? I'm up. Just got up. Heard the Raiders through the airwaves. Off for some Java. Take care. Thanks for stopping in, my brother. Have a good one. Been a little while. Yeah, Dalton Johnson. Didn't love that one. 49ers pick is in. Buccaneers are on the clock. Colts, Lions, Dolphins coming up. We've got some new names in the top 10. Michael Trigg, Brian Parker making it up into here.
Forced him to the first pick of the 4th round. Raiders traded up to make him to pick him in that spot. So, guys, if we're looking at this here in JD, how much do you feel like the Raiders have improved?
You know what?
Team, what they've done in free agency? Yeah, and now here in the draft.
I would tell you, as soon as they went and got Clint Kubiak, I thought they were going to be a much better team, right? A guy that runs a certain system.
Yeah, I think for the system fit, I'll keep the plus on the Packers. I can't say for sure that any of these guys are better like system fit there. All right. Jaden Duggar, awesome. Awesome pick there, San Francisco. I'm a big fan. I think. Where are you, Duggar? Am I a big fan? Yeah, there he is.
Again, it's going to take time. I want the Raider fans to understand. It's going to take time, but where they're at now and where it looks like where they're going, the Raiders will be a team that...
Duggar's 4'1.5", 240 pounds. Got some solid fundamentals. He has a large wingspan, and he uses it really well. He was bad in coverage. He was poor against the run. 4-year player, 2 years as a starter at 2 years at Georgetown, and then he moved to Louisiana Lafayette. Average pass rusher, average tackler. There's certainly enough here to get drafted late on day 3. He's a fundamental player with plus athletes. The level of competition he played at would be the primary reason that he might fall out of the draft and become a priority free agent, but that does not happen at all. Yeah, I mean, I like the player there. So we will give that to San Francisco. That's going to get a D. I just leave it at a D, but We have borderline D plus. I like Jaden Duggar.
A willing tackler again. All of this is the caveat is if he's healthy, because you see that tape and you can't think that this kid
Didn't have him top 250 though.
other than the fact that
All right, we'll keep it as a D.
in the fact that he got injured last year. So if he's healthy,
Might have been a guy who disappointed me on the field drills a little bit too at the combines. Possible, probable that he would have fallen behind like a Lander Barton there.
Again, gotta keep an eye on that knee situation.
Yeah. We'll keep it as a D there.
As they get back on
Capehart,
here shortly.
nice pick.
Okay, a lot more to get to here as we roll through in Pittsburgh. We currently have a pick in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as we work through.
Continuing to work on that run defense there. Real focus on that in Tampa Bay. There's no doubt about that.
They're now on the clock. They're coming fast and furious, and we're going to be right back.
They are coming fast and furious. All right, DeMonte Capehart going to Tampa Bay here. Once again, big run stuffer as far as I recall. That's a B for me here. I like him. Capehart has a good build, plus length and large hands. He's no slouch athletically either, and you see his quickness and lateral movement skills come up on tape. He's a projection due to his lack of experience and production after 6 years in college. His raw strength is enticing when combined with his athleticism and physical traits. The tape is nice, 4th round worthy, but there's development needed yet and some yellow flags on the profile. I have a high to mid day 3 grade on him, but I wouldn't be shocked to see him go before the 5th. And here we are, relatively early on in the 5th, and he goes. So yeah, we'll just give that a B plus. Liked the tape on him. Ooh, Lions. And Keith Abney, nice. Indianapolis right behind that one with George Gums Jr. Not a big fan. Is he edge rusher? Wasn't the biggest fan of George Gums Jr., but I know there were fans out there. For me, that's going to be a D, flat out. But there are some things to like about him. I think my write-up on him is actually a little bit more positive than not. Speed's fine. Disappointing for his size. Burst profile's nice. Agility testing, good. Poor pass rusher. Undersized. Average run defender. Wasn't impressed with him at the on-field drills. So Capehart was my 148th overall ranked prospect. Gums is down there. Yeah, just barely making it in my top 249, but did make it there. 250, I should say. And then Keith Abney, my 67th overall ranked prospect, going to the Detroit Lions. Why did he fall? I do think there are some legitimate reasons, and then there might be more to that. But for the Detroit Lions at this point, you got to love that. So Keith Abney to Detroit, that is an A+. I did have him as a day 3 guy. So he's going right in the range where I thought he might. But I had him higher. 5'10", 187 pounds. Great in coverage, above average versus the run, very large hands, nice read and reactability with a quick downhill trigger, click and close, does a nice job of communicating, natural fluid mover with a nice back pedal, versatile perimeter, nickel back ability. Okay, so I do like him there. Mirror ability as well. He's very short, has very short arms. His recovery speed is pretty poor. Gets too grabby in coverage, had 13 penalties over the last 2 seasons, was a 3-year player, 2-year starter at Arizona State, took a big jump from year 2 to 3 this last season. Abney has a lot to like and a few major flaws. He's sticky in man coverage and works really well in zone coverage as well. He appears to communicate with his teammates pre-snap on a regular basis, which is always encouraging to see. He's more than willing and helpful against the run, playing above his size. His size, however, is a concern, especially if he's to remain on the boundary. He's very short and has very short arms. His athletics are also a mixed bag, and he might be the cause of his biggest issue, flags. He's a natural athlete and works well in short areas, but his downfield speed leaves something to be desired, and once he's beat, he struggles to recover. A transition to the nickel would make a lot of sense, though there is very little tape of him doing that. So I think that's a great fit there, actually, in Detroit, and what I was looking for them in the nickel. Dolphins are on the clock. Where are you guys going? Emmett Johnson could make some sense there if they wanted to go that route. Don't think that's their most pressing need. Probably wouldn't have mind Keith Abney there. Dante Corleone, Michael Trigg. Safety Michael Taft. That's my guy. Right there. My 101st overall ranked player out of Texas. I like him. So we're going to cover him.
Angles and all those things. When he played Ohio State, that was a tape I really studied. Because again, all those guys were coming off the board. We knew they had a lot of players. He dominated that game.
Tied for my 7th overall ranked prospect. Going to Miami. Yeah, this would be a good fit there. I like this. It's a B+. Grade. Would be an A+ shortly.
You know what? We need corner help. We're going to trade up. They went from 9 to 6 and went up and got Mansour Delane.
5'11.5", 192 pounds. Great in coverage. Does a great job of staying in the hip of the receiver. Good tackler, though there are some concerns about his technique. He's a smooth mover. He can cover short areas of space in a flash, although his acceleration was not good on his 40 time. Triggers downhill nicely. Great game IQ, highly instinctual, film junkie, keeps his eyes on the backfield nicely. Schematic versatility. Below average run defender, but willing. Very undersized, very underweight. He gets washed out when operating at or near the line of scrimmage. Extremely short arms. Better side-to-side movement skills than vertical. Acceleration is very poor, and long speed is disappointing for his size. I like the way that he plays. He's not ultra-physical and definitely fits the role of a safety who should operate in the intermediate to high area of the field. That's not to say he isn't willing to come down and help against the run or make a play at or behind a line of scrimmage. Often enough, he's ahead of the play and moving before having to react, which displays his IQ and awareness of the game. In man coverage, he plays like a cornerback and is right in the hip of his opponents. Though he may not be the fastest, he displays some nice short area quickness. I think he comes with a floor and a decent ceiling. I'd consider taking him on day 2 of the draft, especially with his special teams contributions that he can offer as a gunner and a punt block specialist. Yeah, I liked him. I liked him more upon my initial watch than my second watch, but I still liked him quite a bit, obviously. Max Bredesen going, cool. Did not have him in my top 250. He's a specialized player. I do know he was... Yeah, okay. So what did they draft him as? Fullback, exactly. Running back, tight end kind of guy. From Minnesota. That is obviously going to be an F for me, but probably an F+. I think he's a cool player.
What's up, Coach? How you doing, buddy? I'm good. How are you? Good, man. Well, congratulations, man. Excited to get to work with you. It's going to be a lot of fun, buddy. It's still making history, Coach. Yeah, no, and hey, enjoy this night, man.
6'2", 252 pounds. Big dude. Well, big for a running back. Small for a tight end. So, yeah, he is that fullback type. There goes my Billy Schrauth. Love that for Tampa Bay. That's going to get a good grade.
There's been some conversation regarding this pick and some of the subsequent reactions to this pick.
One of the final picks of this grading scale.
I love this situation for Ty Simpson, for one, and the Rams obviously, for the future here, knowing Matthew Stafford.
It's a B+. I'm a fan of Billy.
Did you view this as a reach at all?
did not necessarily impress me at the combine. Was a little disappointed with some of his movement skills, but good in the run, great in the pass game. Large hands, team captain, tough, good grip strength, solid punch, delivers some pop, can drop an anchor, solid fundamental technique. He's a little slender, he's got slow hands, struggles to recover quickly. 3-year player at Notre Dame, missed second half of the 2025 season, 1 year full starting experience, left guard, right guard experience, has shown improvement in his time on the field throughout the season prior to his injury. Billy Stock takes a big hit due to knee and ankle injuries suffered each of his seasons as a starter. So, if he can stay healthy, I think they get a really good value here on Billy Schrauth. But that is a question.
Consistent quarterback play for 30 years. 30 years. Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love. They didn't worry about everybody else's opinion. They went out and got their guys, and when their guy was ready to play, guess what? They played. Jordan Love, how much money is he making right now?
A lot.
Exactly. So, to me, in this situation, you're saying, look, we have to look for what's best for the organization. We're going to get a guy for the future. We understand Matthew Stafford is still the guy.
Chiefs are up. I wondered, Cole Wisniewski would be an interesting pick for them. Dallin Bentley, I think, could be a fit for them. But did they do tight end already? I don't think so.
They were never going to be in a position at the top of the draft to draft one of the top quarterbacks. And so when you come across a guy that you think is your guy, yeah, get him. But no, man. No, I don't want rap. Because Sean McVay didn't win the Super Bowl until he got a guy that had traits.
And he still has
Matthew Stafford has real traits, bro.
He still has that guy. Matthew Stafford's not leaving. We're acting as if Matthew Stafford's gone. He's still here forever long as he wants to play. This is just for when he decides to say, you know what? I'm gonna go and be with my family, do what I gotta do.
Ty Simpson said, "Let's make history." Man, you know what Sean McVay said? Yeah,
no. 5 years.
Yeah, no.
In 3 years.
Yes. But there's one way to look at this if you're a Rams fan. There's another way to look at it. They also got Trent McDuffie in the first round by trading a first round.
I'm done. Because you got the point you was trying to make.
I'm trying to go, man. We're here for right now.
First round pick ain't doing nothing right now.
Yeah, Jefferson's an interesting guy, for sure. A little bit more of a highlight reel guy, I think, than overall. Alright, Chiefs pick has been in. Ravens are on the clock. Vikings are up. Cole Wisniewski has made it into my top 10 at some point here recently. Eric McAllister could make sense for the Chiefs. I feel like they could like him, of all teams. Michael Triggs certainly would be interesting if they wanted to go that route. Cole Wisniewski, I think, would be fun. Certainly, Jalen Kilgore could be interesting for them. Caden Curry could be interesting. They want to add another plop of spice. Oh, they do go. Oh no, I'm looking at Tampa Bay. It's like, oh, they did go interior offensive line. So they grabbed Billy Schrauth as a guard, not as a center. That's fine. In fact, they needed guard. So I like that. I do believe this is the longest round of the draft. So it looks like we're at a mid-fifth round break here. And then they're just going to fly 3 picks on us in no time. I was wondering if they were thinking running back at all. I didn't say it out loud, though. I think that's a nice fit for KC. Really solid second running back for them. Bit of a bell cow back, potentially. He was in college, at least. Don't know if he will be at the next level. But he has shown the ability to withhold a lot of usage. He was incredibly productive. He had 1,820 yards combined and 15 touches and 15 touchdowns this last year. Do wish he'd lower his pads a little more often when running through the hole. He lacks some polish in his game and could use a little time to further develop, but I believe he certainly shows enough potential to become a plus starter in the NFL. He's a surefire day 2 prospect in my book. Post-combine, he's smaller than I expected. That does bring into question if he can truly be a bell cow at the next level. He also tested really poorly athletically, which was a surprise to myself and many others, though not everyone. Although, then he retested some of his athletics at his pro day, and they were much better. So, that helped. So, Emmett Johnson to Kansas City. I like it. 83rd overall ranked prospect. I think there was room in that running back room to add a piece there.
Yeah, for me, my guy just went. Emmett Johnson, man, listen, people, you know, we've talked a ton about this. I do running back rankings.
My 3rd overall ranked running back. Look at that. Only the 5th running back off the board so far. That's crazy.
We got your guy, right? Like, to me, it means a lot because, again, when you scout these guys...
It's an A-plus pick for me. All right, we're on to a new grading scale. That would have been... No, that still would have been an A. All right. Baltimore cornerback Chandler Rivers. I think that's a solid pick there for Baltimore. I got no qualms with that. Provide some slot versatility maybe there. Let's see if he earns a plus from me. Chandler is a ball player and should find success at the next level despite some size concerns. Chandler, however, makes up for some of his deficiencies in other areas of the game. He is a smart player, has good instincts, good technique, and plays with good energy. He'll be a contributor in special teams as well. I think he's a guy who has to move down into the slot, but unfortunately he struggles against the run. So he needs to be put into the right position to become a successful starter in the NFL, and those situations are going to be few and farther between than for other guys. Ultimately, I think Chandler will most likely become a really good contributing depth piece in the defensive back room. So I think he's more of a high-end day 3 guy than day 2, but there's plenty I like here. Yeah, that we'll get that an A+ because I also wanted them to address this position. I like him, just wonder where he fits in the NFL exactly. But I think that's a good pick there. He's right here on my list. 110th overall prospect overall there in Chandler Rivers. Ooh, followed by another interesting guy in Charles Demings, who I wanted to like more. Ends up being my 177th overall ranked prospect. Goes here at 163, so right in the range of where I've got him ranked for sure. He's an interesting prospect. Where are you, Charles? There we go. For a very brief moment while watching him, I forgot I was watching a cornerback and was thinking I was watching a wide receiver. I think that says it all. He's very instinctual. He's got long arms, extremely large hands. He was above to average to good in coverage. Had a great burst profile. Not good against the run. Technique is a little sloppy and inconsistent. I mean that those first couple of rounds are going to carry a lot of weight. New Orleans Saints, if I remember, continued to have a strong day, which I like their draft a lot. The Giants aren't going to be gaining any ground because they just haven't had picks. And then Houston. I would imagine they're still going to be right up there, if not still the best. And, it's not like 6th, 7th rounders are going to start to change that, no matter how many a team gets. So, like, if they get Dante Corleone here with this upcoming pick, I think that'll solidify, like, there's not a chance that anybody will jump them. Or if they were to get, like, even a guy who's exciting and interesting, like a Michael Trigg. If they were to take my boy Cole Wisniewski, obviously, I would love that. Did I give Charles Demings? I did not. So Demings would get B plus probably for me. He's in this group of guys that I like, don't love, but do like quite a bit. Whoops. Wrong tab. I'm trying to type in. Who took him? Minnesota. Oh, that's a very interesting fit, too. Yeah, that's definitely a B plus there. They're the kind of guys who can take those unique players and get the most out of them. All right. Tanner Koziel going. Another tight end to Jacksonville. Another guy I don't love, but some people do, and I get it. He's an interesting prospect. He shouldn't be this far down. Where are you? There we go. At the top of my list of this next tier of guys, right? Let's see what they got to say. They're talking about Koziel. Koziel? .298 overall ranked prospect on my big board. I mean, I like him better than their other tight end. Well, no, I don't. I like the value of him better than Nate Boerkircher. Yeah, we understand what kind of needing.
Rich, we have a trade, as Mike Garafolo and I told you just minutes ago. Tyree Wilson, former first rounder of the Las Vegas Raiders, was traded to the New Orleans Saints. They now get a high ceiling edge rusher. See if he can really hit his stride. This is an interesting one, though, because remember, the Giants took Arbel Reese earlier.
Okay.
A lot of people thought, okay, that means they're going to trade Kayvon Thibodeau, who the Saints have wanted for the last several weeks and several months. Instead, the Giants said, you know what? We're going to keep Thibodeau. We're going to start Reese off the ball. And at that point, the New Orleans Saints said, you know what? We will move on to Tyree Wilson. This trade coming together earlier today.
Hey, yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Trigg and Corleone, let's go, baby. Although I like Dylan Bentley a little bit more than Trigg, but Trigg, high upside there.
There were teams that had him over Will Anderson. So, look, yes, the Texans made the right call there, and hopefully it changes scenery.
And he would be a very interesting juxtaposition with last year's rookie. Tennessee grabbing Nick Singleton. I think that's a solid addition to that running back room. I like that for them. My 135th overall ranked prospect. That's a good pick. See, that's how you do it. That's how you draft a running back, Tennessee. All right. It's gonna be an A. Fit's a need. We'll give it an A plus. Maybe a borderline. I give it an A plus. There is a chance that will really hit nicely. I think there's a good value there. They already got Dez. Nothing wrong with just backing it up with another guy. That's never a terrible strategy.
He was my 50th player. He was the 50th pick to a team that had a coach that was his comp. I'd never seen anything like that before. That's pretty strong right there.
All the worlds collide.
So Nick Singleton's just like a good running back who's had a weird career in college, but like there's the potential that he'll just be a good running back in the league, very much so. So solid pick here in this draft of not so great running backs. Jonah Coleman's had some injury concerns that are probably pushing him down the board a little bit. So that makes enough sense. We'll see if my boy Dean Connors goes today. I hope so.
We've seen since 2003, and then you end up getting Omar Cooper, and we thought they might take it 16, ended up coming back in and getting him to give you some run after catch along with Sneak. Both those guys excellent with the ball in their hands. We just saw Pons, and then doing the big guy in Jackson, the DT out of Florida.
Bears. I was just going to try to guess. I wasn't going to get to Keyshawn Elliott. All right, linebacker Keyshawn Elliott to the Bears. An interesting prospect there. Wasn't as high on him as some people might have been, I don't think.
The drafting's always been bad. It hasn't been. The drafting's actually been quite good at times. Some big-time players.
Probably be a B for me here. Going in the area of the draft, had him.
That's what they have to solve, is being able to get these draft picks now, develop them in their own camp, and have it pay off.
6'1.5", 232 pounds, great pass rusher, above average to average versus the run, good play strength, shows up in his bench, vert, broad, we're all average or better. Sound fundamentals in all aspects of the game, green dot guy, great hustle, bad in coverage, bad tackler, short arms, a touch slow to react, relying on his athletics to make the play, which are not top-notch, though were good enough in college, so there's my concern for him at the next level. Did show up at the Senior Bowl on the first day of practice. Elliott strikes me as an overall above-average player. There's a lot to like and not a lot to dislike. He's fundamentally sound in everything he does, causing his game to be a bit stiff, but also predictable in the sense that he's a good soldier and will be where coaches are at. Okay, so that's a great fit. That's exactly what Ben Johnson wants. So we'll give that a B+. Will be exactly where coaches are asking him to be. He has a good floor, but his ceiling is a question mark. I consider him to be a day 3 prospect, and where on day 3 is up to the evaluator, so I get why he's going here. 4th round seems early to me, and 6th round feels like a bargain. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, that seems like a fit. I get that.
I understand as well. Robert Saleh comes in and he's like, we get the second overall pick. Yeah, let's get this kid in.
He was my 168th overall ranked prospect, and he went 166.
Clean start as opposed to saying, let's
So, right in there.
that we already had with a high draft choice. But it's I understand Stan what he's gone on to do. And interestingly enough, when he
Bills pick is in, Lions are up, Steelers, Browns coming up soon.
finished a bittersweet, I understand why things have happened and how it's happened. It's just they haven't happened.
Bills, Sam Hecht, did they get a center yet?
Give me some encouragement, because I don't want to get the top.
I know a lot of people want him to go interior defensive line. Did they do that yet? Dante Corleone? Could I interest anyone in a Dante Corleone? Eric McAllister would be interesting for them. I don't know that they'll have interest.
They've got some of these guys highly rated at other positions because everybody else is chasing offensive linemen. They're in pretty good shape.
Cole Wisniewski?
Young, cheap offensive
Bills?
line. Now they've added
Did you get a safety yet? Could we interest you in that?
when their quarterback does
Hecht was off the board. Did I forget to take him out? Thank you.
it's going to be a wait. The table will be set a lot better for the next week.
And the first round selections that they have this year and next year, there's a lot of hope.
Yeah, that was right in front of your Browns. So Kevin Coleman Jr. and Deion Banks now up here in my top 10 available.
Terrific players that they had that everybody thought they'd build around, and that was the next group.
Did I say Deion Banks? Deion Burks?
So Darren Muji, what he was able to do with that second overall pick, getting somebody who leads the league.
Who knows? Maybe like the kid from Bama more.
Graduate Stanford in 3 years, face of a franchise type guy, highest drafted defender in the history of the Jets, followed up with a physical combine freak and a terrific tight end in Sadiq, and then go back in and get Omar
Parker.
and Pons as well, with 3 other first-round picks in next year's quarterback-heavy draft. This is the next ask of a rebuild, and try to turn those picks into people that you need the quarterback to be at the centerpiece.
And this is how they did it, though, Charles, real quick.
Bills still on the clock. Or, I mean, still waiting for their announcement.
Defensive players in Quentin Williams and Sauce Gardner, and they reallocated those resources to the offense. So they took their own pick, they took Bailey, but then the next 2 picks that they got from those trades, they go out and get offensive pieces. So they're just trying to set it up where, hey, the defense, we might have to wait a little bit for that to get exactly where we want it to be, but we're going to set this thing up. We've got to get the quarterback right. We've got to give ourselves the best chance to do that. So build up the roster. We've got those 3 picks next year. That's when the quarterback's going to arrive, and I think you'll have a better chance because of the way they're situated right now, how they've rearranged the chairs a little bit. Everything you guys have said, I totally get it.
Hey, that's a good pick. I like Kilgore. I like that fit. 109th overall ranked prospect. I'm a big board. Cornerback safety kind of prospect, hybrid, nickel. Fits exactly into their system.
Great picks here, doesn't pay off. Great picks here, doesn't pay off. This has to be the regime that has that great opportunity. Maybe they can be the ones.
I think that's a great pick.
Do it. Find their quarterback next year and go on from there. That's all I'm saying. I think you guys are right, but I don't think it's that quarterback.
Good versus the run. Hefty, has very long arms, uses his size well. He's a physical player, plus power in his lower half, plus speed. Great for his size. Good acceleration for his size, too. His movement skills, especially for his size, stood out at the combine. Tracks the ball well and interrupts at the catch point. 7 interceptions, 14 passes broken up over the past 2 seasons. He has versatility from in the box, nickel to the safety, anywhere in that area of the field, even back to free safety. Good instincts and shows football IQ with pre-snap communication. Poor to below average in coverage. His tackling technique is inconsistent. Technique and coverage is still raw. 3-year starter at South Carolina. Looked good during part of the Senior Bowl practices. I think he projects as a versatile safety at the next level, a guy who can work from the nickel in the box. Still raw in coverage, but he still makes some big plays, as you see. You know, there's interceptions, passes broken up. He may also give up some big plays in that kind of role as a safety. There is some development yet to go, but he shows a lot of potential, and he's already NFL size coming in. Wouldn't have argued with him on day 2. He certainly helped his draft stock this offseason, and very well may have pushed himself into mid-day 2 territory. No, he did not, but I like Kilgore quite a bit as a player. Kendrick Law going to Detroit. Well, let's get these grades going. All right. Or we just did Kilgore. All right. Where do I have you, Mr. Law? There we go. It's a C for Law. Well, the Browns are on the clock.
The Giants apparently are going to hold on to Kayvon Thibodeau. I mean, it's a terrific young first-round player that they have.
So Kendrick Law, 5'11", 203 pounds, great hands, 9.5 yak per reception, was tied for 6th in all of in the FBS. Wasn't really used too heavily. Bad acceleration. Played at Kentucky. Utilized heavily on screens. I think that's a nice fit there in Detroit, actually, for what they don't really have in that wide receiver room. So I like that addition into that receiver room type of player. Let's see, though.
Defensive lines in the NFL. And one of them identified the Giants and said, look at their defense line. I put it up against anybody. He said, yeah, their first four, but their next four doesn't compare to what you see with the Eagles and the Seahawks and the Rams. A lot of these teams have.
You know what? There's at least a guy in like Kevin Coleman Jr. that I would have gone with ahead of him. Maybe Deion Burks.
And you got to face a fresh New York Giant every single down.
Yeah. Probably would have gone with one of those two over Law, so we'll give that a C, because I do like the fit there. Zane Durant or Caden Curry. Exciting players. Lots of athleticness. Browns are on the clock. Riley Nowakowski. That's a name. I'm familiar with the name. I don't remember exactly where I have him. Yeah, right at the back end of this list. Browns pick is in. I don't have much on Riley. He's really undersized. Not the greatest athlete, as you can see here. Major size concerns for Riley. Major athletic concerns. Not a big fan of that pick. So that's going to be a C-. Do like them getting a tight end.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, I hope it's me. I hope it's me. I hope it's me. The legendary Pittsburgh Steelers select Riley Nowakowski, a tight end from Indiana.
They're excited about it.
This is a real football player too, man.
Right at the tip of being draft worthy for me. Browns pick is in. Come on, Dante Corleone. Come on. Or tight end. So another guy who's just really tough. Tight end, Joe Royer. A lot of people like him. He's lower on my list. Did he make it on here? Might have not made it. Oh, there we go. 189th overall prospect for me. Going, right in that range there. 170. There's Joe. I'll get you the write-up on him that I've got. Did you miss anything interesting, Brian? Maybe. Nick Singleton went to Tennessee Titans. A couple of interesting cornerbacks. Charles Demings, Chandler Rivers going to Baltimore and Minnesota. I thought those were good picks. Emmett Johnson, running back, going to Kansas City. I thought that was a nice solid pick there. And something that I liked. Michael Taft, if you're familiar, I really like him going to Miami. I think that was a nice fit. Keith Abney finally got taken to Detroit. That's a nice fit. I like that. DeMonte Capehart. So Tampa Bay continues to just stack up on guys who are good against the run in that front seven. Justin Jolie, I really like him going to Denver. They needed a tight end, so that's a nice pick. Zakee Wheatley finally went to Carolina. Joshua Joseph finally went, edge rusher to Washington, so I love that for them. Sam Heck finally went to Carolina, so a nice little value find for them there. Kamari Ramsey, I don't remember when you left. I think you were there by that point. All right. So Joe Royer, Elite hands, elite contested catch rate, 6'5", 247 pounds. He's a good athlete. He did not test at the combine, however, to check those boxes. He had a very impressive 8.9 yards after catch per reception, extremely large hands. He's solid in pass protection. Below average efficiency number, yards per route run, extremely short arms, lacks functional play strength, struggles blocking in the rushing attack, struggles to separate versus man coverage. So you've already got a guy who's a really good blocker in the rushing attack. 5-year player, spent 3 years at Ohio State, so maybe you're familiar with Joe, remember him. Spent the last 2 seasons at Cincinnati, received more work in 2024 than he did in 2025, and he took a step down in production and grading. Joe has a low-cut frame, almost looking more like a running back than a tight end, so I think that fits kind of that tight end room there, if not for his actual size. A lot of production I saw was schemed up and or lack of coverage. So the schemed up aspect, once again, I'm going to make sense there. I certainly think there's potential for him. His inability to get on the field at Ohio State, followed by taking a step back his second year at Cincinnati, concerns me. I have mixed feeling on his tape. So, yeah, just was a guy I was never too sure about. I understood why people liked him more than I do, but I do have some concerns about him. So that's just going to be a solid B. Yeah. Solid pick. Would have liked them to see them get like a more vertical receiver to add into that room, but not the route they wanted to go. That's all right. So basically a complimentary guy. Yeah, it seems very much like a Fannin backup in a lot of ways. I would say less a complimentary than like just a backup Fannin. Once again, in a lot of ways, not in every way. So some solid mid-drafting going on. Yeah, I think this round's been pretty solid in terms of value, and some good picks. A couple that I don't disagree with, but like probably better than the second round, mid-second round to late second round, where there was some wild picks there. Yeah, more success when schemed, which they've had a lot of success with that though in Cleveland in this system. So. Well, I shouldn't say in the system. It's a new offense. But it's an offense that's going to use their tight ends.
What's up, man? Congratulations, brother. Congratulations as a head coach. Look, we're excited to get you. You're gonna fit right in with this offense and everything that Dave's is trying to get done. Cam's excited to get you. We're all excited, man, and enjoy this moment with your family. I am going to pass you on to our coordinator.
I don't think I know this name. This might be the first one. I don't know if I have him on my list at all. Karen Prunty. I don't have him. I don't know anything about Karen Prunty. Of course, it would be New England to take the first guy that I don't have any information on. I think I made it to the 6th round last year before we had one of those. Outside of any kind of like kicker. Wake Forest defensive back. Let's see if they have anything to say on the broadcast. Hey, Lorenzo Styles. Nice. I like him. I kind of like wanted to put him higher in my rankings at times. But I'm still high on him compared to everybody else. So let's go, baby. So New Orleans, once again, taking a guy I like. All right. I wonder how they'll announce him. Cornerback or safety?
With the 177th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Lorenzo Styles Jr., defensive back, Ohio State.
Extreme athlete. 6'4.5", 194 pounds, tall, elite speed, great explosive potential, underweight, extremely undersized for a safety. Former wide receiver. Lit up the combine.
Styles, former wide receiver at Notre Dame, converted the defensive side of the ball. He can play over the slot. He can play in the back half. The speed is ridiculous. I mean, 4.27 in the 40. There's not a ton of
250th overall ranked player, but I'm a fan of it. And in New Orleans too, like they've had these kinds of guys find some success there. Maybe you can do a little honey badgering. Maybe. I don't know that he's really... that's probably not a good comp.
When Stacey Dales was talking to Laverna, the mom, at the combine, and I had her ask Laverna.
Ravens on the clock with 2 picks in a row here, followed by the Raiders, Chiefs, Dolphins, Eagles, Niners. Garrett Nussmeier still out there and available. Dolphins? Might they?
Commander jersey just yet because they don't play each other unless it's the playoffs, which for them I hope is the case. But Sonny is the real deal, and obviously Dan Quinn.
I can see the Ravens taking a Dante Corleone.
Defensive gem like him.
Yeah, I mean that's what you're going to work on all the time in terms of DQ, imparting that knowledge. Remember how he took over the defense twice in the last.
Maybe a Deion Burks or Kevin Coleman too for the Raiders here. Ravens.
What he wants to impart on Sonny Styles is getting him in the middle, getting the green dot on it, and taking over that ball club. Continue to develop him as a linebacker, but utilizing those smarts as the rally guy in the middle, because Bobby Wagner provided that for them in such a huge way. Everyone knew exactly what was going on, held to a high standard on making sure they're ready to go, DJ. And Sonny Styles can do all of that, and in a much younger package.
Yeah, they've got as exciting a young quarterback as there is in the NFL. And Jay Daniels
Pick is in.
Now they've got an exciting young quarterback of that defense. You mentioned the green dot. They say Ohio State, that won't be a problem for him. He can handle that. He can process that information. He's a great communicator. He's a great leader. He's the guy you want in the middle of that field. I've always felt like the leadership, the closer you get to the middle, is more important. You can live without that a little bit on the outside, those positions. When you get in the middle of the field, you want that, and he's got it.
So the baseball analogy does hold, right?
Spine
Strong right down the middle.
How'd I do that segment?
You did fantastic. No gagging, no reflex. Nice.
No, I'm a professional. It's for the break segments.
We'll be here for you in the break.
No recording during the commercial break, all right? Is this a pierogi race? Is that what we got? Yes. The race to the pierogies. That's what the heart rate looked like. I know the pierogies actually started to set. The real ones, not the running ones. So I hope they're not going to be running.
Josh Cuevas. A lot of people like him. Tight end going to Baltimore. I was thinking tight end, but didn't they already grab one? So we got 2 of. I mean, that's fine.
Oh, it's not for me. It's for the...
Yeah, Matthew Hibner.
Can I get the clean...
Got Cuevas in that same tier here.
She wants 30.
It's going to be a C at this point. Let's see what I had to say on Cuevas.
Yeah, you know what's up? If something's free, people just can't.
6'3", 250 pounds. Good pass protection, well-built frame, solid yak, 6.6 yards after catch per reception. Nice route runner, natural, nuanced. I like that. Contact balance, 7 missed tackles forced. Was not very efficient. Had bad hands, below average contested catch rate. Extremely short arms, which could be a reason for some of that. Very bad acceleration and bad to very bad agility. He lacks juice and speed, most notably as a route runner. His run blocking wasn't fantastic. Cuevas is largely just another guy, but I don't necessarily say that in a bad way. He is filled out physically and was a solid inline blocker and pass protection. Short arms could limit his ceiling in this department. His career trajectory is generally on the upswing as a guy who has developed during his 5 years in college. He's not going to truly threaten as a wide receiver, but he can be a really nice safety valve in the short area of the field, which I do think Baltimore could use that, and help to move the chains. He provides a decent amount of versatility, including on special teams. It's not hard to imagine Cuevas making a roster and contributing, mid to late day 3 prospect, in part due to some size and athletic limitations for him. So, you know what? We give it a C+ there. I like that style there for the Ravens as something that I don't think they could use, I should say. Okay, so we already took him out of here. Solid pick. Ravens with their second pick, got a minute and 30 left. on this one. See if they take any of my top 10 guys. I think they could. A couple of those names might be of interest. Let's see what's just below that. A couple more quarterbacks. Cornerback. Caden Curry. Could make some sense. Rayshawn Benny could be interesting for them. Tim Keenan if they wanted more bigger dude. Running back could make sense for the Ravens. We're right in that range for several of them. We'll see. We'll see. They got 45 seconds. Well, the pick is in. The Raiders are on the clock. The Raiders.
And all of the Steelers, the Baltimore Ravens, there in the AFC North, just made the latest pick, and it is
Rolling down the re. All right.
From Alabama is now a Baltimore Raven. They had 16 tight ends the entirety of the draft last year, and already at 15. As there are
Jets.
7 picks left to be made in the 5th round. As we welcome you back to our Los Angeles studios here on NFL Network. Rhett Lewis, Maurice Jones-Drew, and Michael Robinson, excited to be back here with you. Guys, we've only had 5 quarterbacks.
You know, what I will say about Josh Cuevas is I don't think they were really getting that in anybody else here.
Today, the Jets traded up to take the Clemson quarterback. So as we assess these fits of these quarterbacks, knowing that Garrett Nussmeier's still out there, Taylor Green, Cole Payton, MJD, do you have a favorite?
Browns coming up.
Yeah, I do.
Top of the 6th.
Arizona, I'm going Carson Beck. Right? You have a guy that's played a lot of football, been around a long time, dealt with some adversity. But now you get to go to Arizona where you're going to have a strong running game, a chance to compete a little bit, and be able to throw to some really good receivers. Marvin Harrison Jr., Wilson's there, tight end that's going to the best tight end in the game right now. And so there's a lot of weapons around this Arizona Cardinals team. You know, I said this yesterday, and Rob, I think a lot of people probably laughed at it, but
They did go running back. Adam Randall, interesting decision. All right.
look at what they have. They have a ton of talent on offense. It wasn't utilized the best they could last
Where
year.
are we? Right there. Baltimore. Adam Randall. Probably a B plus there. Let's see the fit. Let's see the
You
fit.
have Jacoby Brissett, who played really well, and he's in a contract negotiation, so you may have a chance. As Carson Beck, you
Extremely, like this is the backup to your starter. Extremely heavy and girthy. He is 6'2.5", 233 pounds. Just a big dude. Previous wide receiver, if I remember correctly. Very large hands, extremely long arms, good explosive profile. Has some playmaking ability once he's out in the open field. Not exactly elusive. Displays some proper patience, pad level. Good in the goal line and short yardage types of situations. Not a threat, but surprisingly useful as a receiver. Nice dump off kind of guy. Bad elusiveness, bad yards after contact, below average yards per route run in terms of those PFF numbers. He's a little tall for your typical kind of running back, but he's going to be learning from Derrick Henry, another too tall kind of running back. So that could be helpful for him. Very much a Derrick Henry kind of guy here. Very bad acceleration for his size. Very good acceleration and speed, though. Drops the ball as a receiver too much. Part of the reason for his conversion from wide receiver to running back there. Gap scheme specific. Complete development is needed in pass pro. Struggled horribly at senior bowl practices with that. 4-year player at Clemson, 1-year breakout starter. Was utilized on special teams as a return man there. Randall's a big boy, and he can use his weight to push the pile. Unfortunately, he lacks any significant wiggle or elusiveness. Being a wide receiver convert, he brings some surprising upside as a receiver, given his size. He's raw at the position with 1 year of experience as a rusher. There's enough to like with Randall. As a prospect, that it wouldn't shock me if he were making 53-man day rosters quickly due to his versatility as a special teams contributor, big-time goal line back, and ability to be used as a receiver. That's not a bad skill set to have for your running back 3 on a roster, though his warts and inexperience certainly point to him being a practice squad guy early in his career. Most concerning is how much work he needs in pass pro. He's also very limited as a runner and surely won't be on every team's board. I could see a team believing in the upside and taking him as early as the 5th round. Look at that. We're in the 5th round. And this is a fit. This will be a B+. I totally see the vision there. Getting him in there to learn from Derrick Henry, of all people, really fits stylistically with who he is as a good guy to learn from. Yes, it is our hangout time, Michael. All right, the Raiders have their pick in. Where are we going, Raiders? The Raiders.
To be the very best in every aspect of being a quarterback for his team and his teammates, and I think that is something that they will certainly.
Cornerback makes sense. A lot of people like Hezekiah Massis. I'm not the biggest fan. There he is, my 171st overall ranked prospect, goes here at 175, you know? So, we got that right on. Hezekiah Massis, special teams experience. Massis looks like a really solid NFL prospect to me. He's slender, and that shows up on tape. He struggles to tackle and is not much help against the run. At the end of the day, if my corner can stay on the boundary, I'm okay if they're not great against the run. Though Massis can stay on the boundary, he's not a shutdown cornerback. He could use a little coaching up yet on some of his techniques overall. He's a good prospect, and I really like him. I think there's just enough to be concerned about to keep him out of the running on day 2, but early on day 3 makes a lot of sense. After seeing him at the Combine, I will look at him with a more critical eye, and the next time I watch his tape, I did not think he was impressive among his peers in the on-field drills, and his athletics do not seem to match what I thought I was seeing on tape. I'm almost certainly thinking mid-day 3. So yeah, I moved him back a little bit from the Combine. Wasn't impressed with him there. That's what I was talking about. Wasn't the biggest fan of Hezekiah Massis, but as you could see in my overall rankings, like, we're right in that. I thought this was a good area for him. I think that's a nice pickup for the Raiders. They could use some boundary backup help there in that room. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good pick. Let's give it a plat B there. Not my favorite player in the world, but that's a good pick. He's also had 14 penalties over the last 2 seasons. But good instincts, mirrors and stays in phase well. Nice click and close ability as well. Does some good stuff. Will he be a good enough athlete to hang at the next level is, I think, going to be the biggest question for him. And you can see in college that already cost him with all those penalties. So that's the issue for him. Oh, Cyrus Allen. I like this. Kansas City. He is my 154th overall ranked prospect out of Cincinnati. I think I was kind of high man up on Cyrus Allen.
Okay, my thing is, and I know it's really quick, but when brothers get drafted, that's awesome. The Terrell brothers found it to Atlanta. That was awesome. I have 2 boys. If that were
there he is. Look at that.
I'd probably break down and cry like a baby.
Going to Kansas City. Let's see how I feel about the fit here. Great hands, deep threat, 5'11", 180 pounds, slot Z versatility, shifty, speed, quickness. These are all his strengths. Tough, man-beating playmaker, fluid hips, plus route runner. Weaknesses, underweight, play strength. Senior Bowl standout, I say he projects nicely to the 5th round. Boom! Nailed the projection on him. Yeah, that's a nice addition to this wide receiver room. I like it. I mean, there's your backup in case what's-his-face goes down, your little speedster. That's good roster building right here. B+ on that one. What's his freaking name? Deej Star. What's up? Shout out to my Texans. I liked their draft. It's been a little while. What have they been doing? The Kamari Ramsey pick, yeah, another solid pick there too for them. Been a really solid draft for a solid team. It makes sense what they've been doing. I like it. So, shout out to the Texans for free. That one's on me. It's been a good draft. They were one of my, coming into this for days 1 and 2, they were one of my top 3 favorite drafts so far. They were on my shout out my love list. Jeff Caldwell? He's an interesting prospect. Where do I have him? A little lower, right? Yeah. Dolphins pick is in. Where do they go? Ooh, Cole Wisniewski. I think they've done enough of that. Could be a perimeter cornerback if they go back to the secondary. Offensive line, if there's somebody they liked there. Ooh, Dante Corleone could be interesting for them. I don't know if they'd have interest in that. Oops, why am I turning that on? Eagles up on the clock right now. I wonder if they'd take a chance on a Michael Trigg. Well, they won't need to. They got Stowers. That's too similar. Dallin Bentley would be more favorable to a different type of tight end. Dallas Goedert. That's not their tight end. Good God. All names are starting to... I'm starting to hit a delirious state. That seems to be what's happening here. Well, I mean, they could add... Caden Curry might be somebody that the Eagles would have interest in. I could see that. Well, they want to add a running back. Would be like a Katron Allen into that backfield would be interesting. There goes Kevin Coleman Jr., so we're sticking right here in this same tier. Well, a little bit ahead of actually Cyrus Allen. Man, Miami's got so much of these types of dudes. Ugh. It's an A. I'm not going to give it an A+, because I just feel like... Don't we have enough of this? Let's make sure I'm not... He is 5'10" and a half, 177 pounds. Good hands. He's got some good toughness. Utility player in offense. Special teams. Upside. Punt returner. Field speed appears better than what he tested as. Very light. Very short arms. Extremely bad acceleration. Slot only. Doesn't work back to the quarterback. Don't like that. Coleman has the potential to be a dynamic weapon, and his weight suggests he could develop into more. His height suggests he could develop into more. Had a good day 3 at Senior Bowl practices. 4-year player. Played at 4 different schools. 8 against lesser competition. Doesn't mean he struggled against tough competition, but that's where he really pumped up his numbers. So, you know, obviously I'm fine with him at this point in the draft. I just feel like, well, I mean, I guess it's a pick for the future. You know, it's like they got a lot of short-term contracts, I'm sure, in that wide receiver room. So this is kind of building towards the future. He's a bit of a developmental project.
Very explosive, has great contact balance, versatile, can catch the football on the backfield. And
they're talking about Emmett Johnson. Harold Perkins Jr., still your boy. Or Patrick Payton.
It doesn't change. To me, this fit here with Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs, is going to be huge at what they want to do going forward.
And Emmett Johnson, along with
Why can't I remember what position Patrick Payton plays?
like those guys don't.
I know the name.
Personnel too. Exactly. You know what I mean? And that's what you're going to need in Kansas City.
Am I in the right area? Yeah, there we go. I'm right at the top of my undrafted free agents list there with a bunch of guys.
Got drafted today. But when I see this kid's tape, the power.
Eagles pick is in.
Size, I mean, look at that right there. Laying defensive backs down. Then we saw the speed at the combine. That 4.3 that he ran at 240 pounds, man. I mean, that just lets you know what Clint Kubiak is. Las Vegas offense is going to be about, regardless whether it's
49ers on the clock, Dolphins, Bills, and then your Cleveland Browns, unless they trade back.
Exactly with the Las Vegas
smash mouth. They're going to be about running the football. And 12 personnel, I think, is going to be their number one personnel.
And that flame that burns outside the Raiders facility there in Henderson, Nevada, burned a little bit hotter when Al Davis saw that pick come through with big
All right.
and fast.
Phillies pick is in.
Back with Mike Washington. I'm going to go with Jadarian Price, as we talked about. Jeremiah Love's Notre Dame teammate as the Seahawks. You guys are talking about Kenneth Walker now in Kansas City. Well, the Super Bowl champs, especially with Zach Charbonnet still on the men, needed somebody and got somebody. Not a lot of tread on the tires there, but Jadarian Price can absolutely go and is the best kick returner in this draft.
And I love that too. Not a lot of tread on the tires. So many, when you have a two-back system and you get both guys drafted in the first round, both guys.
Got a cat in my lap, by the way. My arm's moving a lot, and you can't see what's going on under.
What you're going to need to is, as you said, Charbonnet tore his knee up a little bit late in the season, so he's going to need to play early.
I'll be interested to watch this 6th and 7th round, though. There's some interesting names out there. Be interested to see who goes, who doesn't go, how many names I don't know.
Hello, Jadarian. Yes, sir. You doing, John Schneider with the Seahawks?
How did I know Eagles would go a quarterback? Of course you do. I always do.
We're really excited for you, man.
Cole Pittman, 118th overall ranked prospect, going to Philadelphia there.
Man, we can't wait to make you a Seahawk, bud. Appreciate you. Hey, here's our
Right there, had him as a Zane. This is just what they do. I like Cole Payton. 6'2.5", 231 pounds. Elite big time throw rate, 12.1%. Elite turnover worthy play rate, 1.6%. Great accuracy. I thought he looked comfortable as the pocket collapsed around him and displayed some nice feel for the rush. Good mobility. Throws a catchable ball. He's got really large hands. Bad pressure to sack conversion rate of 19.6%. Bad average time to throw of 3.33 seconds. That's partially the system there, but North Dakota State. But yeah, it took forever to throw the ball. That's going to have to come down.
The fact that, and I'm so glad this show just went like this.
Yeah.
We're just going off talking about perfect fits for running backs. Yeah. Yet, in the second round, not one damn running back.
But I like Cole Payton, so they take their next quarterback shot there.
Saying about the value of these backs coming into the National Football League. When, if you look at the playoff contenders last year, I mean, just look at the Seattle Seahawks.
49ers pick is in. Get ready for a weird one. Followed by the Dolphins and the Bills.
Philadelphia won the football. All of these guys that won the football. The Denver Broncos, New England Patriots, your Jacksonville Jaguars. All of these guys won the football, and they have zero running backs. Going to second round, I think, is blasphemy. I think it's some disrespect. Put some respect on our name at the running back. Yeah, I mean, we are getting paid a lot of money there with Jeremiah Love, so I appreciate it. I'll take that over in the second round. I'm not going to lie. To me, it's how many tight ends went in day two, right? There were 8 tight ends selected in the second and third round. And to me, this position now is starting to be recognized for what it is. Could it be the 13 personnel that we've seen a lot of teams run? Or is it just the ability to have big slot receivers, right? And we've talked about over the last couple of years, the big slot receiver, these tight ends now, because of 7-on-7 in high school, you're getting bigger guys playing the game. And so to have so many tight ends go in day 2 and 3 tells you that 12 personnel, 13 personnel, 23 personnel, these bigger packages will start coming up. We're getting away from 11 and 10 personnel. And 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. 10 is 4 wide receivers, no tight ends. Obviously 12 is 2 tight ends and 13 ways to create leverage, MJD. You create leverage by running faster than somebody, a bit bigger than somebody. Tight ends are that position where you run, you block, and you catch. And a lot of times they're quarterback. I mean, they're tight end coaches.
Niners pick is in. Dolphins are on the clock.
And I'm telling you, one of those players could be from this
Oh, Enrique Cruz.
Linebacker/safety out of Pitt.
I do know the name. I do know it's down here.
One of the top linebackers in the country, and was one of the best players overall in Mobile. It was so much fun to watch. GPS to the football. He can cover. He finds it, and he
Yeah.
there he is again, picking the ball off. He's got a ton of ball.
Don't think he impressed me at the combine, if I remember correctly.
And you got to think that is a little bit a result of the size and of the ability to
above average in run, the run game. 6'5.5", 313 pounds. Good acceleration, very good speed. He is a plus athlete. Elite burst profile, balance and footwork are good. Can create knockback, quick kick slide, latches and sustains his blocks. Bad and pass pro, tight hips, happy feet in the run game. Struggles to keep up with sudden inside moves. 4-year player, 2 years of starting experience. Spent 3 years at Syracuse and moved to Kansas. Right tackle and left tackle experience. Was lit up versus his toughest competition at Texas Tech, being that competition. So, it's a traits pick here for San Fran. It's a scheme fit. I will give it a plus, but that's a D plus there. That's the worst grade you could get now. There are no more Fs on the scale of grading. Yeah, I could see it being Caden Curry. Dolphins pick is in. Bills are on the clock. And then your Cleveland Browns are on the clock. So, who have I not removed here? Kevin Coleman Jr. off the big board. Did I take Cyrus Allen off? Yes. Cole Payton. Yes. Enrique Cruz was in my top 250. Malik Muhammad hasn't been drafted, has he? Yeah, he has. Malik Muhammad's gone. Carson Beck's long gone. Missed that one. Derek Caden Curry's now in my top 10 prospects. Hey now. Caden Weegan. All right. Let's see who else is down here on this list. Ooh, Rayshon Benny and Tim Keenan. I like those two right there. J.C. Davis. Bo Stevens is gone, isn't he? Or is that the other Bo? No, Bo Stevens is gone. Missed that one. Katron Allen, Taylon Green, Claiborne, a couple running backs, my boy Pat Coogan, there's Harold Perkins Jr., Crownover, Durant, a couple of interior defensive linemen again, Jack Gendry's hanging down here. I'd be rooting for Caden Curry if I were you then. Just not a big Zane Durant. The tape wasn't too great. Ken Curry is just a guy you say, why didn't the production meet the traits? If I recall correctly, I heard him. No, the production was extremely good. It's the other way around. Didn't think the tape matched the production. I have him as a good day 3 pick.
In their history, after 4 went last night, I can tell you who the 100th is going to be next year, too.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, there you go.
They also had 5 Lorenzo Styles Jr., the last off the board at pick 172.
Could see the Dolphins taking Curry here.
So the Styles family is now
Sniff,
fully accounted
sniff him
for
right
in
from
this
underneath you.
draft. MJD, you got a favorite fit, or let's go to Imran. Let me get to you first here. Your favorite Buckeye that landed in a good spot.
Oh man.
See if he makes it. I mean, I could see the Dolphins or the Bills being interested in him too, though.
I'm gonna go Caden McDonald, Houston, the big one technique nose tackle. If you when you watch this guy on film, you can't run anywhere in his vicinity.
There we go, all out of monster.
He takes on double teams, he splits double teams, and he goes on and makes the play. Very emotional after getting drafted. I respect the dude because he showed up to the draft, didn't get drafted on the first night, which you can make an argument he was supposed to. He stayed. You can see he don't have his suit on, but it's all good. Got drafted early in the second round. What is it? 9 tackles for losses, 3 sacks in 2025. But Ohio State.
Whew, pick has been in for a while now.
Came through wide, offensive lineman couldn't get up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, wasn't really a fan. Sidhu Torre, where are you? He's down there.
Pittsburgh, where we are going to get the Miami Dolphins pick here at number 18.
So Miami taking, not in agreement with Miami's tight end evaluation.
Listen, this isn't just another name on the card.
I think that's a D- for me.
That the dream is possible. And with that, with the 180th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Seydou Traore, tight end, Mississippi State, IVP. Let's go.
Well, you can be okay with that pick ahead of Cleveland.
Seydou Traore from Mississippi State. As Commissioner Roger Goodell pops out onto the stage, this is super cool. A player who grew up in South London, England, will earn a place at the NFL.
He's there at the draft.
At age 17, he's here in Pittsburgh.
There we go.
Got his flag
Got the pink tie, got his flag on.
over his shoulders. What a moment for a player who is
That's why this pick took so long.
his journey. The day 3 of the draft into the Miami Dolphins. You've been a big part of the international.
I mean, it makes sense that he's here because he's an international player anyways. He's going to have to come over. Like,
The NFL has done an awesome job of really allocating a ton of resources overseas with players that have athletic gifts. And if it's Africa,
Caden Curry, please, Lord.
Polynesian Islands, if it's Asia, they've really lifted up and they've looked under every rock, any corner you can think of, and they've done a great job. Not only is it the player pathway program, it's the NFL Academy, which is a high school where kids can go and learn how to play football at the age of 14. Terrain was there. He was at the academy, and so that academy ships kids off to colleges where they can learn to be better and get better, and they get drafted, right? To find a kid that shows up and get drafted, it's awesome. As you see at the International Pathway Program, who grew up in London, England, they play tackle football everywhere. And so I actually was part of a high school that got a chance to go play.
Just need a quarterback or for one of your quarterbacks to show up.
A big guy that can run.
And it can be real fun.
Look how the football IQ of passing guys on and getting to the next guy. Again, it's the NFL is becoming a world game. It's not just an American game.
Yeah, that's really neat. He got his first experience in 11-man football when he got to the United States at Clearwater Academy, betting on himself, and now is the 180th overall pick of the 2026 NFL. We are working you through all 257 picks of this draft, and when we come back, we'll send you back out to Pittsburgh as we work our way through the final selections of the 5th round and get into the 6th here in Short.
Okay. So we have to wait even longer for the Bills pick. Oh my gosh, that took forever. Are we like 6 picks in the 6th round here? Browns pick is already in. Cardinals clock has got to be coming to an end. Just announce it during commercial. No, I was just, the clock, they had to have paused the clock at some point for some period of time. I was wondering how long ago they restarted it. Because that was like 15 minutes for that one pick. It was because he was in. It's because he was in the stadium, and they're definitely pushing their international stuff, which is fine as a business. So, when guys show up to go on stage, they like to reward them for that, because it's a big moment for them. So it's fine. There goes Zane Durant, so you don't have to worry about getting him. 147th overall prospect on my board, going here at 181. So obviously we're fine with it here. Not the biggest proponent of Zane Durant, but he does have some stuff to like. There he is. Undersized, athletic guy. Zane is a very athletic and twitchy 3-tech who plays with some fantastic pad level, allowing him to get in the pads of blockers quickly. However, Zane does not have an anchor. He's too easily moved off his spot. He's very undersized in every aspect, and when he doesn't win quickly, he struggles to counter. Durant is a solid penetrator, but he can't be trusted as a 3-down option. I have an early to mid third round draft grade on him, 5th round. So he goes in the 5th round, right where I had him here, so it's a fine pick. It's going to end up with an A. Let's see, in Buffalo, I do like that addition in Buffalo, so I'll keep it an A instead of going with an A-. Plus, yeah, we're good here. We're good here. On to the 6th round. The Browns pick is in. Cardinals are apparently still on the clock.
Doesn't join the celebration, but rather uses the celebration as the opportunity to get back onto the couch. Split the double team. Spectacular. Like a swim move, and just like Oscar.
The dog took over the couch while everybody stood up. That's funny. You already seen the pick? Is it a quarterback? Is it Garrett Nussmeier? Is it Taylor Green? Very high upside. Curry? It is Taylor Green, okay. Yeah, can't hit the broadside of a barn. His accuracy is a real problem. But he sure can run. You can create special packages for him if you really want. I agree with bringing in another option. He's got a gazelle-like stride when he runs. Moved well in the pocket at Senior Bowl practices. He's an insane athlete. Bad accuracy. Bad big-time throw rate. Bad turnover-worthy play rate. Bad pressure-to-sack conversion rate. Bad average time to throw. Huge upside. Huge upside if it works out. Don't know that it'll work out, but it's worth a shot. Worth a shot in the 6th round. I give it an A. There's some stuff to like. He's 6'6", by the way, 228. Wait. I think I have his height wrong. They just showed 6'3". Might have typed it in wrong. Yeah, if the accuracy could get better. I mean, it usually doesn't, but sometimes it does. Nah, he's 6'6". I got that right. 6'5" and 7/8. Maybe I saw it wrong, or maybe they had it wrong. Carson Scharer. Okay, interesting linebacker prospect. Is he up here? I don't remember. He might be one of those guys where I have the name and I don't have much on him. I know he's been getting a lot of buzz. There we go. Let's see what I got on him. All right, Carson Scharer going to Arizona. Great tackler, very large hands, good versus the run, below average in coverage. Good to great power, pass rusher, poor pass rusher, short arms for him. Was not incredibly impressed by him at the NFL Combine. Just a flat C there. Saw fine with the pick. Would have gone other routes.
Previous coach here in Pittsburgh when Mike Tomlin was talking about that, but now Shador's still there and Dylan
Yeah, I mean I would have gone other routes. We'll get it a C-.
Coming back healthy, and they just chose Jalen Green out of Arkansas. Tell me about this kid now. You think he might work into this mix?
He's a freak, is what he is. I mean,
he's a freak.
Rare. When you think about his height, weight, speed that he possesses, saw it at the Senior Bowl. Now there's some polishment and refinement that needs to take place, but think about Terrell Pryor.
I mean, I don't know that they have the luxury of just getting rid of guys. But, I mean, yeah, maybe. Try and trade one of them. Probably him.
He's a two-step, every 5-yard guy. That's why he ended up running a 4.36, the second fastest quarterback time since 2003. That's the style. To me, you think of Vince Young or maybe a supercharged Vince Young, super speed Vince Young, and then can drive the ball. He's more comfortable.
Oh, Jackie Marshall.
Versus really trying to touch it up. That's where you'll need to see some improvement, some consistency. Yeah, I would agree with that. Accuracy issues for him. But the Terrell Pryor comp is so apt. I think this
Where do I have Marshall? Is he in my... Might be over here.
we're just going to find out. The coach now having the opportunity to develop him and push him forward because we are past the old idea that what you saw in college accuracy.
All right, we gotta find him.
What you're going to see in the NFL.
I know he's in here. There we go. Kept looking over him. Very last guy that I thought was draft worthy at the position. Good acceleration and speed. PFF grades weren't great. Marshall is rocked up single gapper with good athleticism. His willingness to get tough and hold up against the run is disappointing. He's someone you'd have liked to see return to college for another year. Now he's coming off a pretty bad season after showing some real promise a year earlier. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and consider him as a guy with real developmental upside. I have a late day 3 to priority undrafted free agent grade on him, and I lean towards undrafted free agent due to his lack of physicality. I mean, I like the position for Tennessee is fine, but it's going to be a D-, a C- for me. Oh, Bauer Sharp. All right. So, Tampa Bay finally gets their tight end. I mean, certainly an AR5-esque. And I'd say he's got more speed. Much more speed. There's Bauer Sharp. Tampa Bay. Wasn't too impressed with him.
13th overall. A lot of evaluators and pundits thought it was too high for Ty Simpson, not the Rams. They took him. And then a full-on conversation conversation was
Not the best athlete, not the best size.
of Sean McVay in the
I guess his athletics are fine for the position, but very, very
compadre general manager last year.
physical size concerns for him.
Yeah, I do. I'll keep that between us. We'll see. He's going to compete with Stetson. You know, let's make one thing clear. This is Matthew's team. And you get a chance to be able to...
So that is a D.
You know, we've got Stetson.
Minus for me. I'm not, once again, big Bauer Sharp guy.
Somebody that you can evaluate a body of work where he was asked to play the position and a lot of things that do translate in terms of concepts, reading with his feet.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. You know, NFL teams don't do that too often. Fans always talk about it. But we'll see if maybe they'll install some sort of package to get him in there. Certainly a threat on the ground.
Well, there have been 2 news cycles since that conversation of the media Friday morning that was born out of that press conference, and then the video of Ty Simpson chatting with McVay and the Rams after being drafted. You can see the relief on this young man's face that his decision...
All right, so the Giants pick is in. Commanders are up. Jets, Bengals, Saints, Patriots, Giants have a bunch of picks coming up. Titans again. Raiders, Jags, Eagles, Patriots, Seahawks, Dolphins, my Packers. That's what's coming up. A lot of Giants picks here. Been a while since we've seen them. It's been a while.
Made light of his demeanor afterwards, and he was just on the ESPN broadcast with our colleagues Peter Schrager and Kyle Brandt back together, half the breakfast table back together. They had Sean on that program, and he said essentially what the reporting came out on Friday is in fact the case. He just didn't want to be effusive when there is an MVP quarterback he adores, wants to win with as long as they can still have Stafford. Didn't want to come across as ecstatic, and that was the...
Mic check. All right, just checking my mic because my cat's back by the sound there.
And that's how I set things up to hand it finally off to you.
This has happened a lot of times over the history of the league. Now, not necessarily with an MVP, but with an established quarterback, and you go and take another one. And I've seen it where...
Another guy did not love. Some people like him quite a bit, but he's up there. Bobby Jamison Travis. Went to the Giants. I mean, that's a position of need, right?
He's got that in the back of his mind, sitting there thinking, I want Matthew to try to make him as comfortable with this whole thing as we possibly can. Obviously, he can play as long as he wants. There's no question.
Looked good at the combine and the on-field drills. That's why I assumed where I had him there. Was consistent week in and week out. Great to elite versus the run. I like this. All right. Very heavy, very long arms, very girthy. Poor to bad as a pass rusher, but we don't need him to do everything. All right. You know what? I'm sold. B+. Fits a need. Yeah. We're good. I mean, that's the kind of guy you want on that defensive line, I think, anyways. Washington gets Katron Allen. I like that addition into that backfield. All right. That's nice. That's a nice addition. That's going to be an A+ for me. Katron Allen's just a big bruising running back. That's the quick of it. Big time bruiser. Played at Penn State. Been playing for a little while now. Solid. You need 3 yards? Call on Katron Allen. You need 20 yards? Call on Krosky Merritt. That'll be a nice combo.
Part of the problem here, and I use the word problem in quotes, you can see my air quotes if I was on TV, is that Matthew Stafford has not stopped playing really well. I don't think anybody thought he'd be playing at MVP level near his 40s. Here we are, so they have to do the
Why not?
planning for the future and paying the guy who is still the very present.
For the career he's at, I feel like Matt Stafford just doesn't get any kind of actual love.
start ticking maybe in Stafford's head if that is an issue.
Yeah, and look, doesn't the clock ticks based on how Matthew Stafford's playing and the Rams are winning or losing, right? So the clock ticks.
Jets pick is in. The Bengals are on the clock.
We're expecting the clock to tick slower. And I think you guys have covered, that part of this really, really well about what's going on. I look back and you talked about Ty Simpson.
What the Jets be going for here? Could add a wide receiver in there.
I actually saw exultation.
Add some depth in the safety room.
Played a long game on this one and won big.
Another cornerback.
Really big. They stayed in the draft. Dante Moore went back to
Running back?
Trinidad Jam was
Could make some
back to
sense.
Ole Miss. The other quarterbacks weren't seemingly evaluated to that level because Carson Beck didn't come off the board until we got to the third round. So they looked around and said, "We got an opportunity to
Do you bring in another quarterback just cause? Wouldn't hate that.
Let's play this long game." So to me, I saw exultation, and not only that, to go to the Rams, to go to Sean McVay, to the quarterback guy. The only downside, DJ.
Another edge rusher could make sense if they wanted a Curry.
Fourth year is when he played at Alabama. We're talking about we're expecting a minimum of 2 years with Matthew Stafford. 1 season of football, that'd be the 7th year. 1 season in the last 7. How does that get you prepared to play in the NFL?
I also think a part of that is Matthew Stafford's probably had the last couple months to keep an eye on the Mekhi Lemons of the worlds and the Omar Coopers, and maybe it's an offensive lineman like, what am I going to get for Christmas this year? And he walked down the hallway, got to the tree, and there was no present underneath there. Instead, they brought in another quarterback. So for a guy who's wanting and is so close to getting another championship, that had to be a little bit of a letdown. Well, in that
You heard Bengals. Yes, you did. They're on the clock.
Maybe give him a short field or a pick six or what have you.
That's why. That's part of why I said that.
Maybe Les feeding the Rams
Clue you in.
is what just could not get them over the hump last year is the back end of the defense. Those may be mutually exclusive, but Trent McDuffie's a heck of a present under the tree.
It doesn't change the fact they still had the 13th pick.
But that's my question for you. That's my question for you. Is it to finish this up? Is it's not just somebody that could have helped this year. If you want to talk about a long game, maybe when Stafford is finished, whenever that is, there would have been another quarterback around the league somewhere that's marinating in a situation that he's not happy with. Pro Bowl resume, somebody who is as dynamite as anybody else in the league. That would be.
It's not easy to just get those guys.
In Los Angeles' next quarterback. That door is potentially closed. You never know. Obviously, year to year things change. What did they see in Ty Simpson to say, this is the guy? We're going to do this now. We're not going to even wait.
Is this like another international pick? This is taking forever.
Maybe help as a Christmas tree present.
I know there's a couple international guys that people have their
Things that he did in college, which they do. Now, there wasn't a lot of it. The sample size was
interests in.
so rare to see anybody doing that at the college level.
I know. Dinner time's coming. Dinner time's coming, girl. Here's the cat. Snickers. Say hello.
Say that. You haven't seen enough of that. So it's still a major gamble as we look
She
at this
says,
thing going forward.
I know dinner's not for another 40 minutes, but I would like it now. I would have liked it 2 hours ago, even. I do this every day. I don't know how to tell time. And my internal clock sucks. Unless you feed me early. Then my internal clock hits. Because then I just want a second dinner. She's free fed. She has food, but I give her wet food as well, and she really likes that. Manor fan says Corleone. I'm with ya. Drop Jackson, trade Slayton. I like TJ, former Packer. That was one of the draft picks for the Green Bay Packers that I predicted. Or, like, he was on my wish list for that pick. Inez Cooper going to the Jets. That's a solid pick. I can get behind that. Where are you, Inez? There we go. New York Jets getting a guy on the offensive line. Can't go wrong. Inez Cooper. Cooper. Where is you? above average in pass protection, got long arms. He's a heavy, girthy dude, 6'6", 334 pounds. He's powerful. He's got heavy hands. He climbs to the second level well. He has some nasty in his game. He latches on and he sustains. A little high pad level, but once again, once you get up to 6'6", 6'7", and taller, that's pretty much true of all of them. Inaccurate hand placement, doesn't drive block well. Lateral movement struggles, slow processor, heavy feet. So you know, like the drive block, he's got power. He can figure that out. Took a slight step forward in 2025. 3-year starter at Miami of Florida. Average in the run game. I think that's a good pick. I like that. We'll give that a C+ there. Yeah, Diego Pounds. This was a group of guys that I really liked. Jaeger Burton, Diego Inez, Jeremiah, Drew Slayton, Keegan Trost, and all of them going ahead of some of these guys who, yeah, I didn't like necessarily as much in some ways. I mean, after reading that off, I don't know why I didn't have Cooper higher. Just, I guess how things worked out. Let's see. Yeah, plus physical, athletics are fine on him. I don't know if he tested. Off the top of my head. There goes Brian Parker, Cincinnati. Get some more offensive line help. What did you do earlier? You got Connor Lew. Now you're going to bring in a center tackle kind of guy. So maybe they're looking at him, Brian Parker, as a guard. Or just interior help regardless. I mean, that's an A+ for me. I like Brian Parker quite a bit. Brian Parker to Cincinnati. Brian Parker is so Inez Cooper was my 208th overall ranked prospect off the board. Katron Allen was my 134th ranked prospect. He's off the board now. And Brian Parker was my 97th overall ranked prospect. One of my current top 10 available. Look at that. Now the picks are flying in. Brian Parker played tackle, has been looked at as a center prospect throughout the process. 6'5", 308 pounds, elite run blocker, great in the pass protection game, great for zone. Holy cow, picks are flying. Great in zone, so great scheme fit, good technique, solid punch, good bounce, squares up blocks well, and uses leverage nicely. Short arms, small wingspan, so that's why he's not going to be playing tackle, but maybe he could serve as a bit of a swing tackle for you. That might be the idea here, as part of why they liked him. Bad to very bad agility, struggles versus length. Was tried out at center at the East-West Triangle practices, struggled a bit. Not a knock necessarily because he hadn't done that. Was listed as center for the combine as well. Parker is a high-floor prospect whose physical limitations show up on tape, and he's not an exceptional athlete, but he's sound and average at worst in pretty much any category that you look at outside of the physical traits. I have a late day 2 to early day 3 grade, and I'm leaning into the day 3 portion of that grade. As a fan of him, I think it's a good pick. Cats will eat constantly if you let them. My cat does not. She's got food out all the time. She is good about that. Mine's always hungry. I like Satan too, just thinking of money. Yeah. No, I get it. We got to trade. I actually predicted Parker a week ago. Happy about that. Nice. Yeah, I like him. I think, between him, Connor Lew, really helping the depth and future of that offensive line there. Baron Brown, wide receiver, going to New Orleans. I don't know what I got on Baron Brown. I don't know that I have Baron Brown. Don't really recognize the name. Nope. Don't know nothing about Baron Brown out of LSU. And that's a surprise. Well, I gotta go to the bathroom again. Then we got a guy who I do like there in Josh Cameron. Where are you? I know he's not too low, I don't think, on my list. There we go. Josh Cameron going to Jacksonville. I think that's a good pick. 6'1", 221 pounds, elite hands, extremely large hands, long arms. Was not very efficient. He is very heavy. He is reckless with how he carries the ball sometimes. He looks like he's working hard in rack situations, labored when he's doing his juke moves and everything. He cannot separate. Route lacks nuance or any kind of effectiveness. He's not tricking people with his routes. He received an end of practice rep and won at the Senior Bowl. I don't love his profile at the next level. I don't see a high ceiling. He's too short to convert to tight end. He could find some utility in the league, no doubt. He has an intriguing frame. I think there's quite a bit of work ahead of him before you can think about getting more out of him than the Bills have gotten from Keon Coleman. There are some tools to work with here, which means taking him in the 5th round would be defensible. I'd feel more comfortable taking him in the 6th round, if at all. But there we go, 6th round. Yeah, it's a fine pick. You can see I got my concerns for him, but apparently liked him enough. That didn't sound too positive overall there. That's a C. I just... I mean, this is right where I thought he should go, right? Josh Cameron, where were you? 217th overall on my big board. No longer on my big board. I mean, I would have gone for Eric McAllister if we're going for the big boy. So I give that a C-. Right behind that, J.C. Davis. I like that for the New York Giants a lot. That's a good pick there. Offensive line, need help there. That's great. 4th, 5th round. It's going to be an A for me for the Giants. I think that's an A+ for me. Elite in run game, above average pass protector, hefty, long arms. He's 6'4", 329. Good strength, plus awareness, displays some good patience. Very sloppy footwork, though. His hand timing and his placement's a little off. He lunges a little too much. His contact balance isn't the best. J.C. Davis is a ceiling developmental prospect. Perfect. He has all the tools, physicality, and is an adequate athlete. You know, this is the area of the draft you take these guys. If he can take to coaching and work on his craft, he could become an NFL starter. I have a high-end day 3 grade on him. Yeah, that's a great pick. I like that a lot. All right, I'm going to put the TV on for you. I'll be right back. Oh, by the way, let's get him off of here. Here's my 130th overall prospect going here at 192.
Producers have the video ready, but it's now time to ban. Give me another receiver. What do you like?
I'm looking at Cleveland. They got 2 of them, Concepcion and Boston. Both those guys, I thought they got great values there. As we talked about Taylor Green coming at the quarterback position where it's crowded. Now you look up, they've got a nice group of young skill players, tight ends, running backs, and now receivers.
And how about for a young quarterback having a receiver with great catch radius and the ability to play above the rim and take catches away from incompletions? Malachi Fields going to the Giants for Jackson Dart. I think that's a really nice pick for them. Mature kid, understands things. New York is not going to overwhelm him by any stretch of the imagination. As they get Neighbors back, Malik Neighbors back and up to full speed, Fields gives you some of those safe throws, catches downfield that help a young quarterback like Jackson Dart.
Ian? First of all, sorry about that. You never quite know when the phone's going to ring.
You do you, man.
Hey, listen.
We'll just tap dance.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
It's called a team.
Maybe the subject of that phone call will make its way on air at some point, Virgil.
Oh, that's called a tease.
That is called a tease.
That's your chopper bread.
Let's talk about Brandon Ayuk, because obviously that is going to be a receiver that's going to be in the news over the next several months. The 49ers have already been very, very clear. He is not going to play for them. Do $27 million in salary. None of it is guaranteed, mostly because they took away his guaranteed for stopping showing up to rehab early this year. They are expected to release him. They just haven't done it yet. What the 49ers would like to do is trade him. The Washington Commanders are expected to have interest. I would say significant interest, but they don't want to make a move for it because they know that the 49ers are going
Hey, Giants. Killing it here with these 2 picks. I love myself some Jack Kelly from BYU. Old school, big linebacker, can bring the heat coming through. A little limited side to side coverage, stuff like that, but big fan of that. New York Giants, that's going to get you a B+, Jack Kelly. Let's get to my write-up on him. So I was high on Jack Kelly compared to consensus. Didn't really hear anybody talk about him all off season. My 157th overall ranked prospect going here. 6'1", 243 pounds, good pass rusher, extremely girthy overall. He's a good athlete, great agility, especially for his size. Surprising speed, great for his size. Team captain, versatility to play on the edge, high effort, bad in coverage, limited range of coverage, bad tackler. He's got small hands, he's got short arms, below average to poor against the run. 4-year player, spent 2 years at Weber State before transferring to BYU for another 2 seasons. Inconsistent performances across the season. He comps well to a Dante Hightower, Lille Chanel type of player. My write-up on him goes, Kelly is a wide load. He looks like a linebacker from the earlier days of football. His play was inconsistent on a game-by-game basis, and I think that can be chalked up to the fact that he's fairly role-specific. If a team has a weapon to nullify him, or his skill set is not needed in the game, he's just not going to have much of an impact on the game. Conversely, he's really good at what he does as a blitzing linebacker. He's a limited role player at the next level, but if he gets put in the right spot, he could certainly be a valuable piece in a defense. I think there's more juice to be squeezed from this guy, worthy of a day 3 pick. Let's see how I feel about that fit there. This is a okay, yeah, this fits perfect. This is a fantastic fit because this is no. I was thinking offense. I was thinking their offensive coordinator coming from Kansas City. Denard Wilson. Yeah, smash mouth, aggressive, physical play style. Like, that's all him. Coming over from the Titans. I'm not familiar enough exactly with Denard Wilson's scheme. Does he use a... I don't know. Historically, apparently, has not typically relied heavily on a traditional Sam linebacker kind of role, so maybe it's an interesting fit. Maybe it's not the best fit in the world for my boy, Jack Kelly. We'll see. Time will tell. Also, John Harbaugh is in there doing some stuff, so could always have some influence on his system. Yeah, we got Jack Kelly. There we go. My boy Pat Coogan, who is definitely higher on than consensus. My 140th overall ranked player going to Tennessee. Love that. They're focusing on their trenches too. Love that. Pat Coogan, a very high floor, safe kind of center prospect. I got him right. Let's go, baby. Might have been still a little bit higher on him, but consensus didn't have him be drafted at all. And here we are in the 6th round. High-ish portion of the 6th round getting drafted. Yep, had a midday 3 grade on him, going midday 3. Going to Tennessee for Pat Coogan. That is a A+. A+ from me for Coogan. .6'5", 311 pounds. good in the run game, great as a pass protector, great communication, great leadership skills, high IQ, great technique. Scheme specific, gap, and can handle inside zone stuff as well. Struggles versus both length and power. Lunges a bit too much. Coogan is a high floor, limited ceiling center prospect. Maybe he won't ever be one of the top 10 or 15 centers in the league, but as a high-end depth piece or a starter, I think that he'll provide value and have a long career in the league. I have a borderline early to mid day 3 grade on him. So yeah, going like a little bit behind where I had him actually projected. Or not projected, but ranked. Malik Benson, wide receiver. I know the name, so I got him somewhere on my list, but I don't know if I had him as draft worthy. The last name on the list for my draft, well, one of 2 last names on my list for draft worthy wide receivers. There you go. I don't remember him too much. 6 foot, 189, Georgia Tech. Great hands, good yards per route run, good speed, very small hands. Yeah, he's an athlete, a little undersized kind of guy. Could use another one of those.
Yeah, I gotta go with the Jets. I think they have.
Why not?
I don't agree with you.
Special teams, probably thinking special teams with him.
Throughout this draft and building to be just like the Baltimore Ravens. The Jets had so many holes, but you see them kind of fill them. You talked about the first pass rusher and David Bailey, a guy that just knows how to get to the quarterback.
Let's see. Deion Burks could have gone before him. I mean, that's like it.
And Kenyon Sadiq. That there enough was enough.
Would have gone with Deion Burks, but outside of that, solid enough. Hey, appreciate you for that comment. Your coverage deserves a lot more viewers. Good luck. There are so many great people out there that have such big followings that do this. You know, it's totally understandable that it doesn't get picked up too much by YouTube, but I appreciate you. I'm trying. So, Benson, 235th overall ranked player on my board. Going here, right around pick 200. Little high, but not too bad. New England is now on the clock. The Rams are up. Well, actually, New England's pick is in. The Rams are on the clock. The Patriots have another pick behind that. Seattle Dolphins, then we got my Packers. And a whole lot of the 6th round left to go. After that.
A lot of times when you play the Baltimore Ravens, you start to play some of these physical teams. You look at the team's records after they play.
So Rayshon Benny has made it into my top 10 available. Let's look at these top 10 available. Why aren't they gone yet? Garrett Nussmeier. I don't know. I don't know. My quarterback evaluations do in part depend upon other people's evaluations, because it's just not my area. I only know when I see it and when I don't see it. Everything in between, I just trust others to some extent. I look at some stuff to help split them apart, and then I watch them a little bit. Dante Corleone, lots of injury stuff. I was high on him anyways, but we'll see where he ends up going. I think he'll end up outperforming where he goes, obviously. Dallin Bentley, no surprise for him. Or Eric, another couple of guys who I was just high on. Michael Trigg, great receiving talent. A lot of potential with him, but real off-field concerns. So not too shocked that he's not gone yet. Cole Wisniewski, I'm high on. A couple other people are high on out there, I know. So not a surprise to see him still around. Deion Burks, a lot of people did like him. I'm not too surprised that he's still available. I didn't love him, but very athletic, small, undersized kind of receiver. Caden Curry, similar thing for the edge position. Rayshon Benny will be interesting to see when he goes, but it's not like a shock that he's still available out there either. With that, Demetrius Crownover just went. Really big tackle. If you were to ask Marcus, that franchise guy, he absolutely hates him. Yeah, he's not there's a lot of lack of polish. There's also just a lot of tools for him to potentially become a guy. But certainly there's a big gap in his ability to play the position from where he's at right now to him becoming somebody that you could trust in the NFL. But he's a massive dude, really big. That's really what it is. So New England just taking a shot on a toolsy prospect here to see if they can't unlock whatever the secret code is in order to get him working. I give it an A, because on one hand, he needs a shit ton of coaching, and don't even know if that'll be enough. But if he can put it together, also the upside is very nice.
Yes, he can play defensive end at times and things like that, but this kid is a playmaker.
Long ways to go for your Cleveland Browns. Welcome back.
Like that, and I can't wait to see him integrated into this Buffalo Bills defense in JD.
Rams, Vikings. You never know if they might move up. Do they have several picks yet? They must, right?
I'm going to go to Cleveland Browns and talk about Emmanuel McNeil-Ward. Again, a safety that creates turnovers.
Good variety of teams picking through the rest of the round after we had a lot of repetitive picks there for a bit. New York Giants, Jacksonville, I think New England. Maybe not New England.
When you see him come up and meet guys in the hole, he's driving his feet through here. Look at that, punching the ball out, the peanut punch. You know how many times you practice those?
CJ Daniels, I feel like that's a system fit there for the Rams.
Great draft.
Yeah, and he was Daniel Jeremiah's 15th overall player rated in this.
Got a 6th round undrafted grade on CJ.
Pick of the second round at 58. That's value right there. Now let's see how they're going to use it, right? Because I think that'll be a fun watch there for the Cleveland.
6'2", 202 pounds. Above average hands. Showed the ability to get above the rim and make acrobatic catches. In fact, a lot of his catches are flashy. Nice ball tracking for him. Bad yards per route run, so wasn't very efficient as a receiver. Wasn't essentially targeted a whole lot on his routes. 22% of his receptions were contested, so obviously struggles to create separation. Daniels makes a lot of spectacular catches, and I have to wonder how much of his inability to gain separation has to do with that. On one hand, it's great to see his ability to come down with the ball and give the quarterback a large catch radius. On the other hand, however, you have to wonder how well that translates to the next level as a guy who can't get open. All in all, Daniels has a nice floor. He does plenty of things well enough, but nothing pops. For instance, he gets uphill and follows his blocks in screen situations. In screen situation. I'm like, are we still talking about a wide receiver? For instance, he gets uphill and follows his blocks in screen situations, so I like that. That might be something that they liked. However, he's not very creative at getting yak with the ball in his hands. I think he'll need to master the nuances of the position, and I have my doubts about his athletic ceiling. Given his lengthy college career, I'm not a massive fan of his profile. I think he could become a long-term, low-end contributor on a roster. Any time from mid-day 3 to undrafted makes sense for me. Let's see what his athletic profile looks like before determining his ceiling. Did he test? I don't have any kind of athletic grade on him. Let me check his RAS. Now, RAS is going to be high, kind of, because it includes his height and everything. Did the Vikings miss their pick? Did that happen again for them? 6.07. Yeah. 4.58 speed. So just a little low. But, like, you can if we could just get that a little tick higher. Vert, yeah, very average athlete. So at least it's not below average. Okay. Yeah, so I mean there's some stuff to like there. And I think in terms of the screen game and the blocking ability, well, I don't know if he's a great blocker. I assume he's probably a decent blocker if the Rams are taking him. I think you can see why, the Rams would like him. I don't have any notes on his blocking though, so I don't know for sure about that one. I think we'll just kind of sit right at a C there on that pick. Actually, that's one of the last picks of that grade. Oh, here we go. Oh, Vikings killing it with the pick that took forever to come in here. 57 more picks. Who got the Browns take? I don't know at 240. I don't know yet. Let me catch up here. So, Damon Claiborne Very exciting running back going to the Vikings here. That their first running back taken. Yeah, nice pick here. All right. So, Devon Claiborne, 5'9.5", 188 pounds. He was a team captain. He shows some burst and some high-end speed. He had a 4.37 40. Verified that long speed that you see on tape. It does show up on tape. Seamless lateral movement skills. Displays real nice patience and vision. Utilizes his blockers well, which is something I clearly always look for, even with wide receivers on screen passes, how well they utilize those blockers. Bad elusiveness, bad yards after contact. In terms of the PFF grading here, bad yards per route run was not utilized as a receiver out of the backfield, so that doesn't really matter. That's just not his game, baby. Extremely underweight, extremely slender guy, small hands, scat backy, bad acceleration, 5 fumbles, poor technique in pass pro. So some knocks on the overall profile here, but Clark is a typical 1B in a committee, speed back type. There's a lot to like here, but a good offensive line in front of him is going to be important to his success. So that may or may not be true for the Vikings. Depends how healthy they stay, I think. His performances were fairly boom or bust throughout the season. Ultimately, his upside is hard to deny and very enticing. I think he's a late 4th, early 5th round type prospect. There's a lot to like, but there are plenty of concerns as well. Elusiveness, yards after contact, inefficiencies as a receiving threat, size concerns, pass protection, his technique, pass pro technique. So, I think you understand why he doesn't end up going earlier. Okay, I already got him off there. There we go. Devon Claiborne, my 138th overall ranked prospect there. Gone to the Minnesota Vikings at 198. He's exciting. I think this is a great fit for Minnesota. Schematically. Yeah, this will get an A+. Very exciting prospect. Surprise Burks? I'm not too surprised that Burks hasn't gone yet. I just talked about that a little bit ago. My Green Bay Packers pick is in. Emmanuel Henderson Jr., wide receiver, gone. We grabbed Damani Jackson, cornerback. Okay. I can get behind that pick. That's fine. Not my favorite prospect in the world, but we'll get to that. Seattle. One with wide receiver. I do like them going with a wide receiver. Emmanuel Henderson Jr. is an interesting prospect who I did not love. So that's going to get you... I'm going to go with the straight D. Yeah, he as I recall it, combine on-field drills, I was not very impressed with him. He went from a guy who was up with a lot of these guys and moved down quite a ways there. So... not my favorite prospect there for Seattle, but I do like the position pick for them. Miami, going more offensive line. They need that. Good pick. Position-wise, DJ Campbell, I'm going to like this pick a lot for Miami. Where are you? There he is, DJ Campbell. And we are actually, hold up. DJ Campbell's my first pick in my final group of grading here. I'm going to get, it's going to be a B+ for Miami. It's not random for the teams, though. I mean, that's a good pick. I like DJ Campbell quite a bit there for Miami. Same with the Green Bay Packers. Same for the most part for the Green Bay Packers here. I'm not I don't think I'm a big fan of Damani. Let's see what I wrote on him. This could go one of two ways. Some people liked Damani quite a bit, and I just know that I was lower on him. But at this point of the draft, right, we're in there where I had him. Damani Jackson, 6'1", 194 pounds, physical player with an NFL-ready build. Yeah, like the size. A decent floor guy. Okay, can't argue with that. Good recovery speed. And the reason it shows up, he has bad acceleration. So it struggles to stay with guys early on in the route, quicker, shiftier guys. It shows aggression at the point of attack. Bad versus the run. Poor in coverage for his PFF grading. Doesn't display the greatest game IQ on tape, decision making, gets an interception in the end zone versus Southern Carolina with 0-0 on the clock with the lead, and he took it out of the end zone, so I don't like that. Some technique issues for him. 5th to 6th round guy with physical and athletic upside. Actually, his athletics were not minor athletic concerns. Athletic limitations may be more significant than I saw on tape. Showed some improvement in 2025. 2 years at Alabama, 1 year at USC before that. Floor, not the greatest athlete. This is clearly just like a depth pick. This is not a high upside pick. But like the Green Bay Packers can kind of use that. So, yeah, we'll just give this a B. Didn't love Domani. Once again, some athletic concerns for him, some IQ concerns, which I don't think that the Green Bay Packers need that in their young room. But what you gonna do? All right, so Emmanuel Henderson was not in my 250. DJ Campbell was my 202nd ranked overall prospect, taking at 200. Look at that. You love it when you see that. Domani Jackson was my 247th overall ranked prospect. So, you know, a little high for me for the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, there's some other names I would have preferred. I'm gonna give that a B minus. It's fine. And then Logan Taylor just goes, did not make it in my top 250. I know some people liked him. He's definitely a name I've heard, familiar with. But he's going to be low. One of the last two guys before I didn't think guys were draft worthy. So, you know, you fit in there. The Chargers need more offensive line interior there, so I like that for the fit there. Yeah, more versatility along the offensive line. It's going to make sense here.
Very well be one of them. Okay, when we come back, we will continue working our way through the 6th round. Now,
Logan Taylor did have a decent offseason. He had a nice day one at the Senior Bowl. Didn't really show up outside of that. Guard tackle kind of versatility, 6'6.5". So I think guard tackle versatility fits what you're looking for the Chargers. 310 pounds. Above average as a run blocker, plus burst profile, big hands, long arms. Below average in pass pro, bad agility. I'd prefer if it was below average in the run and then above average pass pro. In terms of my projections on him, let's see here: guard, tackle, P.J. Williams, Diego Pounds is more tackle. I mean, I think this is a nice fit, so I am gonna give this a B+. But I'm going to give it a B/B+. It's on that borderline there without looking into it too much there. But I think that versatility is really pulling some weight there for them. He was not in my top 250. I didn't make a big deal out of the Brady pick this year. Oh. Maybe distancing himself since he's got some ownership in the NFL. From, like, celebrating that? I don't know. C.J. Williams to Jacksonville, wide receiver, C.J. Williams. Can't say I remember too much about that. You know what, Snickers? I'm hungry, too. I hear you. Yeah, I don't think I've got him on here. Nope. Not familiar with C.J. Williams out of Stanford. Sorry, Jacksonville fans, but I got nothing for you on that one. Did I not finish my grading scale here? Picks 237 through 257. How does this grading work out? Fourth to fifth round. B.
And they braved the weather conditions today to pack that draft hall out in the shadows back at Sugar Stadium. And here's how the last 10 picks or so have come off the board here. I mentioned Pat Coogan going to Tennessee Titans. I mentioned the Rams receiver as well, C.J. Daniels from Miami. And the last...
Oh, Wake Forest. Got his speed burner out in Minnesota.
P.J. Williams is the newest Jacksonville Jaguar.
Okay.
Going there to Maurice Jones-Drews, former Jaguars. Red Lewis, JD. Michael Robinson back here with you guys. Most intriguing picks that we have seen thus far. Michael Robinson, what do you got?
Oh, man. The Cole Payton pick, quarterback out of North Dakota State. Going to Philly. The left-handed quarterback. In his career, rushed the ball.
Okay. All right, we're back. Wide receiver Lewis Bond goes there. Some people really liked him a lot. He's fine. He's a fine wide receiver. Where'd he go? Houston. Okay. Okay. Inside, outside versatility. So, yeah, they could, if anything, use some versatility as depth in that wide receiver room. So that makes some sense. 197 pounds, 5'11", smooth hips, nice change of direction, short arms, below average efficiency numbers. His catch radius is very limited, certainly not a deep threat. Bond does not pop off the screen, but I think he looks fine as a guy who could stick around in the NFL. He is comfortable working across the middle of the field as a guy who can help move the sticks. He is built a bit like a running back, compact, and isn't afraid while working in traffic. I like that his best games were against some of the toughest competition on their schedule. So yeah, at this point of the draft, some people thought he'd go real high. I'm in on this. I think he fits Houston and what their mentality is as well there. So it's going to be an A+. Why not? I like that. That makes a lot of sense for them. He was my 161st ranked prospect. Has to be defense for the... I would think so, but at this point, best player available on your board probably. Detroit Lions go Skylar Gill-Howard. I did not really... He never impressed me throughout the process. He was a name that was actually pretty high up. But I think my write-up on him is actually pretty positive. 6 to undrafted free agent. Late third round kind of grade on him. Late day 3 grade on him. Goes Detroit. This is probably a nice fit for Detroit there and what they like to do. Kind of guys that they like. 6'1", 280 pounds, elite pass rusher, above average versus the run in terms of PFF grading. Good balance, nice change of direction and speed, nice first step, high effort, chases plays downfield, so you like that. Very underweight, very slender, very small hands, extremely short arms. Gets washed out easily once he's locked up. Cannot two-gap. Not going to be asking him to do that. Was injured in 2025. Only has one season of full starting production. He had good production in that season though. Wrestler background. Skylar looks like a big high schooler playing against a bunch of men on tape. He's very much too small to be on the field on early downs. He cannot collapse the pocket, and his pass rush lacks any creativity, though it was highly effective. There are some serious questions about how he can hold up at the next level, and he hasn't been able to do too much this offseason due to his mid-season, season-ending injury. In another world where he didn't get injured this season, he might be a 4th-round prospect, and someone might still think that of him. In the right system, where his skill set gets maximized, he could be valuable, and it's easy to appreciate his effort. He is seen making plays all over the field. I have a mid to late... I feel good about him in the 6th round. Yeah, feel good about him here. So, let's just get that a B. You know what? because they have Tyleek Williams, you can move Tyleek right inside there, put him next to Tyleek. That could make some sense. Nice fit there. I wasn't talking to you, that's why the mic was off. How did the sound, did the sound come back full here? Yes. Am I a little bit quieter? Maybe? Maybe a touch, there we go. Sorry about the sounds. Alright. Nah, we're good. It was on purpose. Sorry about that. Alright, so for Skylar Gill Howard, I like that enough. We gave it a B+, barely. Maybe a B+. Then we had Alex Harkey, guard. Go to the Chargers. I don't think I got a draftable grade on Harkey here. We'll see. Some of them surprise me sometimes. Look how many offensive linemen I have. There's so many. Always are. I feel like I recognize the name. There you are. Well, not the lowest one on my board. Let's see if I have much on him. Thanks for letting me know about the mic, even though that was on purpose. 6'6", 308 pounds, good in pass protection, below average run grading, physical, short arms, very slender guy. Did not impress me throughout the process at any point, clearly, and in fact, probably to the opposite. I probably knocked him down a few times at the Combine at the very least, if not also at Senior Bowl if he was there, or at the East-West Shrine Bowl if he was there. Probably would have been there. So, another guard, you know, fine, whatever. There's other guys I would have taken. This would be a C- for me. To the Chargers, because that's where we're at. These undrafted guys, it's just a C now. Micah Morris, there's a name I'm a little bit more familiar with, going to Philadelphia. That's going to be a scheme fit for Philadelphia. Where do I have Micah Morris? Did he fall out of my draft-worthy guys? Nah. Right there at the bottom with Logan Taylor. Okay. So, would have gotten a couple of knocks from me, probably at the Combine, maybe just like 2 knocks or so there while I was watching the on-field stuff. 6'4.5", 340 pounds, great in pass protection for his PFF grading, average in the run grading, and those numbers, when I say them, that's compared to past 4 years of data. Every player with a certain amount of usage in college football. Hefty, large wingspan, very good acceleration, and God speed. Not even good speed, God speed. Obviously a typo. Good speed, good burst profile. So, yeah, that's what I thought. He's going to be a scheme fit here. They're going to go with more zone stuff with their new offense. So I like the fit. Philly that's going to be a B+. Evan Bernstein, I know, does not fit. Armaj Reed Adams, I'm pretty sure, does not fit. Jaden Roberts might be a schematic fit that I had higher there. And that's it, So, we're right in there. B+ there. Nice, strong take. I feel like Curry is a Brown at 248. I just got that gut feeling. You've been feeling that for a little bit. But, yeah, I think that would be a nice addition into that room. I think you'd like them to take somebody there just to make sure that room doesn't get too expensive on them out of nowhere. They've got several names there, but you're going to probably have to let one of them go when their contracts come up. Didn't they just re-up Alex Wright? I think they extended him, but that probably leaves someone else on the outs. Plus, those contracts always come with that final year or final 2 years of those contracts. They can always save a bunch of money. So, if you hit on a guy like Caden Curry, all of a sudden you're able to open up some cap for something else. Let's see. Lewis Bond, we got him off of the list. Alex Harkey was not on here. Micah Morris was going to be in here. I think he was in here, or maybe he didn't make the cut. Okay, didn't make the cut. I had to be picky with those offensive linemen. You see how long that list is. I can't just put 1,000 of them in here. But Ontario Thompson, I'm not familiar with that name. I don't think I have anything on him. Atlanta. Let's double check. See if his name made the list, but I just never knew too much about him. Nah. Don't know anything about Ontario Thompson. All right, calm down. You got like 30-something picks. Relax, breathe, brother. All right, so this is John Lynch in the interview, GM of the 49ers.
I'm so grateful for him because he kind of accelerated my career. I love that. Hey, John, real quick, how are Kittle and Bosa doing? How are they recovering? They're doing awesome. Yeah, both tireless workers, both huge parts of our team in every way, in what they do on the field, in their leadership.
Okay, John Lynch has definitely had some lip filler, or he's just got a fat lip.
Knicks happened earlier in the season, so he's closer. But George, we have a good feeling that he's going to be ready.
I think he does some injections to keep his face looking youthful.
Make a difference to get them back along with Fred Warner and all the additions we've made. We're really excited about our team. Well, it's nice to be able to put the facility to rest about your injuries, right?
I don't know. Maybe that's just how his lips are, but.
It'd be a massive relief for you that you've absolved the facilities for all of that. But looking ahead as you're getting all these guys back from injury and the season you're about to have with travel and everything else, you're getting ready for a draft, but you also have to get ready for a season.
Commanders pick is in. Steelers are on the clock. Ravens after that. Patriots, Bills, Colts, Falcons, Seahawks.
It's been a big task. It's been a daunting task to kind of prepare for that. It's kind of unheard of. We're going off to Australia for week 1, and there's a lot of planning. Fortunately, we've got a lot of great people that I can kind of put the load on, logistics folks, and they're handling that. We sent a whole group down there for an advance. A lot goes into it. When do you go? How do you get your guys best ready for that? And, you know, you rely a lot on the experts and on science, and so we're trying to figure out the best mix. Then we'll go down to Mexico City later in the year. But those are the cards we're dealt. We'll embrace it. You know, we're excited about this season. We've got a lot of work to do from here to there. I think we made our team better in free agency with a couple trades. Osa Digawuzu, and I think I just butchered his name. That's why I just call him Ozo.
Yeah, that's it.
Digazua. So, but we couldn't be
It's all right. It's all right. It's a tough name. All right, Matt. Oh, Matt Golban going here, center. Did I? He was a name. He was a name. Where did I end up with him? Yeah, right there. Look at that. I don't really. I think he moved up my board in part with some nice movement skills at the combine. Because he's not physical, athletics don't stand out. Oh, definitely his BFF grading helped a little bit. Elite in the run, elite in the pass, power guy, reaches the second level well vertically. So this is going to center, going to Washington. Reaches the second level well vertically, so maybe a little lack of side-to-side movement on him. He anchors well. He's a drive blocker. Lateral movement is a weakness. His awareness is a weakness. His athletics are terrible. Scheme-specific guy, gap blocker. I think that's fine in Washington, and they just picked up Katron Allen, so it looks like they're going for a little bit of power in that rushing attack, so that could make some sense. 5-year player, 3-year starter, spent 4 years at Wake before transferring to Michigan State. He showed up in the biggest games, that being versus Indiana and Michigan, so you love to see that. Center and guard experience for him, so a little bit of versatility. I really like Golban a lot. However, his athletic profile is scary. I'm happy to take a chance on a midday 3 for the proper system fit. And so I think we've got a system fit here. Based on what it appears Washington's trying to do, establish the run, the power running game. Matt Golban, a guy who could help to do that. So, yeah, it's worth a try here at this point in the draft, you know. That's an A for me, maybe an A+. Trying to remember who their offensive coordinator is. David Blau. Yeah, definitely includes a decent amount of power gap into his scheme. Just use, it's a versatile scheme, but used a lot of it with Anthony Lynn in Detroit. So I think he's probably moving this scheme a little bit more, which the league is generally doing, a little bit more towards power, and then mixing in the zone seam stuff. So I think that's a nice fit there. I might have to leave you guys for a little while here and grab me some food that's coming my way. Yes. Let's go. All right. I will be back. We'll wait till after the commercial so I can play the sound. I always hear people turn off during commercials, so I don't know if commercials have a little bit more likelihood of getting flagged by things here. So, Golban was in here. He was my 186th ranked prospect, getting him at 209. Look at that, right in the wheel basket. Very nice. And then Gabe Rubio, defensive end, going. Do I have his name? I know I don't have anything on him, but I have a couple of names written. Uar Bernard and Jaden Loving as some athletic guys that showed up on the radar but didn't have any chance of scouting them. All right. I'm pretty sure I don't have him. Let's double check. Gabe. Oh, no, that's going to be Gabe Jackass. All right. Oh, we tried. Patriots are on the clock. Ravens. Pick is in. I don't want Caden Curry. I need Caden. You need your curry. Do your thing. Enjoy lunch. Well, I'll bring it here. I'll eat it. I'll eat it with you. Lunch. It's dinner. It's 5:15 here. There we go. A punter goes off with a board. Honestly, given this draft class, like that's, you know, it's surprising that it's taken this long for a long snapper or a punter to go. Look at that. Ryan Eckley of Michigan State going. Wouldn't mind the Green Bay Packers taking a shot on a kicker or something. So I have no feedback on the punters. I would not know how to scout a punter outside of just seeing the ball go deep. And I would probably actually prioritize accuracy. And once again, I wouldn't know how to say that's going to translate. I don't know what kind of differences happen. I work nights, it's lunch for me. Fine. I'll enjoy my lunch then. Are you happy? How do you like the night shifts? You said you like night shifts. Do you do like a 4 on, 3 off type deal? I could do a night shift thing if it's something where like I can just listen to music while I'm working my night shift. I wouldn't mind that, but it wouldn't take obviously a sleep schedule change. The heck are people doing here at this hour on a Saturday? Okay, we're back from commercial. I'll be right back with food.
We've got a scoreboard all set up as well. Just in case anyone's wondering, the usual fun that we have here, this and then obviously fundraising for St. Jude, both were born out of complete boredom. One, me bored at the combine running the 40-yard dash in my suit out of the blue. This one, and Radio City Music Hall are just like, what else are we going to talk about here today, too? So, we've got music. Sounds very eerie.
That means it's go time.
What's first up? You guys want to put up? You have one. Can I go first? Please, Daniel Jeremiah.
Let's start this thing off. We're going to go to Villanova, and we're going to go football.
I know that, but
Timmy Ajiritutu is AJI. Timmy Ajiritutu. He's a guard from Villanova.
Villanova guard. Interior blocking for Villanova. Normally a guard at Villanova. We've got your Ajiritutu right here.
How about that? You got the double knee braces working out there?
There he is. Spot shot.
74 getting after it.
There's production value, too. Look at him. Oh, you can't get past the Ajiritutu.
I mean, come on, listen. A Villanova guy, we've had all this religious talk today. The Pope's a Villanova guy. That was going to work for the truck today, right?
Let's get a win here, Charles.
You want to win?
Let's go.
How about John Pitzenberger, running back, Yale?
John Pitzenberger, running back of Yale. Do we have a Yale running back that's Pitzenberger?
The Ivy Player of the Year.
Oh, that's a lot of work.
Charles Davis, how dare you?
I thought they have now.
The truck is anti-elitist.
The truck's like, there'll be none of this stuff.
All right, what do we got here? Oh, Mike F. says, Dean Larkins, tight end of your Appalachian State.
Show me Larkin.
We're looking around. We're looking.
The truck's in trouble.
I know what it's like to win streak. Sadly, I know what it's like to lose to Appalachian State. Not a fun feeling. The truck's feeling like I did on that day.
would say Nemo Jenkins from John Carroll. I texted Nick Casero. He said, there's no chance that you guys will have this.
Oh, so this
Can you
Nick
find
Casario
Nemo?
trying to stump the truck.
Find Nemo.
The last general manager who attempted to stump the truck was Mike Mayock. Find Nemo.
Truck is in trouble.
Stumped.
Okay, can we give the truck one more shot?
Fernando Mendoza of Indiana. Do you have him? Let's give the truck something.
Let's give the truck. How about this one?
Yeah.
How about Rocco Spindler, offensive lineman, Nebraska. Remember Mark Spindler, his dad?
Okay, Rocco
Spindler.
Let's go. Looking at the truck. Do we have Show Me Spindler?
Oh my goodness! This is a tough day. I thought they'd be all
Hold on, I've got one. Go for it. Florida A&M offensive lineman named Charles Davis.
Yes.
Charles Davis, Florida A&M offensive lineman. Do we have a Charles Davis? Yes, Charles Davis. There's Charles S. Stevie.
Work him, cuz. What's your name? Hey, cuz, do not let him run the short board. Yeah, there we go. Steal it off, big boy. Hey, I can tell you one thing. He is gonna crush the barbecue this summer.
I was gonna Charles is gonna hurt pierogies before you get out there.
My man's gonna hurt the
All
barbecue.
right, Charles Davis got the truck on the
CD, my man.
Can I go with? I want to go to Kennesaw State.
Kennesaw State.
Let's go with Coleman Bennett, a running back from Kennesaw State. Do we have that one?
All right.
Coleman
The
Bennett.
most famous Coleman in the state of Pennsylvania since trading places. Give him the ball.
Coleman the Bennett blowout there.
Fucking go, Lewis.
Sir, should I fix some more snacks for your guests? Forget them, Cole.
Feeling good.
It's looking good.
Who put the cools out on the truck's carpet?
Who's putting my cools out on my car? This runs Persian. That's Persian. All right. Do we get one more?
Yeah, can I go with
One more?
I want to go with one more. You want to go with I'll go with the corner. Let's see if the truck gets at Houston Christian, and we're gonna because that's for the team today. Zay McGee, a corner from Houston Christian.
Formerly known as Houston Baptist.
McGee. They're nervous in the truck. They're nervous in the truck. Oh! Daniel, normally you're a team player. You're stumping, man.
Okay, can we give him a layup for the truck, please, just to end it right? David Bailey. Jack Strand, quarterback, Minnesota Moorhead.
Minnesota Moorheads, Jack Strand.
All right.
Minnesota Moorheads, Jack Strand. All right.
Here we are.
I got some food. A little recharge here. Let's see what I missed. Not much. Nnamdi Obiezer. I don't think I have a draftable grade on him.
Go back to the social world to try and tie it up. Jack Strand sounded like a
And I don't recognize the other name.
Tom Zach.
There goes Caden Curry.
That's nephew.
All right, Caden Curry off the board to the Indianapolis Colts. We'll start there. Linebacker Caden Curry. Edge rusher Caden Curry. To Indianapolis. It's an A.
He's the one who scored the late touchdown, beat Youngstown in the playoffs.
I gotta ask Jack, what was the last Tom Zach win in Pittsburgh? Because we just had one. Tie it up. Tie it up. This is a big one.
Give it to him.
For the truck of the world.
Okay, last one.
The weight is on your shoulders, Daniel.
Well, if you want to find a winner, let's go with Jack Dingle. D-I-N-G-L-E-L-E. Jack Dingle.
I don't have Jordan Vandenberg in here. Nnamdi. Oh, I do have a draft. Look at that. Okay.
Wow, we're tying it up. Oh, that's the winner.
Well, linebacker. Nnamdi Ozer Obiezer. New England linebacker, TCU. Okay. Linebacker, they needed a little bit of that. 6'2.5", 227 pounds. Great tackler, massive hands, above average power profile. Those are those jumping numbers. Power in the legs. Good pass rusher. His speed is above average, but disappointing for his size. Well, whatever. It's still above average. Bad in coverage. Below average support versus the run. Disappointing agility. Showed up in the on-field drills at the combine. Lacks some sand in his pants. He's very slender, very short arms. You know, if you're going to be undersized, at least be agile. That's what I say. So, yeah, I mean, just like a role player type. Gives a little something, a little juice from the middle of your defense. And you can rely on him to finish the play when he makes it. Little north to south kind of guy. Maybe not the most rangiest. And just could use some development in his diagnosing of the run play and his recognition there. So that is a B to, I don't know who drafted him. New England, right? New England gets a B for Nnamdi Obiezer. And then Caden Curry went, and then Harold Perkins Jr. went. All your guys are going. There we go, kicker for the Packers. What did I say? Trey Smack, I think that is the #1 kicker in the class. It is the first off the board, but I have heard the name. And if I've heard the name, it must mean something. So there we go. Trey Smack out of Florida. Gonna smack some balls. That might be my favorite draft pick for the Green Bay Packers. All right, linebacker Harold Perkins Jr. is an interesting prospect. Came in to college football with a lot of expectations. As I recall it, LSU, maybe a 5-star recruit, definitely at least a 4-star recruit, going to Atlanta. And he's had I don't want to say he's just straight up fallen short of all those expectations. Spent 4 years at LSU, came out to the scene strong as a freshman edge rusher / outside linebacker. It's been downhill since then from him, and after his sophomore season, he was moved to a more full-time linebacker role with versatility to work in the slot. He'll be 24 years old at the start of the season. He had a torn ACL in 2024. So, yeah, his development kind of got sidetracked there. 6'5", 222 pounds, linebacker, above average as a pass rusher, reads blocking assignments well. He does a good job of finding lanes to get through as a pass rusher from the linebacker spot. Obviously still learning true linebacker stuff too. Plus athlete, can track the seam and click downhill against the check down with ease. Physical, high effort guy. Was not good in coverage. Bad tackler. Takes poor angles in pursuit. His pad level's not great on his tackling. Very small hands, so just a little bit of ability to grab on and hold on. Average to below average versus the run. He struggles to find the ball, lacks instincts versus the run. He struggles to stack and shed, get off of blocks, so small hands aren't helping there. And neither is his weight. Lacks some sand in his pants. Very slender for his size. Perkins is a previous 5-star recruit out of high school, so he comes with some pedigree. LSU used him all over the place. Perkins can certainly make an NFL roster, and then it'll be up to him to learn the position better. In the meantime, he can contribute as a depth piece / role player, doubly so due to his versatility, which is highly coveted in the NFL. There's no question that he's going to give his fullest effort. I think the NFL teams should feel comfortable taking him relatively early on day 3. And here we go. We get him nice and late on day 3. Once again, could be some lingering issues too with that torn ACL that might not have helped his draft stock, but it's just been an unfortunate college career for Harold Perkins. But there are reasons to think that just a little bit of seasoning in the NFL, and 3 years down the road, you might find yourself with a real good prospect here. So I think well worth it to take the chance here. This is going to be an A+ pick for Atlanta there. I think that was Worth it. And then Trace Mack, kicker, to the Packers. Love it. After that, offensive tackle Jaden Williams to Arizona. About time we get a tackle there in Arizona. Maybe they took one. I don't know. I don't remember. Jaden Williams. Remember, we got 100 names here for tackles and guards and centers. There you are. Tied for my 79th overall offensive lineman in the class. Arizona. That'll get you a C- there. Does have some physical size concerns on his profile. Probably short arms. Could be something else, but I'm going to guess short arms. Let's see. Do I just not have any kind of write-up on him? I have PJ Williams. Somehow he escaped, getting any kind of write-up. Weird. Because usually if I've got athletic, physical things, I transfer that all over onto his sheet. I don't know what happened to his. Anthony Smith, oh boy. Oh boy, we're starting getting into the weeds here. I didn't think I recognized that name. Oops. Yeah, I've got nothing on Anthony Smith going to Dallas. Or at least I had Jaden Williams. We'll take that. Mississippi. We can turn this back on.
Causing him some pain, causing him weakness in what they thought was his oblique. And if you watch the 2025 tape, I know you guys have scoured it, looked like a different player than when he seemed like a top prospect in 2024. Those are among the things teams are really trying to sort out. But you're right. I mean, this certainly you would have thought he'd be off the board by now.
I was keeping an eye even on New Orleans, where his dad's the offensive coordinator, but you look at what they've already done. Bring over Zach Wilson. They've still got Spencer Rattler there to go along with Tyler Shuck. So now they've got a pick coming up here, but that was my...
I think they're still trying to put the good message out there for Garrett Nussmeier. I think that was about.
Some people still shy away from the dad dynamic.
Yeah.
Now some people are just like, that's not good for us, and maybe that's why it plays there for Nussmeier.
So we're making our way towards pick 257, which is the end of the...
They were talking about Nussmeier.
Hey, listen, Mike, you and I, we see the same, right? Breaking down kickers and punters. And
I don't know, did I miss it? Did they talk about Trace Mack?
Nothing like punt and smack. What more do you need?
Brett Michaels, Wiz Khalifa, kicked off night 2 of the draft last night with some terrific performances right here. Both gave users nothing but a good time, and the black and yellow...
Trace Mack. Looks like a kicker. Oh, we traded up for him even. Look at that.
Lowe's knows tackling projects now means you can football Sunday.
We need a new fridge.
This one has craft ice.
Well, I mean, welcome to Green Bay, Trace Mack. We're happy to have you. We need you. Hopefully you'll be good. I'm looking for... why don't I do this? Let's see what... I think he's distance guy. Yeah, strong leg can deliver beyond 50 yards at a high rate without having to drive balls with a lower trajectory. His repeatable process and consistent placement give him an above average chance of making it in the league. I'll take above average. Alright. Strengths. Consistent ball kicker with good lift and placement. Made 77%, 10 out of 13 of his kicks from 50 plus yards. It's not a whole lot, but okay. Capable as an emergency punter if needed. Hey, that's value. Good size with ability to cover and tackle on kickoffs. You tell me my kicker can tackle on kickoffs? Oh my god. Packers are going to be unstoppable this year. Our kicker's going to be tackling everybody. Missed 47-yard kick in overtime, lost to 10. Oh boy. Alright. Well, we're used to heartbreaking missed kicks. High percentage of misses were off the right hash. Okay, well just don't kick off the right hash. That's easy to avoid. Missed 3 field goals in the first game of 2025, including 39 and 40-yard tries. I mean, can't make them all, right? All right, we're in. Trey Smack lays the smack down on kickoff. He doesn't only smack the ball, he smacks other players. What kind of kicker does that? Trey Smack. TJ Hall, solid. This is a quality pick here in the 7th round. I'm a big fan of him. Pick player 246 on my big board, TJ Hall. This is fine. This is what the 7th round's about. Get yourself a guy with a floor, if I recall correctly. Well, what are we doing? What are we doing with commercials on volume? Come on, get this right here. All right. TJ Hall, 6'1", 189 pounds. He's elite versus the run. He's got large hands. He's average to below average in coverage. Very small wingspan. Extremely slow. Acceleration and speed. Bad to very bad agility. I thought he looked out of his realm athletically during the on-field drills at the Combine. You know what, maybe there's a reason I had him at 246 instead of 220, 219. All right. You want to be athletic when you're a cornerback because wide receivers are very athletic. If you're not athletic, you kind of want to have a good wingspan. Good versus the run. We're thinking maybe more of like a nickel for TJ Hall. Ooh, right behind that. I like that pick. Alright, TJ Hall. To New Orleans. B-. Now, Toriano Pride Jr., on the other hand, be just a little bit higher on here. 244 overall. Yeah, this group's starting to go. All right. For him, 5'10", 185, so doesn't really have that size, right? But good in coverage, like a cornerback who can cover. Elite speed, 4'3", 240. Good acceleration, good punch at the line of scrimmage. He's an opportunistic player. He disrupts at the point of attack. He's an aggressive tackler. Not sure about his tackling form, though. It's not good. Below average versus the run. Very short. He's underweight. Bad agility. Clumsy? Question mark? Hips? Stiff? Maybe? Needs to get his head turned around more. Spent 2 years at Clemson and then 2 years at Mizzou as a starter. And he has shown improvement. So you like that. I like Pride. I think, he's got a guy. He's a guy who's got a chance. He can put it all together. So we're going to give that one to Buffalo a B+. Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. The pick's in for Cincinnati, and then you have another pick coming up. Cincinnati Bengals with their final 2 picks of the draft coming up here.
He is going to play. It's going to be earlier than what people are projecting. And I think he's going to fare just fine because I love the makeup of the kid.
I'm going to disagree with you on this. I think he's going to disagree all you want.
There goes Jack Andrews to Cincinnati. I think we talked about that a little bit a while ago. Tight end, Jack Andrews. A do-it-aller. Nothing great, in my opinion. But fine, especially in this portion of the draft.
He's got Kirk Cousins. Bledsoe was sitting there. I know, and Kirk Cousins is an accomplished player in this.
It's going to be an A.
He's an accomplished player in this.
Minus. I'm not a big Jack Andrews fan, but I might be surprised once again when I go to read what I said about him. 6'4.5", 245 pounds. Elite hands, above average contested catch rate. He's a willing blocker. He's good in the run game, less so in pass protection, however. Impressive ball tracking skills, versatile alignment ability, plays through the whistle and works to get open when the play breaks down. Wasn't very efficient, didn't really get thrown a whole lot on his routes, Short arms, lacks explosiveness, is a smooth athlete though. Lacks any knockback and struggles to sustain blocks. Even ends up on his butt too often. Jack is a smooth, though unimpressive athlete who was used a lot as an H-back. His blocking ability has steadily improved throughout his career. He's not a people mover or a mauler by any means, but he's fairly effective. His shorter arms suggest he'll always have a cap on his ability in pass pro. He shows some nice physicality, which you need to play as a tight end. He doesn't have any major weaknesses. There is more development to go. It was nice to see him come in at 244 pounds this offseason, as putting on some weight was something that I had previously written that he needed to do. I think he's a solid prospect. So, you know what? Just give it an A. Why not? It's solid prospect. No need to minus that. I don't have any extreme concerns for him. I don't know anything about defensive tackle Tyre West going to Tennessee. The name sounds familiar for some reason. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good get for tight end at this point in the draft. And it's what you're looking for. Let me make sure I don't have Tyre West in here. Tyree West? No. It's got to be Tyree. That can't be Tyre, right?
Seems like the organization, Cousins, and everyone is on the same page. I'm with Daniel. I believe Fernando Mendoza will be waiting more than playing.
I have no problem taking both of you in a handicap match. I have no problem with that.
I'll take you in a safe distance over there.
I have no problem taking you guys.
Why are you so adamant about this? Never this animated.
Listen,
The guys have 5 cups of coffee. That's the problem. 5 cups of coffee.
I'll do what I do. If you got Kirk Cousins and you're going to go ahead and play him one time, Fernando Mendoza getting 7 starts.
You had me in the wrong split screen. You need to have these 2 guys in the split screen. If this is first take all of a sudden.
Jack Andrews was my 156th ranked prospect.
We are.
Get your cameras out. Please split screen them.
I have no problem agreeing to disagree on this thing. I just know that watching this.
No, you gotta address your cameras.
I've addressed it. I just have no problem saying all this time. Overwhelmingly, the guys drafted #1 is going to end up playing a lot of football.
Yeah, and I just think Tom Brady, who is in control of this situation, having played the position and having experienced it, I believe he thinks the best thing for the team and for Fernando Mendoza is for him to ease into this thing.
You're not doing it right. You're not supposed to be calmer when you're split screen.
Because we learn more PTI than we are first take. I can't help that.
I can disagree with someone and still have love. I don't need to go ahead and come off the top.
No, everyone has love for each other.
I just like being right.
By the way,
I'll be a little surprised if if Diego Pounds doesn't end up going here.
I mean, they're building this thing out. They're doing it the right way. I thought Washington, the running back they got.
I'd love to see Philip Dunham go, Lander Burton.
They did a nice job, and really a lot of the defensive pieces that they added in free agency is going to help as well as what they did in draft.
Jeff Caldwell was taken, wasn't he? No, somebody mentioned him in chat.
Wasn't worth discussing. I mean, they were awful on the front line last year. And when Colton Miller went down, he goes down, Jackson Powers.
Kendrick Law was taken, though. So was Justin Jefferson. Skylar Gill Coward. I got quite a few quarterback names. Let's see if we got Ethan Kaliakmanis. I didn't think so. Not one of the 31 quarterbacks that I have going to Washington out of Rutgers. Pittsburgh, maybe with their final pick of the draft? Is that what we're...
With the 224th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Robert Spears Jennings.
I am barely draft worthy. You can see this is the only position at a special category for 7th to undrafted free agent compared to 6th to undrafted free agent. Elite speed.
See it right here. It takes good angles. The issue with him is just some of those 50-50 balls down the field. He lost a few of those, but he's got size and length that he can
A few. He was bad in coverage. Bad agility. Great speed, though. Good acceleration. Good height. Good arm length. Extremely large hands. Above average in run defense, so average tackler. It's just a big-bodied run defender who you don't want to trust in coverage. Probably a special teamer. Yeah.
This is what happens when there's no puppies. We need puppies. What happened to the puppies?
I did not have him in my top 250. He never really impressed me throughout the offseason at any point. That'll be it. C plus, B minus. I guess it goes on the borderline there. Yeah, C plus, B minus for that one. Bengals are on the clock. Titans pick is in. Bengals are on the clock. I repeat, Bengals are on the clock.
And behind me, I have some championship-winning teams from today. These two teams played the 2026 NFL Flag Steelers Super Regional Tournament this morning. It all went down.
So I think it's going to be a little while before we get to the Bengals because of what they're doing on stage here.
Presented by Toyota. and girls, to my left, we got our 14U.
There we go. Sorry about that if that was extremely loud. Sounds back.
Let's have one more round of applause for all these student athletes competing in football, representing our great country, and most importantly, winning championships here in Pittsburgh. Let's make some noise.
All right, so Tennessee goes with Jaron Kanak, who I don't believe I have a draftable grade on, or is close. Close, okay. Tennessee get a tight end, makes enough sense. Don't think they have much going on depth-wise. Well, yeah, okay, whatever, it's a depth. Probably special teams here. Good hands, above average contested catch rate, plus athletics, play speed looks better than his 40, which was good. 4.62, decent yak per reception, 6.1 yards there. Small hands, extremely short arms, very small wingspan, average efficiency numbers, converted from linebacker to tight end in 2025. So, very new convert to the tight end position. He's 22 years old. He's basically just a big slot with little development as a blocker. That part of his game is, well, completely underdeveloped. His ball skills are promising. His background as a linebacker could help him in development as a player who knows how to attack defenses. He's a relative unknown in regards to what you'll get, and he is an investment / a risk. Late day 3 to undrafted free agent who has a very intriguing profile with some legitimate upside, despite the odds being stacked against him. 7th round pick. All right, so maybe not so much special teams as much as just a developmental prospect that they liked. I'll give it a B.
This crease is gonna be hard to scrub. Nah, it'll be a wall in the park with new and improved Dawn Platinum. It removes 99% of grease and food residue. Ooh. And with the new Easy Pour jug, there's less mess. New Dawn Platinum.
Hey, you just earned 5% cash back on that.
Bengals, pick is in. Panthers are on the clock. Bengals, I repeat, the pick is in. The pick. Dante Corleone. Final pick of the draft. Could do worse, I think. Cole Wisniewski. Add a developmental safety in there. Who I really like. I don't know about the system fit. Maybe? I think Rayshon Benny, Tim Keenan, be fun. Hiccups. And you've already done wide receiver, tight end. I think you've tapped out offensive line pretty well. A backup quarterback? Didn't go so well back last year. I don't know. I can't remember if they changed anything up there. Or running back. But you're probably okay with what you invested in last year's running back class. Harold Perkins was drafted. Couple linebacker, interesting names at linebacker still hanging out there. Oh yeah, they brought in Flacco and they kept him. I like Dante Lawson and Aiden Fisher enough. Landon Barton's certainly an interesting name, interesting player. Odin Heineke is very much a project and did not look good at the combine, but a lacrosse player would be an interesting guy to bring in.
I know all you fine people in the Berg work hard and love this country. I'll tell you, there was one other person who loved this country as much as anyone else. My good friend, my Cardinals teammate, Pat Tillman.
Did they take one of the names I said, or was he just one of the names I thought?
Pick 226. This is for you, Pat.
It was just one of the names I thought.
It's such an honor to be here representing the Pat Tillman Foundation, my fellow Tillman scholars.
I like this player.
And the military community more broadly, especially in my hometown, with all my Yinzers. Awesome to be here. And so with that, we have a particularly special pick, and that you'll see here in a second why. With the 226th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Landon Robinson, DT, Navy. Go Navy!
Very interesting prospect. Little tough to project. Very interesting prospect. Gonna probably want him to learn from Dexter Lawrence and learn the most he can from him, because 5'11", 291 pounds, but a good pass rusher. He had 34 pressures and 8 sacks. Excellent production with 37 tackles and 34 pressures. Holds up well, anchors nicely, uses leverage to his advantage. Lateral agility is as good as you'll find for an interior lineman. He was below average against the run. I mean, he's small, right? That's not what you're asking him to do. Very short arms. 3-year player at Navy with over 700 snaps in both of the past 2 seasons, and he did improve year over year in both his grading and his production. Landon is an extremely athletic, squatty, and scrappy lineman. If he had done what he did against tougher competition, we'd be thinking about this guy much higher in the draft, but he didn't. In fact, he struggled against the toughest competition with 0 pressures against Notre Dame, the one game that really showed you, him against possible NFL competition. He is a gamble, but he's one that you want to take a chance on. He almost certainly will have to be taken off the field on rushing downs, but there's a chance not. Regardless, he makes plays, and that's what you want. I have a mid-day 3 grade on him in the right system. I'd be more than happy to take him in the 5th. Yeah, I think that's a really fun play there. Really fun prospect. Out of Navy, Cena. You like that. He was my, what was that, 153rd ranked prospect. Whoever took Curry got a dog, but screw you. They couldn't help themselves. Jackson Kuwatch. I know there are some Jackson Kuwatch fans out there. I don't even know if I do have an undrafted free agency grade on him. Did I give a grade to that pick, Landon Burton? No. Cincinnati, that grade is going to be an A+. I really like that pick. Now, for Jackson Kuwatch, going to Carolina. Linebacker, yeah. Thought they could use a little help in that room overall. Do I have him in my edge room? I don't have anything written up on Kuwatch. Just a guy I never really got to. So, yeah, really just a name that I never got to at all. I just put an NA on that one. I didn't get to him. I guess it was kind of unfair to put undrafted free agent. I don't know if he was involved in any bowl games or anything that I got eyes on him there, and he didn't impress there. I try to keep guys with no grade if I didn't see him at all, but I probably saw him and just don't remember it. All right, good pick here from the New York Jets. Safety depth was something I definitely thought they could go for. VJ Payne, highly athletic safety. Doesn't mean he's a good safety, but incredibly athletic. And had a 5th, 6th rounder grade on him. You know, worth taking the chance on for sure. Above average in coverage for PFF grading. I thought he showed some good awareness. He has the ability to cover tight ends quite easily. He was an above average tackler, big bodied, and he can take on blockers at the line of scrimmage. He's 6'3", 208 pounds. Tall, extremely long arms, good acceleration and speed with lower body power profile. This all showed up at the combine, so that was a note that I had before the combine. Versatile, nickel or free safety, size and speed kind of guy. I didn't really write any weaknesses. Below average defender, run defender. There is a place in the NFL for him. He has enough athletic size and know-how to make it on a roster day 3 guy. I was impressed with his on-field drills at the combine. We'll give him an A+. Yeah, I was a fan of him. I think that's a real nice pick there for the Jets. Brandon Cleveland. So he did show up some this offseason. And I don't... Okay, it was... there was some positive moments for him. I couldn't remember if he was a negative or a positive. I liked him at the combine. I thought he stood out a little bit during the on-field drills. Let's see what I said about him. I don't think I have much. A little bit here. Good versus the run. Anchor holds up, absorbs blockers, and holds his ground. 6'2.5", 315 pounds. He rarely ends up on his butt. When he wins quickly, he can shed well. Poor pass rusher, short arms, very small hands, wide body, but he doesn't generate a lot of push. Limited athlete. 4 years at NC State, 2-year starter. Solid production with 24 tackles, 13 pressures. Inconsistent on a weekly game in and game out performance. Late day 3 draft grade, so, you know, we're late day 3. That's a fine pick there for Las Vegas. Gonna get themselves a B. Followed by another interesting prospect from Navy. They had a couple interesting ones. Pittsburgh taking this one. Let's listen to it.
I got somebody up here. It's my beautiful daughter, and she wants to say something to everybody. With the 230th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Eli Heidenreich, running back, Navy!
Navy picks. Pretty much.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I think he's your they're hoping, 3-4 years from now, he'll be able to take over for Dexter Lawrence. I think that's the hope.
He's literally a jack of all trades in that offense. He is a fun player to watch. He's here.
What a moment this is going to be.
Well, Eli Heidenreich's there in his Navy uniform, crying down the way.
Come down the tunnel. Punch that Steeler logo, tears streaming down the face of
They must have told him they were going to take him.
Heidenreich of Navy. First
Well, maybe he just knew he was going to get taken.
Now, 2 Navy men have been drafted in the same draft. And he is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And he has
Oh,
his terrible towel.
no wonder he's here.
And the fans are going nuts. Let's take this moment.
Well, of course they were going to draft him. If I knew all this, I would have predicted this draft pick. Would have put money on this. Why you gotta play that copyright music on me? Let's see if he's going to talk to Pittsburgh at all. the picture with the commish. Nice of the commish to stick around for these guys too on day 3 that want to walk. I like that. Looked like a Colts fan had a jersey made up with his name on it. Is he gonna go up to the podium? He's just soaking it in. All right. Elite yards per route run. Such a great receiver. I have him listed as a fullback / wide receiver under my running backs. Big hands, good speed, 4.44 40. Blocking upside, good football IQ, solid route runner. Bad yak after contact per attempt, poor elusiveness, very short arms, extremely slender. 3-year player, 2-year starter at Navy. By far his worst game was against Notre Dame. So another guy who struggled against Notre Dame from there. Let's listen in. Or not. I guess they're just going to talk to the audience. All right. Fullback / Swiss Army knife / slot wide receiver / special teams ace. Looked good as a utility player at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Stood out working out of the slot there. It appears the NFL is looking at him as more of a wide receiver prospect. Slot, wide receiver, Swiss Army knife, blah, blah, blah. It's tough to argue against that. He's the type of player you'd love to see go to the San Francisco 49ers. He's not your typical stiff-armed forces guy. He's very shifty. He looks like he could have an impact in the NFL. There is some projection as the expectation is to move him to the wide receiver room. I didn't quite see what they drafted him as. And to be successful, he very well may be asked to learn quite a few things. Plus, he didn't face the toughest of competition. Late day 3 prospect with a very interesting profile. I like Diego Pounds or Benny. Yeah, I like both those names. He was my 210th ranked prospect. Went at 230.
Steeler hat on, and there is the Steeler draft room watching it all go down. Give yourselves a round of applause as well. A hometown kid in his dress uniform coming out here in front of his fellow neighbors in Western PA. Awesome.
If he had been in the dress whites, he would have gone and picked up his girlfriend.
That's a fairly unfamiliar name, but I think I've got him in here. Ethan Anu, let's just, yeah, not too far down. They're tied for my 91st ranked offensive lineman. He does have good size. Going to Atlanta. This will be a C. Ethan, guard tackle prospect, 6'6", 332 pounds, hefty dude. Did not grade out well at all. Was a starter in 2024 and 2023. He did not start for Ohio State in 2025. So, I think you can understand why I had him as an undrafted free agent. Clearly just a take a chance on the traits kind of guy. Take a chance on the size, on the pedigree.
They've shown everybody here. Everybody's been in a great mood, smiling, high-fiving, celebrating with each other. It's been a fun time.
Yeah, and the beauty of that is zero surprise. Like, if you've ever spent any time coming to Pittsburgh and been around this city, is when it's dominated with sports, especially the Steelers. You have no surprise at all with people like that. In fact, I encountered a couple of
some interesting names. I'd be interested to see if they get drafted down the stretch.
what's it like? And they're like, everybody's cool. Everybody's been so nice. It's been wonderful because this is really a community.
What? I think I'm gonna herd up my cat and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Already got his lid. Jeremy Bernard, and that's all difference
participated in combine-style drills in front of college coaches and scouts as they chase their dream to compete at the next level. And now that flag football is part of the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games. Join the movement. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and start the chase today. We should please go ahead and do all that. Let's head to the podium now. And the Rams are on the stage. Here we go.
With the 232nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams selects Tim Keenan, defensive tackle from Alabama.
There we go, Tim Keenan, my boy, my baby, my big baby boy. Nose tackle, plugger. I like him. I like him. High floor. All right. Let's cover that one. So Tim Keenan, my 124th ranked prospect, here in my top 10 available off of the board.
Of this Rams draft choice out of Alabama.
6'1", 330 pounds, very heavy, extremely girthy for his size. His acceleration and speed were very good, and that is a number that has proven over time to look pretty good for my interior defensive lineman. Big, broad body that anchors well versus the run up the gut. Solid play strength, high effort, good awareness. Weaknesses, bad pass rusher, of course. Below average to poor versus the run. In terms of the grading there, very short arms, very bad acceleration and speed. Weak, only 21 bench reps for the position, not so great. Burst profile is underwhelming. Limited production. 4-year player, 3-year starter at Alabama. Down year after a stellar 2024. He was a team captain. He did well at the Senior Bowl practices, was dominating at times there. My write-up for Keenan goes as follows. Keenan is an early down rotational piece who eats up a lot of space as a nose tackle. His upside is limited, both physically and athletically, though for his size, he's not a terrible athlete. Still, he won't be able to chase down plays in pursuit, and he lacks the ability to consistently pressure the quarterback up the middle. He does a nice job of absorbing blocks and can handle the double team. He's going to need to focus on his career, and if he does, he could become a really good player. Early down player. Reportedly, he struggled to maintain his weight in the past, and he could hit the weight room. And if he could hit the weight room, he might be able to do more than plug a hole, as he struggles to dismantle blockers and shed them, and thus why his run grading isn't so great. As is, he's a borderline 4th-round prospect, I thought, who you feel better about getting in the 5th, who I'll take in the 7th. What I really like about Tim is his field awareness. This was what really I liked. High awareness, he makes some real heads-up plays and recovered multiple fumbles. I like guys who are paying attention on the field because they make those little plays. They recover the fumbles. So Tim Keenan to the Rams, I think they got a good one. I do. I'm a big fan there. That will be an A+ draft pick. Right behind that, Zach Durfee. I almost 100% know. A+. I'm quite sure I don't have him. Anything on that one? Nope. And right behind that, Baron Morton. I thought he would go. I liked him. So Baron Morton had him in this range. It's going to be a B+. The NFL seemed to like him too. He was at like every event possible. New England. There we go. B+. He'll probably never do anything in the NFL, but he might. Once again, I just liked him every time I saw him. I thought he had some nice swagger about him too. 6'1.5", 214 pounds. Great big time throw rate, 6.3%. Bad turnover worthy play rate, 4.5%. Bad pressure to sack conversion rate of 23.3%. That's really high. Average accuracy, average time to throw, 2.59 seconds. I like those numbers, and you like the big time throw rate. He can make some plays. So I'm a big fan of him. The mental stuff. We got to get in the game mentally. Behind that was Gavin Derhart, center. I don't think he might be in my list, but I'm not too familiar with the name. I think I saw him. Nope, that was Davin Carter. Let's just try typing this one in. Davin. That's Davion Carter. Gavin, not Davin. Jesus. Nope. Don't know anything about him. To Minnesota. Center, Cincinnati. Andre Fuller, we've got him in here. Cornerback out of Toledo. At a 5th, 6th, middle of the 3rd round grade on him.
Are put in that position, and they call St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
To Seattle, like Seattle, going that route.
And thanks to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, those who go there never see a bill for the health care, or the lodging, or the travel, or anything. So all the parents have to do is be there for the kids and have the kids get better. And of course, there's the medical research portion of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to make sure that kids...
I just wanted to get the name in there. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, a great cause if you're ever looking to donate any kind of money, obviously. And a big part of the Run Rich Run donations that they do every year throughout this time of the year. So, great cause there. 6'1" for Andre Fuller, 200 pounds, cornerback, once again, out of Toledo. Was elite versus the run, good to great in coverage, very heavy. Large hands, girthy, good acceleration and speed for his size. Short, minus burst profile for his size. Did not play at all in 2024. I liked him. I thought he looked good in the offseason stuff here. So, it's gonna be an A. I think that's a nice late find there for Seattle. Could get a guy there. Seattle's pick is in. Dolphins are up next. Bills, Jags, Bills. Seattle. Texans, Eagles, Patriots. Broncos, Patriots. Cleveland, Chiefs, Ravens, Eagles, Eagles, Ravens, Colts, Seahawks, Broncos, Broncos. To finish the thing off. We're getting there. I think he's looking around the hospital here.
I love this line right here, obviously, for today. Whatever doesn't kill me, better start running. That is a good line. Hard outreach.
Did they do the puppies? Did they not do the puppies here today? Did we miss it?
Here at St. Jude. I was 15 years old. Did a year of chemo here at St. Jude. Lost my left leg below the knee. So I get to work for the place that saved me. So I love what I do, and I get to work with amazing folks that help the next generation of kids coming through.
This is Reed.
How are you? What's going on, Reed? My name's Rich. Nice to meet you. Tell me about the jersey. Are you from Tampa or what?
No, I'm an OU fan. So Baker went to Tampa, so now I'm a Tampa fan because of him.
Are you going to be out running today?
He's going to give it a shot. His surgery affected his left side a little
I don't know.
bit, and so he's doing a lot of physical therapy and trying to get it back. His goal is to make it back for, he's a quarterback, he wants to make it back for flag football and fall. So,
that's awesome.
So we'll see if he can get out and run a little bit. He's going to try.
Well, here's the thing. Even if you walk it, you'll still be...
Running back Seth McGowan. Nice late find there for Indianapolis. Like bringing somebody into that running back room.
Founded by the legendary entertainer Danny Thomas. What are you supposed to do when you go up to...
Rub his nose.
You're supposed to rub his nose from...
That's going to get an A for me there. I think an A minus. I'm not like the biggest Seth McGowan fan, but there are some things to like about him. Another nice, interesting player here going to Miami. Max Llewellyn, I think a great late pick here.
Many beautiful things about St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. No family ever sees a bill for lodging, for health care, period. Hey, everybody. Hey, Maria. Hi. What do you have?
Max Llewellyn was my 173rd overall ranked prospect, and Seth McGowan was my 169th overall ranked prospect. Oops.
Which is a line that was said all the time by a dear friend of mine and a longtime TV partner of mine named Stuart Scott, who's no longer with us. The fact that he's going to be with me today is really getting me. But the fact that you guys are with me today too is awesome.
Had a mid-third round grade on Max Llewellyn. To Miami, right? Yeah. Let's go look at his write-up. "6'5", good size, 257 pounds. Good pass rusher via PFF, 17.2% win rate. Extremely tall. Has a solid pass rush move set. Nice spin move that he kind of overuses. At times, he looks like a better athlete than his measurables were. Gets his hands up when he loses to knock the ball down, which I always like that. Bad run defender. Very small hands, short arms, very bad speed, bad to very bad burst profile. Limitations show up on film at times. Strength is an overall issue for his game. He's doesn't have much speed to power. Not good against the run either, of course. Lacks bend. Llewellyn's performances are inconsistent. Sometimes he looks like a lumbering athlete, and other times he looks fairly impressive. You can see this inconsistency in his game-by-game grading. I'm not so sure he'll be successful at the next level. There are some serious strength issues which limit his push pass rush prowess, but even more so show up in his run defense, which was very poor. He's a project who will probably need to fill out his frame and more, and hit the gym to maintain his athleticism while getting stronger, so he can hold up against the run, or maybe he could just lose some weight, become a designated pass rusher, and increase his athletics. In either scenario, I think that his ceiling is limited. He still needs to develop. Mid day 3 prospect. I'd be happy to see him in the 6th round. Here we are in the 7th round. Yeah, I mean, clearly, maybe I shouldn't have had this grade on him. That sounded like a lot of things I'm concerned about, and a lot of things that he has to do to become successful. So I think it makes sense that he's here late. I'll give it an A- there. He's an interesting prospect. Some people loved him. Behind that, a punter goes to Buffalo. Probably a good pick. Tommy Dolman Jr. And then Jacksonville went with Parker Hughes, linebacker, Middle Tennessee State. I don't think I've got Parker Hughes here. Yeah, didn't think that name sounded familiar. I got nothing for you, Jacksonville. Another linebacker. Yeah, they're looking to maybe improve that linebacker room. He's probably a special teamer.
The 40-yard dash and gave a nice donation, DXL, a nice donation, and the NFL community, my goodness gracious. Alex Singleton of the Broncos, Joey Sly, Calvin Austin now of the Giants, taking their time out of their...
Now, hold up. Max Llewellyn.
...active players, and Anthony Orsi...
Yeah, still an A. All right.
...showing up. And Steve and Renee Bisciotti, the owners of the Baltimore Ravens, again leading the way with a very generous donation, to say the least, and the rest of the NFL community open their wallets and their hearts. And I'd ask you, anybody out there, any penny, every penny, nickel, dime, whatever you give matters, and it goes directly to those kids and the parents of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I can't thank everybody here at NFL Network for also giving the time and the great people who put that piece together, and of course everybody at NFL Network to give this platform to St. Jude and yours truly. So
that's so cool to have it. I'll tell you what, Rich, I love watching you run this every year, but I gotta be totally honest, I have more fun watching those kids run when they're running their 40s, and it's not how they're running, it's the smiles on their faces when they're doing it, and it's a great reminder of what you do to help support kids like those. Really cool.
Every year I watch this happen, Rich, and watch what you are generating for so many people. You're helping save lives. You're helping make lives better. When we get to see as a person and we get to sit next
I think that's a good pick from Buffalo there. Armaj Reese Adams. My 237th ranked prospect going there at 241. Texas A&M. Big guy.
I love you guys for saying that. It's again, the people at St. Jude who are doing this work, who don't, get to leave the hospital and then come hang at the NFL.
6'5.5", 316 pounds. Good run good run blocker. Long arms, large wingspan, plus burst profile. Was bad in pass protection. He's actually slender, so he's tall, not big. Bad acceleration and speed, bad agility. He has the size to be a tackle in the league. Looked good at the East West Shrine Bowl practices. Looks like they took him as a guard. Let's see what I have him listed as.
A lot of them don't really know the severity of what's going on with them.
Kids are so resilient.
Yeah, I've got him listed as a guard too.
So again,
But he's got tackle size.
a million different people, but I thank all of you out there for taking
So might be a little bit of versatility that they can get from him. That's going to be a B from me.
for money. And stjude.org/runrichrun is what.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 picks to Mr. Irrelevant.
I know, don't have to say it. We're supportive. I appreciate that. Hit that QR code.
Denver Broncos, Mr. Irrelevant.
Hit that QR code. Oh, you can run faster.
I don't know. They've got 2 picks, so they can strategize who they want it to be.
Investing his savings. With his advisor Dennis, he opened 3 accounts. One for now, one for later, and of course, his retirement. More than big goals for his future.
It's got to be an obvious pick somewhere out there. They already took a running back. I mean, I'm thinking like a Rayshon Benny. I'm thinking interior defensive line edge. Could they use a backup quarterback? Could they go with like Garrett Nussmeier at the end, get him out, get him drafted? You're not going to choose a safety to be Mr. Irrelevant, are you? I think they took a tackle already. And a running back? No. They did not. Like an Owen Heineke? I could see that. I'm gonna guess Mr. Irrelevant, Owen Heineke. I think he's somebody who would probably really appreciate that. All right, so Seattle, Devin Eastern goes. Did get eyes on him. Was okay, Bryson Eason was the one that was impressive. Devin Eastern, I was not impressed with at the combine. So him, Bryson Eason, both kept standing out at the combine. I couldn't remember which one was which. So yeah, Devin Eastern, I did not think looked good amongst his peers at the combine. I have an undrafted free agent grade. One of the him and Jeffrey, I mean, just very, very borderline. Like, not too shocked that he's going, right? But yeah, that'll be a C plus. He was truly right on that borderline of being draft worthy. But yeah, just thought there were some other guys that looked better to me in that process. Long arms, uses them to his advantage, does take on double teams. He's 6'5.5", 308 pounds. Occasionally he slips through the gap. Was a poor pass rusher, average to below average versus run, bad burst profile. Oops. Not a lot of production at any point throughout his career. He plays too tall. 3-year starter at Minnesota. He's a wide load and his feet are all over the place. I'm glad he's flexible because it looked like he should have broken a bone in his feet or legs multiple times in what I watched of him. He's not very fast. He doesn't create much push. He doesn't hold his ground well enough, and he ends up on his butt too often. I have him as an undrafted free agent. You know what? Let's take away that plus. 6. A C. A 6. Then, okay. This will... Aiden Fisher to Houston. I like that. Wanted them to get something in there. This is, I think, a real nice find here for Houston. That will be an A, probably an A+. Let me read them again. As I remember, when I went back and I read his profile, I was like, oh, you know what? I did like him a little bit more than I remembered. So they were talking about Max Llewellyn there. Aiden Fisher, 6'1", 232 pounds. Very active feet. High IQ, green dot, pre-snap, positioning, all positive for him. High leadership skills. Apparently, I can't say for sure, but that's what I've heard. Aggressive, sometimes that bites him in the butt, but he is a very aggressive player. Bad pass rusher, poor tackler, below average arm length, below average versus the run. Average in coverage. 2 years at James Madison and then 2 years at Indiana. He was a 3-year starter in total. So yeah, I mean, all my notes from the tape were good things for Aiden Fisher. So I think that's a good find there for Houston. Did we get a trade up? No. Yes. There we go. Philly. Getting my man. Let's see how this one works out for them, because they've taken some safeties that I really like in the past. They haven't all worked out. Some of them have. Cole Wisniewski. Texas Tech. My man. Pretty big fan of Cole. 6'3.5", 214 pounds. Strengths. Above average in coverage. Grading, PFF grading. Elite run defender, PFF grading. Without a doubt, previous linebacker experience is apparent on tape. He was a linebacker to safety convert. He is a good tackler. He's tall. He's hefty. Those are positives for his safety position. His read and react is a plus. Finds his hands on the ball a fair bit. He had 8 interceptions in 2023. However, he had 0 in 2025. I wonder if that's supposed to be 2024 for 8 interceptions. He is versatile, great communicator on defense. I don't have any weaknesses written up for him. Missed all of 2024. Oh, yeah, okay. After foot surgery, he's been playing since 2020. He's an older prospect. Originally a linebacker in college, 2 years played at free safety. So 2023, those 8 interceptions was his first year. He was a standout at the East-West Shrine Bowl. It is pronounced Wisniewski. I thought he was a very fun prospect. He has a combination of being dominant in the box, originally a linebacker in his early years in college, with the athletics and ball hawking skills to play single high. At his advanced age, he does look like a man playing amongst boys at times on his tape, which is not a good thing, which could be held against him. I'm assuming it was. It's hard to find much not to like on tape, and considering he's new to the safety position, his coverage skills are something that could be improved upon further. I think he has a very wide range of potential draft spots in the NFL draft. However, if you lean into the upside as a coverage safety and take into account the floor as a guy that could play in the box, would it be crazy to take a shot at him in the 3rd round? Apparently, it would be. Once again, how does his age factor into that question? So yeah, I ended up with an early day 2 grade on him. I did push him back a little bit after watching him again, but he's my boy. He is my boy. So excellent pick from Philadelphia. That will be a B+ for him. Can't give it an A because of my grading schedule, but I would if I could. After that, we got Jam Miller. Not a Jam Miller guy. Let's read this right up for him. New England Patriots take Jam Miller, 5'10", 209 pounds. He does have good speed and acceleration. His PFF grades for looseness, bad. Yards after contact per attempt, bad. Yards per route run, very small hands, very bad explosion profile, which obviously showed up. 4-year player at Alabama, who, if anything, took a step back in 2025 after a solid 2024 season. He only ate against lesser competition. I struggle to imagine a guy with his profile going any higher than in the final rounds of the draft. He certainly carries some pedigree, having played for Alabama, previously a 4-star recruit out of his high school. He has a good running back build and shows some solid vision, but his offensive line was doing a lot of heavy lifting for him. He failed to create much on his own. He certainly has a nice build for a running back, but he lumbers as he runs. His gait is anything but effortless. There's a floor that some may find worth looking into late in the draft, but I'm not seeing anything that truly piques my interest. Yeah, not a my guy, right? Just not a my guy, but there's a floor there as a guy who could come in and do something for you, especially if you got a good offensive line in front of him. Where are you, Jam? There we go. My 27th overall ranked running back going to New England. That will be a C- for me. Not a big fan. Behind that is Miles Scott, defensive back to Denver. Patriots pick is in. The Browns are on the clock. The Browns. They're on the clock. For those interested. Miles Scott, don't know. He was tied for my 30th ranked safety. I had to check if I had him in the cornerbacks or the safeties. Denver, C. Probably C- at that point. I don't know. Probably one of those guys that was at the combine that, if anything, I gave negative notes for. I didn't even do a write-up for him. Not a my guy. I guess we'll give that a not applicable, unless he was at the combine.
I'm Boomer Esiason. At Burger King, celebrities don't rule the menu. You do.
So tell us, what do you want? How about a peppercorn realty Whopper?
It's stacked with bacon, Swiss, and peppercorn aioli. Try the latest in the Whopper
I don't know.
series.
I don't remember if he was at the combine or not.
You said the Whopper is the best burger in America.
He's probably at the East-West Shrine Bowl.
We perfected every bite, so that every Whopper is made your way and never smashed.
Quintavious Hutchins going to New England. I'm not loving their final picks necessarily. Let's see what I said about him though. Yeah, he's in my first tier of undrafted free agent guys, kind of the priority area list there. 6'2.5", 231 pounds. Good vert, shows some potential burst. Below average pass rusher, 12.6% win rate. Below average run defender, short, extremely underweight, extremely bad acceleration and bad speed, especially for his size. For an undersized guy, and then you don't have the speed and the weight. The speed and the acceleration, I don't really like that. He did have a really nice quick win pass rush move during 11-11 drills and a surprise during Senior Bowl practices, standing out 2 of the 3 days. So I think that's probably what got him drafted, were those Senior Bowl practices. Had a good process there. Was probably up with Ethan Burke, Logan Fano, George Gums Jr. and those guys, but I assume it did not impress for me during the on-field drills. We'll just get this a C. I do like that he stood out during those Senior Bowl practices, though. The Browns pick is in, meaning the Chiefs are now on the clock. We are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks away from Mr. Irrelevant, and technically 9. But we haven't announced the Browns yet, so 10. Tight end, Carson Ryan going to Cleveland. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't have anything on him. Out of BYU. Does not make my list.
Anything jump out at you? That first round, to me, I was impressed with the Cleveland Browns and how they organized their draft. Not just the players they got, but being able to recognize the board and be able to slide back a little bit, still get Spencer Fano, the tackle they wanted, then be able to come back and get a receiver in Concepcion who made sense for them. Then Boston after that later on. But those first 2 picks, I thought, set the stage for a really good draft for the Cleveland Browns.
You made a point that first night about Miami, and it stuck with me. That they talked about they want to be a more physical team, they want to set a tone, and they went ahead and drafted that way. So a lot of people talk about wanting to do things, and on draft night do other things. This is a first-time general manager, John Eric Sullivan, first-time head coach, and Jeff Hafley in terms of the NFL. They had a plan, and they stuck to it, got physical with Caden Proctor, Chris Johnson, and Warner. Both of them setting the tone about how they want to go ahead and play football in Miami on the first night. I thought that was impressive.
I kind of like the Steelers draft, don't you?
I did too.
I mean, Mike McCarthy's first run at it.
Chiefs pick is in. Ravens are on the clock. Then the Eagles got 2 picks, and then the Ravens again.
I understand people being upset over the offense, but it wasn't their slot. It wasn't their slot.
No, but they wound up with a tackle they need. Bernard, Legion at wide receiver. Dunker is going to be a rock star in this town, right? Drew Aller for the future, potentially. And then, of course, the hiding right pick was spectacular.
A lot of these guys, Jeremy Bernard, blue collar. You think about Dunker, blue collar. Weegan, blue collar. Nowakowski, blue collar. Heinrich. They got a bunch of Pittsburgh-type players all the way through the whole draft.
Will Aller ends up being their quarterback in the future.
He's a tough kid.
Now, sometimes you watch a golf tournament on
So we'll probably go live. I think what I'm going to do...
This player who's 7 shots back, and it usually is to show a good shot, right? It's kind of the same way when
What's a good time Sunday to go live on YouTube?
Let's find out what this is all about. It's the Chiefs pick at 2:49. We sent to the stage right now.
With the 249th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs
No wonder.
Garrett Nussmeier, quarterback.
There he goes. Number 1 on my big board. Garrett Nussmeier, my 68th overall prospect, going to Kansas City Chiefs. Glad he got drafted.
And you're getting an opportunity. And his dad is there with him. He's not in the draft for
It's long hug with the family.
I guarantee he's telling him, as someone who's known Andy Reid for a very long time, he knows what he's getting ready to walk into, and I know it's got to be very frustrating, but he's going into a situation where he's going to be watching one of the best while being coached by one of the
Yep,
best.
that is true.
At the end of the 2024 season, he never would have envisioned going at this spot in the draft.
Yeah, and most churchgoers are going to be like Central, and I have some stuff to do in the morning, so probably sometime in that early mid-afternoon would make sense. And it's not like I'm going to have some big show anyways, but be nice to maybe catch a few people's eyes. All right, so yeah, Garrett Nussmeier, that's going to be a B plus there for Kansas City. I think they got a good prospect. There's obviously some health concerns there and going on. Right behind that, another top 10 guy on my big board here, going at 123. Rayshawn Benny thought he had a chance to be Mr. Irrelevant there, but no more, because we made it. 123rd was that prospect overall. Had an early third day draft grade on Rayshawn Benny out of Michigan. I like him. I'll read about him. Getting booed. 6'3", 297 pounds, good to great versus the run, reads the run, locates the ball well, solid production for 2 seasons in a row, adequate strength, adequate quickness, solid bend, below average pass rusher, very small hands, lacks high-end production, lacks a strong anchor, lacks pass rush repertoire, spent 5 years at Michigan with increasing usage from his sophomore season on, took 450 snaps this last season. For the most part, when the lights were brightest, he showed up. Consistent game-by-game impact overall. Dominated the line of scrimmage versus the run in 11-11 drills at the Senior Bowl and earned a compete rep on day 2. Benny is an above-average athlete and a below-average frame with average production. All in all, he's a solid prospect who I think will find a way to contribute at the next level, but I think his ceiling is limited without development. He needs to become stronger, play with more aggression, and for a smaller guy at the position, he really needs to focus on learning some pass rush moves. I think he's impressed and caught some evaluators' eyes this offseason. I guess I might have been wrong there, which could help his draft stock. At the end of the day, I think he's a high-end day 3 guy. I'd prefer to get him in the 5th, but maybe late 4th would be understandable. Or late 7th. That'll work. Yeah, I mean, I was a big fan of it. It's going to be a B+ there on the grading scale. But, you know, a pretty big fan. I mean, generally speaking, I liked him. But he's certainly a guy that might not pan out. Obviously, going in the 7th round. I agree with that. Underdrafted. Opportunity for him to find a place.
Twice to end it. So you got the Eagles at 251 and 252. Ravens one more time. One last chance to make a pick and get booed here in Pittsburgh. It's been a theme.
Consistent, gotta be consistent.
Right. Colts, Packers, and then the Broncos twice. And then we all head off for OTAs. The schedule gets released shortly. They've already announced a game in Rio between the Ravens and the Cowboys coming up early on in the season on a Sunday. Very rare to have an international game in the Southern Hemisphere period, let alone on a Sunday in a regular slot.
I'll never understand the facial choice of shaving off the mustache and leaving the beard. I don't get it. There he goes. Not a guy I was able to scout, but Uar Bernard was getting some hype. Good athlete. Foreign. I think he's from Africa.
With the 251st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Uar Bernard, defensive tackle, international pathway program. Let's go!
I don't think he has. He's there. Out of the international pathway. That's a common look for you? I don't get it. I don't get it, Brian. It's fun. As I was saying that, I was like, watch. This would be like his facial style. I mean, yeah, people do it, so obviously people get it. I just don't. I mean, I would say if the mustache looks like crap, but you could grow the rest in, like, all right, there is a reason for it then. Honestly, the mustaches kind of are annoying. So I don't believe Warren Bernard has ever played any football. I think he's just part of the International Pathway program. Scouted, found out somehow. Yeah, exactly what I was talking about. Like, mustaches are kind of annoying, so I get that. I guess I understand it. Comfort. And in that sense, I get it. Oh, muscle. Size freak. Going to Philadelphia, they like their international guys. Took a guy from Britain, I think it was last year. Maybe 2 years. Was it Giovanni? There goes James Newby. Not too surprised to hear his name called here before the end. I think some people are pretty big fans of him. Six 6'2", 240 pounds. Great elite pass rusher, 24.1% win rate. Smooth lateral mover, uses his leverage to his advantage, good first step. Pass rush set, good. Short, inconsistent, but never bad. Stood out at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Keyshawn has dominated at each level of competition he's played at so far. His game-by-game performances were rather inconsistent. It's nice to see that he did pretty well against Michigan and stood out during the East-West Shrine Bowl. He has a nice combination of speed, power, and effort. He's not a pure speed rusher, but his size would suggest so. His size and the level of competition he played against are holding his profile back. He's a good watch, but he doesn't pop on film like a David Walker did in last year's draft. Keyshawn is worth taking late day 3. So, yep, right in there. Yeah, I think that, you know what? I think that's a good pick.
Big announcement today. We're taking back sports. That's right.
Grow it in for fall, winter. Fair enough. Makes some sense. I wouldn't have to do that where I currently live, but I've lived in cold weather, Wisconsin, so I get that. The added protection's never bad out in the elements. All right, so James Newby was my 229th ranked prospect, going here around 250. Not shabby. I think there's more names left on this list than there were last year. And in this draft, that's not a surprise. Oh, there we go. VJ Payne, you're gone. Get out of here. Aiden Fisher, he was taken, wasn't he? Get out of here. I've done a great job of keeping this list up. It doesn't matter anymore. Adam Randall, you're gone. Going to Baltimore. Owen Heineke, Mr. Irrelevant coming in. Maybe Red Murdoch will be Mr. Irrelevant. That's a fun name. Demetrius Crownover was taken. He's out of here. Isaiah Nakobe is an interesting name. Same with Nick Barrett. Those two are interesting. Dean Connors is my boy. We'll see if we can't get him in here. I don't. Well, you know, maybe Seahawks Broncos could take a running back late here. Evan Bernstein going to Philly, going to Baltimore, get one more guy in there. Why not? I like that. Why did I turn that up? Evan, where is yous? Late round guy. To Baltimore. I mean, I just like the fact that you're taking another hit on the interior there. Another chance. Six foot 3.5, 301 pounds. Elite pass pro this last year. Good burst profile. Underweight, slender, small arms, small hands, short arms. Average and run protection, whatever, run blocking. Went to Northwestern. I didn't have too much on him. Looked good at the combine. Yeah, on-field drills. Can get hot in Kentucky. You know, you live right in the middle of the country. You get a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
The Colts and the Packers, the Broncos, twice.
All right, Deion Burks going to Indianapolis. Solid pick there.
With the 254th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Deion Burks, wide receiver, Oklahoma.
This to me is one of the big shockers. He was my 70th player, and I think the next highest rated player that was still out there is like in the 120s. So he's just been hanging out there. To me,
Yeah, so Deion Burks was my not 70th. 101st ranked player for me.
down the field. He is not tall, but he is strong, sturdy, and he is very explosive once he has the ball in his hands.
Let's see if we earned a plus on this pick. 5'10", 180 pounds. I have. We'll see. Very good acceleration, extremely good speed. Ran a 4.340. He's quick and a threat with the ball in his hands. Shows nice spatial awareness, which I always like. Great two-tapping catch versus Alabama along the sideline with outstretched arms that I saw. Very short, very light, extremely short arms. Very small wingspan on him. Bad yards per run, was not very efficient. Slot only in the NFL, was utilized on the perimeter his last year at Oklahoma a lot, though. Does not attack the catch. Fifth-year player, 3 years at Purdue, 2 years at Oklahoma. Hasn't shown much improvement, which I don't like. I think Deion profiles as a contributing weapon on an NFL roster, as a wide receiver 3 type for, you know, obviously not a 1 or a 2. Late day 2, early day 3 makes sense for a team who wants to add a spark to their offense. Think a guy like Trey Tucker. I was a big fan of Trey Tucker. I think I liked him more than I liked Burks. The NFL did too. I'd prefer to find him, around the 4th, though. And here he was this late. Yeah, I wasn't, like, enamored with Burks by any means. So, I'm fine. I'm not going to give him a plus here, but that's clearly a nice find. Did not expect him to be available this late. Oh, Cole Wisniewski. He's gone too. Wisniewski.
So if you end up going the one pick before Mr. Irrelevant and your teammate gets Mr. Irrelevant,
Michael Dansby. Yeah, I don't have him anywhere. All right. Corleone, that was one of my guesses. I think that would be a fun one.
Just because it's the same team doesn't mean anything.
We're not teammates yet.
That's a big thing. One guy is just saying, hey.
And then what? Not Eli Heidenreich. The lacrosse player, linebacker. Owen Heineke. I'd like that from Mason Reiger. I think he's earned it this offseason.
25,000 fans.
I don't know how much they'll like him. They might prefer an Anthony Lucas. But Isaiah Naquobia, I mean, you know, there's a lot of guys here I think that earned it. Bentley, McAllister, it's not going to be them. It's not going to be Trigg. There's no way they're making him Mr. Irrelevant. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to be my boy Dean Connors, but we'll see. Nick Barrett, he's probably earned it.
Who's number 2? Detroit? Did Detroit hold 2? Or did Green
Yeah, they're now number 2, yeah. Yeah. So, wow. Congrats to Pittsburgh. And the weather pretty much held up. You know, there were some rainy moments here, but we're waiting on Denver. They made pick 256. We're now waiting.
Be excited if it was Deshaun Singleton. I like him. It's not going to be Hamby.
Somebody misreads the card and suddenly somebody gets that.
I like Philip Dunham.
Not just a trip.
Are we the only ones focused on this?
Oh,
No.
Baron Morton, you were drafted. Get out of there.
I think the whole deal is a brand new deal. I mean, they used to announce it on the stage like all the stuff being around.
Let's see if it's any of those names. I got quite a few attempts. Probably be somebody I don't have.
By the way, Newport, not a bad place to visit. No. That's why Klatt left us for day 3.
Klatt's left us.
Well, there we go. Dallin Bentley. Atta boy. My 91st ranked prospect getting drafted. I love that. I'll cover that after. Well, does it take forever to do Mr. Irrelevant? Alright. It's a B+. I'm a big fan of Dallin Bentley. I'm so excited for him to have gotten drafted. I feel a little bit, I feel happy about my projection out on him. 6'3.5", 258 pounds, elite hands, good yards per route run, good long speed. He's got a thick build. He's got quarterback-friendly awareness as a receiver, which I always like. Bad contested catch rate, small hands, lacks high-end athletics, bad acceleration, bad agility, poor blocker. Spent 3-year player at Utah, 1 year of experience, mostly worked as an inline tight end. East-West Shrine Bowl standout. I don't want to see it. We'll wait. He said he's an excellent blocker. I had that as a weakness. I think Dallin displays some really good positional IQ, and though he doesn't look too much of an athlete at times, his movement skills are fairly impressive, and you see much smaller players struggle to chase him down from behind. I think he's a really reliable target who can play as a traditional tight end at the next level despite being on the shorter side. He still needs to develop his blocking ability, but the effort and the tools are there to do well as a blocker. Where he thrives is against zone coverage and when the play breaks down. I think he shows some Travis Kelce-like awareness in those situations. Quarterback friendly. I think he has a good shot at having a long pro career. He'll probably never be a dynamic threat, but he could still become a viable starter. So, I mean, I think he's got some upside to him. Once again, not as, not going to be something amazing, but I like him.
DJ talked about it. Misters irrelevant.
Not at all. Clearly, this is nice. 256 is in the win, pal.
And it's still Mr., not Misters.
That's it. That's it.
Where he showed that picture of Rich and Sean Connery side by side. We could just do this. Harrison Ford, Sean Connery, little sidecar right there.
Denver fans are bouncing in excitement for who could be Mr. Irrelevant. The excitement is palpable in Pittsburgh. Even the Pittsburgh fans are excited. twirling their flags, towels. Cleveland's excited. We're all excited here in the building. Grandma's rocking. Raven fans repping. Here we go. What did I say? Red Murdoch. I mean, I had a lot of names, but that was one of them. Linebacker, Red Murdoch. I had a feeling it'd be linebacker. All right. He is my... Where are you, Red? He's on here, isn't he? Oh, there we go. Just landed on him on accident. Red Murdoch out of Buffalo, 240th overall ranked prospect, going here at 257. This kid makes a lot of plays. All right, Mr. Irrelevant. Let's give you a send-off here. Linebacker. Red Murdoch. 6'1", 234 pounds. I got a little bit on him. Elite coverage grades. Above average as a pass rusher. Above average tackling. He can lay some lumber. And he's got some massive hands. Average to above average against the run. He forced an abnormal amount of fumbles. He had 16 total forced fumbles in the past 3 years. High energy kid. Decisive guy. He cannot carry vertically in coverage very well. Stiff hips, lack of deep speed. Not quite a sideline-to-sideline guy either. No good in pursuit. Just that lack of speed yet again. Below average arm length. Spent 4 years at Buffalo. Has a lot of experience playing for them. Took a big jump in 2025 from his previous years. Red has improved year over year. I love to see that. He hasn't had much of a chance to prove himself against the best competition in the NFL. So that's going to be a mark on his profile, and I see some stupid behavior on tape. There's a time that he shoved a receiver over the middle of the field for no reason, and then there's a time that he sat on an opponent after creating a turnover. Just some potential character issues that I see. He's a fun watch on tape and deserves to be drafted based on that. He'll need to develop at the next level. He should go late on day 3, and he did. So, good for Red Murdoch. Gets himself drafted. Hopefully there's no character concerns. Hopefully he's just an intense player. Well, he is an intense player, but hopefully it's nothing to be too concerned about. So, Red Murdoch going to Denver. I guess we should finish off with a grade for that one. Where are we? Linebackers. Here we go. Red Murdoch. Had him as a late guy here. Going to Denver, so I like the yeah, I mean it's a B+. That's a good pick there for the final guy. So that is it. Thank you anybody and everybody for stopping on through today. We had fun. That's going to be the end of the stream. I'll give you a moment to say goodbye. Nice Mr. Irrelevant send-off, right? Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Thank you for hanging out with me, my man. It's been great, and I hope you liked your draft for Cincinnati. I'll probably come on tomorrow and just give some overall thoughts on every team's grades, and then I'll probably be gone for a little while. 7 hours, 15 minutes, almost 7 hours and 16 minutes. Let's get out of here. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful life, everybody. And that will close out the 2026